This legend unfolds from the ashes of a devastating conflict. At the center stands a man. His name is Sosto, struggling to restrain the mastermind behind the chaos. A mere child. A boy who claims he foresaw every moment. Cast your eyes upon the souls he extinguished. Precisely, the snowy-haired youth remarks. By comparison, you are worlds apart from those pathetic, useless fools. Silence. The dark-haired warrior barks, his eyes burning with fury. The boy erupts into a maniacal laughter, begging for his own demise. He insists there is no one more qualified to end his life. The dark-haired man adamantly declines. With a voice trembling with rage, he vows he will not be the executioner. He had sworn a sacred pact with his comrades. No matter how brutal the struggle became, they would never take the life of this villain. They would deliver him to the halls of justice. Shedding his battle-worn gear, he declares, "I shall bring you before the law to face your judgment. That is my calling." Alas, the young hero had no inkling of the crushing regret he would feel for sparing him that day, nor the catastrophic domino effect his mercy would trigger. This is the tale I have come to share with you. This is the chronicle of the executor, or something to that effect. The executor is the title. Anyway, I truly hope you all find yourself captivated by this journey. A massive thank you to our channel members, and to everyone donating to support these videos. Seriously, guys, you're the best. Moi. To everyone liking, commenting, and spreading the word. And to our subscribers, I adore every single one of you. Kisses to all. Now, let's dive back into the story. Before we venture further into the narrative, let me introduce our trusted partner, Pope Broker. Many are amassing fortunes through the art of trading, and you and I could easily join those ranks. I realize that the mere mention of trading can spark a moment of pure panic. But breathe easy, my friends, because Pope Broker transforms this into a seamless, friendly experience. The dashboard is incredibly intuitive to navigate and master. You'll feel like a seasoned pro in no time at all. To get started, simply download the app. Sign up using your email, Google account, or even Facebook if that's your style. Naturally, remember to enter my exclusive promo code, VaniumED10 to unlock special perks on your initial deposit. Pope Broker is packed with essential tools for beginners and pro tricks alike. Today, I want to highlight Altrade, or Ultrade. For the inner circle, it's a groundbreaking feature that empowers you to open positions with zero risk involved. Utilizing Altrade shields you from the sting of a failed trade. As you can observe, my market forecast was off the mark, yet my balance remained untouched. If the trade succeeds, the investor pockets the net profit minus the nominal value of the Altrade, and get this, you can actually acquire Altrade using gems in the platform's marketplace. It sounds unbelievable, but there's more. You enjoy 0% commission when withdrawing your earnings. When you're ready to cash out, you have countless options from standard bank transfers to various cryptocurrencies. Tack on a vibrant community and 24/7 expert support. Seriously, what are you waiting for? Pope Broker is the ultimate choice. In the breaking news, reports confirm that Kiro, the Titan of Terror who held the world in his grip, has been condemned to death and hauled to Ruculus prison, where a high-tech power dampener has been installed. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure watches the broadcast, biting their lip upon hearing that nearly every hero from the Equidad squad perished while fighting the tyrant. The government expresses its profound gratitude for the ultimate sacrifices they made. Tonight, a somber funeral will be held. Elias is the name of this man, the dark-haired soul who is our protagonist. He turns away. A young boy chides the hero for his refusal to rest. This is Santiago, Elias's younger brother. He serves as a warden at Ruculus prison. Elias laments, through gritted teeth, that he should have finished Kiro himself. His brother sharply cuts him off. He asks if Elias has already discarded the promise he made. A vision flashes of a radiant girl, delivering a heartfelt speech. Heroes exist to save lives. Taking them is not our burden to bear. Even most heartless monsters are still human beings, and they deserve the weight of the law. Elias had told her she was far too idealistic. But what if he manages to kill us? The girl locks eyes with him and demands a vow that he will never kill, no matter how dire the circumstances. Santiago reminds him that he gave her his word. Only the justice system should pass judgment. He, as a prison official, is the one tasked with carrying out such fates. Leaking a classified secret, he leaves the protagonist stunned by revealing that Kiro's execution is set for next week. And the man who must pull the lever is Elias's own brother. Santiago insists that Elias has done his part as a hero. Now he must trust the guards to finish the job. Elias is left utterly speechless. His brother clasps his hand firmly, reminding him that they must now prepare to say a final goodbye to their fallen friends. At the memorial service, the mourning public offered their final salutes to the fallen guardians. Others screamed for blood, demanding the villain's head. Inside the sanctuary, we see the monuments of those 5 legends. The protagonist and his brother offer their silent respects, leaving a single flower behind. The service concludes. Time slips away, and a week vanishes. The day of reckoning arrives. Elias receives a devastating call. His brother is dead. How is it that the monster destined for death still draws breath, while the honest guard, his own flesh and blood, was slaughtered? Consumed by grief at his brother's graveside, Elias is approached by a woman named Valeria, who requests a private moment of his time. Meeting his hollow, exhausted gaze, she leads him to a secure room and hands him a tablet. What could possibly be so vital? These are the classified recordings of the attempt on Kiro's life, Valeria explains. The footage plays, revealing chilling details, showing the guards escorting Kiro, who is desperately trying to bait Santiago, tauntingly asking if he was Elias's brother, noting the striking resemblance between the two. Why does one brother possess godlike powers while the other is just a common jailer? Tell me, which of you is the firstborn? In grim silence, the procession moves on. The boy speaks again. Tell me, what does it feel like to take a life? Santiago is momentarily confused by the nature of the question. The boy elaborates that as a warden, he's had to execute criminals just like him, so how does the act of killing feel? Is it haunting? Santiago está silent. The boy muses that, for him, it feels far too simple. Bewildered, Santiago asks what he's implying. With a twisted, wide grin, Kiro says, a single touch from one finger is all I need to detonate a human being, popping them like a fragile soap bubble. Santiago firmly seguris. For him, the weight is an agonizing burden. Even just triggering the mechanism leaves him with a soul-crushing dread every time, not to mention the recurrent terrors that keep him from sleep. Visions where those he executed scream that he is a murderer. Every soul I've sent to the abyss haunts my every dream. Santiago confesses. Then why do you stay in this hellhole? Kiro inquires. Santiago sighs. Well, it is a grim task that someone must perform. That is the weight of wearing this badge. As the execution preparations begin, Santiago asks, do you have any final words? Just one, the boy chirps. Which of you two is the older brother? Santiago offers no reply and initiates the final sequence. The guards prepare to engage the switches. On the count of 3, 2, 1, a blinding burst of light forces the recording to cut to black, leaving Elias reeling and desperate for answers. Valeria explains that during the height of the procedure, the entire prison's power grid was neutralized by a targeted electromagnetic pulse. Once the backup systems kicked in, the cameras flickered back to life. Santiago and his team were left, disoriented, wondering if the power failed, before the lethal blow was delivered to the villain. Then Santiago saw the unthinkable. Kiro had shattered his suppression shackles, screaming with a face twisted in madness. Only he is worthy of killing me. Santiago roars at his team to find cover immediately. A violent eruption sends jagged shards of concrete and steel whistling through the air. Through the choking dust, a guard saved by Santiago's warning frantically radios for urgent backup. The subject has broken containment. He's escaped. Suddenly, a hand rests on his shoulder. It was Kiro. The guard's body begins to bloat as he gasps in agony. Kiro giggles, his voice dripping with malice. Time to pop. A gruesome spray of crimson follows, leaving Santiago paralyzed with horror. Looming over him, Kiro whispers, I'm betting you're the big brother. Am I getting warm? Santiago swings his weapon at Kiro. The boy intercepts the strike effortlessly, detonating one of Santiago's arms. The guard collapses under the excruciating pain, dropping to his knees while howling in agony. Hiro muses aloud, wondering if his hunch was correct. Trembling and broken, Santiago fumbles for his weapon once more and, clutching it tight, bellows, "The law will be the one to break you. You're a goddamn freak." He lunges again, screaming that justice must prevail. Hiro pulverizes Santiago's entire being in a heartbeat, leaving nothing but his uniform cap behind. The room is left in absolute ruin. Hiro, staring at the remnants of Santiago and noticing the discarded hat, remarks, "Guess I'll just have to ask Elias if my guess was right." The hero watched the footage in total disbelief. Valeria points out that, to make matters worse, the electromagnetic pulse fried every power-dampening device in the block, liberating every single monster in the facility. The silver lining is that, by slamming the blast doors, they've kept them bottled up, though that means every officer inside is now trapped with them. Elias demands to know who triggered the EMP. Valeria admits the culprit is still a ghost, but she offers her deepest apologies for crashing his brother's funeral to beg for a miracle. "Help us crush this uprising." With pleasure, Elias snaps back. His old team lived by the code that heroes don't kill, and his brother held that same sacred belief. Meanwhile, inside the steel cage, the villains are battering the gates while others hunt down the guards. Stuck in the crosshairs, the main entrance suddenly groans open, drawing every eye as the mob stampedes toward the light, thirsty for freedom. A massive blast sends a front line flying backward. The rest of the horde stops dead, confused. A silhouette looms through the smoke. Donning a grim new uniform, Elias stands before them. As his only price for intervening, he demanded to be sworn in as a prison warden. Paralyzed with fear, the convicts recognize the legendary hero and whisper in terror about why he's dressed like a common guard. A few arrogant thugs trigger their mutations, shifting into beasts, and charging the protagonist in a unified assault. In slow motion, as the monsters close in, Elias cocks his right fist and centers his weight. He unleashes a strike that punches a literal hole through the lead prisoner, shredding him into fragments, and the shock wave obliterates dozens behind him, tossing them like ragdolls. A path of carnage is all that remains of the strike. The surviving inmates are frozen, unable to process the violence. The protagonist clears his throat. He taps the PA system microphone to ensure his voice echoes in every corner of the abyss. "Listen up, you parasitic vermin. By executive decree, everyone on the ground floor, the first sublevel, the second basement, the third, the fourth, and the deepest fifth level. I, Elias, am taking over my brother's shift." Hiro, hearing the announcement, grins at the arrival of his rival. The protagonist delivers the final verdict. Every single one of them is marked for immediate execution. What's he talking about? The prisoners murmur. What does he mean by executing us? Does he really think he can just slaughter everyone? Elias, hearing the complaints, asks what part of this is confusing to you? You stole enough lives to earn your stay in this hole. The sentence shouldn't come as a surprise. One inmate shrieks, "No way. I haven't killed nearly enough people to deserve the chair." This is Quelita, who ended 12 lives. Another claims he has more fingers than victims on his ledger. That's Rock. He butchered and dismembered 7 people. A bloated man grunts that his body count is under 5. That's Hay, a child predator, kidnapper, and killer. The air fills with a cacophony of pleas, slurs, and pathetic excuses to cheat death, while a man with emerald hair watches the chaos in silence, deciding the room is getting far too noisy. This is Choi. He snatched and murdered 8 souls. He remains eerily composed while Elias is occupied with the shouting mob. Tensing up, he ignites his gift, launching his getaway strategy. He tries to phase right through Elias to vanish. But naturally, it wasn't going to be that simple. The protagonist's kick is a blur. Upon impact, it removes the man's head instantly. The prisoners fall into a deathly silence, and Elias speaks. He offers them a single alternative to total annihilation. He gives them the choice to surrender and lock on new dampeners to crawl back to their cells in peace. The only other option is to die right here, right now. The crowd panics, but one man steps forward. He scoffs at the protagonist's ridiculous offer, because the choice seems way too easy. The others watch as he explains his logic. Those who surrender now are just waiting for the needle. Anyway, if they band together against Elias, they might actually taste the fresh air outside. To him, there is no room for negotiation. Elias corrects him, "Don't get twisted. This isn't a back and forth. I'm handing you a tiny shred of mercy." The mood shifts to pure dread as they realize he isn't bluffing. This wasn't some heroic game anymore. Many consider folding. They can't hope to best an Equidad veteran. A man with bronze skin triggers his aura and roars for the cowards to shut their mouths. All eyes snap to him. He raises a finger and declares, "Equidad legend or not, remember he is just one man. We have numbers. I myself have put down a tier 2 hero before. We just need to swarm him." Hearing this, the villains turn back to Elias with hungry grins. That's right, the dark-skinned man sneers. "Don't let one guy scare you into a cage. We hit him fast, we trample him, and we walk out." Elias recognizes this man as the exact trash he was warned about. Before stepping inside the walls, we see a flashback of Valeria briefing the protagonist on the prison's layout. The surface level holds over 300 serial killers. Wait, hold on. Cereal is for breakfast. It's supposed to be malasivat, malasivat. Huh. Serial killers. They didn't just raid a grocery store. The ground floor houses over 300 vicious serial murderers. Down in the basement, level 1. Over 100 threats who nearly wiped out entire towns. Level 2. Over 30 who held whole cities hostage. Level 3. Monsters capable of toppling entire governments. Level 4. 5 nightmare-class individuals who can threaten continents. And the final floor. Level 5 holds hero alongside 2 others capable of extinguishing all life on Earth. Valeria apologizes for dumping this on Elias, but reminds him that these monsters aren't exactly allies. On the second level, a group of kids had seized the entire sector with their gifts. On the 5th sublevel, Hero sat in the dark with a girl. They shared a heavy silence until Hero mentioned his shock at having company in the deep dark. The girl stares back coldly, and Kiro wears a wicked smirk, planning to kill time until Elias finally makes his appearance. Valeria notes that the only place where things were organized was the surface. Opening a file, she points out that every inmate there answers to the commands of one man, Allison. His gift allows him to buff his allies, using nothing but the sound of his voice. Allison was thrown in here for raiding a hospital with 30 other scum, where they slaughtered a tier 2 heroine and several civilians. A total of 8 lives taken. 10, Allison corrects. The count was 10. That bitch who tried to play hero, the heroine, was carrying twins. Hearing that, Elias's gaze turns cold as ice. He clicks his comms unit to check in with Valeria, asking how much punishment the walls could take as he was about to stop holding back. "Don't hold back," she replied. "This fortress is built to withstand anything." Ending the call, Elias exhales. The gloves are coming off. Allison tells him to quit the tough guy act. "Ever since you joined Group Equidad, you haven't done a damn thing, besides lucking into catching that one villain. Kiro dealt the killing blow after you offered up your comrades." Allison, summoning his dark power, prepares to slaughter the protagonist so they can be reunited in the afterlife. Howling like a maniac, he grants a surge of raw energy to the criminals, who erupt in a wild frenzy. Sensing the tide turn, Allison commands them to tear the bastard apart. The mob swarms Elias. They meet a devastating kick, expiring in an instant while others shriek as they are ripped limb from limb. Watching from the rear, Allison is frozen, unable to process the carnage. The majority of his army has been wiped out. Elias lifts his foot, performs a sharp hop, and comes down with a thunderous stomp, unleashing bolts of lightning that impale and gut every survivor in the room. The entire facility tremors from the force of that strike. Deep inside, a man in a solitary cell lifts his gaze, recognizing that only Elias could cause such a tremor. Allison shrieks like a cornered animal. He struggles to wrap his mind around how such overwhelming power could exist. In terror, he sees Elias already closing the distance, winding up for another assault. Allison screams in desperation, begging the remaining thugs to intercept the hero, to attempt to block him, but phase 1, Elias mutters, annihilating everyone midair. With a blur of speed and his razor-sharp claw, they fell. Not a single soul was spared. With his final gasp, Allison curses his fatal miscalculation. Behind the protagonist, a deluge of remains and blood rains down, painting the entire hall in a deep, visceral crimson. Checking in with Valeria, the hero reports that every inmate on the surface has been permanently neutralized. Next, he moves toward the isolation wing. How many has he dispatched? Dozens? Hundreds? Tightening his grip, Elias confronts two stragglers who had distanced themselves from the mob. Put your collars back on or face the end. Both are paralyzed with pure dread. Yet despite the fear, one of them attempts a frantic strike at the hero, losing his head in the blink of an eye. Now, the survivor, lost in a panic, stammers that he'll comply immediately. Elias tells him to step forward and take the device. The prisoner reaches out to grab the suppressor. The hero's face is momentarily illuminated as the villain ignites his power, cackling that he's a fool. He believed he had lured Elias into a trap, unleashing a torrent of violet flames. At point-blank range, the thug mocks him, until he sees the fire didn't leave a single scratch. Elias recalls a heroine named Figa, a former member of the Equidad squad. Apparently, a criminal she once caught told her, those who only fight from a distance will never know the raw thrill of crushing a skull with their bare hands. Elias muses, I suppose this is meant to feel like thrilling as he shatters the villain's skull. He concludes that it's nothing of the sort. It felt no different than cracking an egg against a bowl. Moments latte. Elias hits a switch, sliding open a heavy isolation door. A voice speaks from the shadows, noting that the racket outside finally makes sense. Elias remains silent, but the man continues. I knew it was you. It's been 3 years, hasn't it? A long time indeed, Elias. This was Chuck, jailed for cannibalism, homicide, and the desecration of the dead. Chuck asks the protagonist if he's found a new career path. If so, it didn't look like much of a promotion. Elias presents the ultimatum. On the suppressor or die. Chuck reveals his face and reminds Elias of his first day in Equidad. Chuck had been captured after leaving a whole neighborhood in ruins. Elias had spotted something in the wreckage, a pot filled with blood and scraps of human flesh. Then a monster had teased him. Looks delicious, doesn't it? He asked, freshly slaughtered and seasoned. Absolutely mouth-watering, he'd said. Chuck was relentless. Elias began to channel his power, to end him, alerting his teammates that he was going to kill the man right then and there. He stepped toward the lunatic, but that woman blocked his path again. Stop, she said. It isn't our place to be the executioners. That duty belongs to the state. Chuck notes now how Elias seemed deeply troubled back then, as if he resented his allies for stepping in his way. Ignoring the taunts, Elias activates his aura, concluding that if the prisoner won't surrender, he's choosing the grave. Don't want to know why I did it? Chuck asks. I couldn't care less, Elias responds, decapitating the wretch, just as he had yearned to years ago. But Chuck's laughter echoes as he claims he killed, so that no one could ever forget his name, reappearing behind him without a mark. He says, by taking a life, I become the only thing that matters in their pathetic existence. I use my gift to sear into their souls the trauma I inflicted, ensuring they can never escape me. Not even in death. This is Chuck Fielder. His ability. Total sensory hallucinations. Even as Elias glares, the man drones on. As proof, I hold every victim in my mind. I could list them one by one. For instance, this little girl was. Chuck's arm is severed in an instant, sending him into a fit of agony before he can finish. Impressive, especially after being locked in the dark. Advancing with his power surging. Elias growls that he should have aimed for his mouth. To end the chatter, tell me, how were you able to evade my strike? Before the end, Chuck asks if Elias remembers all those he's slain along his path. No, Elias answers. Garbage like you isn't worth a memory. The protagonist delivers the final blow. Elias suddenly freezes in shock. His fallen comrades have materialized directly in front of him. The woman whispers his name, leaving him stunned. Not just her, his old friend call out to him. Chuck, hidden behind the veil of the illusion, smiles, apparently. He remembers them all too well. Elias, facing his former team, reaches out, perhaps to grasp her hand. But instead he strikes her and the others down, shattering the false image. Enraged, he asks if that was his final gamble. Chuck is genuinely stunned. By this, he never expected Elias to kill his own comrades without a moment's hesitation. Simple says, Elias, they are nothing but tricks of the mind. He cleaves the physical body of the villain in two, whose final words are, you aren't a guard. You're nothing. You are a hollow, heartless beast. You're no different than Kiro. This leaves Elias visibly shaken. On the fifth sublevel, Kiro has grown tired of waiting for the confrontation. The girl survived only because, well, he didn't even bother to defend himself. Kiro muses that instead of waiting around, he should probably go find the fun himself. Under the glow of the moon, 3 observers keep watch over the prison. A man asks Lady Anna if it's time to move in. She brushes him off, glued to the screen. She spots a formidable guard. That's definitely him. Beaming, Anna declares that he is destined to be her husband. Her partner asks if she's serious about the marriage. Anna spins around happily and confirms it. Snaden asks if she wasn't planning to marry Kiro. Kinky nods along with his comrade. Kiro was the whole reason. They blacked out the prison's electronics. Snaden points out that Elias was a hero and might pose a threat to their ultimate goal. He was a hero, Anna remarks, but right now, he looks like something else entirely. Squinting, Snaden suggests that in that case, she needs to pick which one she's keeping. Kinky chimes in, reminding her that polygamy is against the law. Anna, weighing her options, finds it difficult to choose between the youth and the veteran. With time running out, she comes up with a brilliant plan. She'll wed whoever is left standing. Thrilled by the prospect, she wonders who the victor will be. Inside the facility, Valeria arrives to congratulate Elias for not wasting precious moments. Cleansing the ground level, she also cautions that the inmates will grow exponentially more lethal with every floor he traverses. She advises the hero to take a breather. Elias answers understood, but cuts her off. That would only be an annoyance. Unlock the next bulkhead immediately. Valeria complies, but before Elias begins his descent, she needs him to be aware that, from the second basement, here, they've picked up emergency signals, originating from a woman and her associate. Wading through the carnage, Elias demands the precise tally of officers in jeopardy, but Valeria lacks the exact figures since communications were severed below. Safe at the 5th level, a mangled guard drags himself along, desperately trying to halt and advance, but with those 2 looming over him, success was a pipe dream. Using his gift, he expands the man like a balloon, triggering a spray of crimson across the camera lenses. Valeria suspects the infiltrator behind the blackout has hijacked the surveillance feed and is relishing every moment of the carnage inside. Elias, straightening his cap, orders the advance. Other wardens await the command to breach the door, and upon receiving the signal from Valeria, the heavy gears begin to turn. Valeria warns Elias that the deeper he goes, the more savage the environment will become. The moment the seal is broken, the convicts unleash a barrage of fire and lightning. The scavengers had coordinated their assault to strike from every conceivable angle. Valeria cries out, terrified for Elias, but the director is blindsided when a villain lunges at her, hissing that she should worry about her own skin. Recognizing the predator, who halts his strike to seize Valeria by the throat, he sneers with delight. Well, if it isn't the warden? My, what a stroke of luck. I've been dying to shatter that gorgeous face of yours. Spinning around, he bellows for the others to see his prize. Baffled, he realizes his entire crew is already cold on the floor. Looking up, he spots Elias closing in, who slams him into the concrete until he shatters, liberating Valeria. Stunned, she hears Elias commanding her to fall back. This war zone is no place for her. Valeria nods, stating that is her immediate intention, but halting the protagonist. She cautions that the murderous caught by the hero Figa is being held in the isolation sector of this very floor. The hero Elias murmurs to himself that he was well aware of that particular threat. In her shadow-drenched cell, she wonders if those tremors were the first signs and if a jailbreak was actually underway. Fools el Jagnieskovs. It was painfully obvious that the weaklings outside weren't the ones causing such a massive disturbance. She had cautioned them, but they chose ignorance. This is Eliagni, imprisoned for the slaughter of 28 heroes. She's also a disgraced former heroine. You see, Eliagni muses, this is why you remain bottom-tier villains. You never use your pathetic brains. You looking for a grave? An inmate snaps back, prompting her to ridicule him. They were all caged for killing helpless civilians. They likely hadn't ever faced a true powerhouse. Shifting his form, the man retorts there's a first time. For everything. But he is bifurcated effortlessly by her hand. This thug was simply no match in skill or raw power compared to Eliagni. She notes that she spent half her life hunting villains during her hero days, only to use that tactical knowledge to hunt heroes later. You should stick with me, kid. I'll show you how to survive the monster that's coming for our heads. And do you know why? Because I've decoded Elias's true nature. The room is skeptical, but Eliagni asserts that her long tenure as a top hero has left her with a deep dossier on their elite. One voice retorts that, even with that knowledge, it won't change the outcome. Elias is a Tier 1 legend. She was only Tier 3. She isn't even in his league. Eliagni chuckles and explains that Rosa, the Equidad leader, personally spearheaded a total revolution of the hero industry. First, she redefined what it meant to be a guardian and banned the execution of criminals. Second, she mandated intense cross-training between heroes, building elite squads, and finally, she reorganized the ranking hierarchy into 5 distantières. Catching on yet? Eliagni asks. The landscape had already shifted by the time Elias debuted. Nobody expected his Equidad appointment, given his lack of history. So the grapevine whispered. It was only because he was Rose's forbidden flame. The inmate agrees. Elias was a ghost on the battlefield. But regardless, he must be Tier 2 at the very least. The ground floor is a playground for losers, even. Yala could be wiped out there. Eliagni interjects. These are I, who claimed 1,738 lives. Ron, who ended 1,983. Huriel, who took 2,270. Jonik, who slaughtered 3,521. And this is the apex predator who murdered 6,435 people. Eliagni clarifies she wasn't calling Elias weak, but she had spotted his Achilles heel and they could break him. Spez hesitated, but Eliagni reminds him that they didn't have many cards left to play. As Elias draws closer with every heartbeat, the majority of the inmates commit to the strategy. Spez, after a moment's calculation, signs on as well. Powers fall into 3 categories: physical types, which enhance or alter the user's biology; creation types, which allow for the manifestation of matter from nothingness; and special types, the wild cards that defy standard classification. In a tense silence, the villains watch Elias approach. Quietly, Spez triggers his gift, signaling to the group that the prey had arrived. Physical power, cerebral synchronization. Eliagni, eyeing Elias, note this. A physical type just like me. Years ago, Eliagni crossed paths with Elias during a joint exercise, and through keen observation, she reached a definitive conclusion. Elias, confronting the mob, offers the final choice: accept the collar and live, or face the Reaper. A blast erupts from a cell, launched as an opening salvo. What Eliagni remembered was still true. Elias doesn't bother to evade any strike. She planned to coordinate the entire group, to rain fire from the elevated cells and bury Elias in chaos. Spez commends Yagni for her insight, but she was oblivious to the real reason why Elias ignored the incoming fire. He drinks it all in. Evasion simply isn't worth his effort. But that was only the tip of the iceberg. She had a contingency. Caught off guard, Elias is suddenly cocooned in power, dampening hardware, trapped by an inmate who can manipulate objects through thought. Moments earlier, the thief had scavenged every device from the fallen guards, but he feared they were too small and that the hero would simply shatter them. Eliagni reassures him that size doesn't matter. The trick was sheer volume. 10 would paralyze a Tier 2, and 15 could bring a Tier 1 to their knees. Million, using his gift, launches the entire stash with perfect accuracy. Even then, Eliagni commands, let's leave nothing to chance, put 30 of them on him. The ambush was a resounding success. The inmates began to revel in their perceived triumph, but Eliagni's logic had three fatal flaws. The first is that Elias's power dwarfs any tier 1 rating. Fueled by cold fury, Elias begins to flex against the dampeners until they shatter into dust. The room went silent as the criminals watched the fragments fall. With a predatory gaze, Elias begins to dismantle the mob, severing Spez's mental link, who was left paralyzed by the impossibility of it. And just like that, Eliagni was left without words. The remaining convicts descended into madness. Seeing the heroes advance, Eliagni screamed to Spez that it was time to initiate Plan B. In front of Elias, the ultimate stalemate unfolded. The convicts had shielded themselves with several living guards. Eliagni's second fatal flaw is assuming Elias possesses a physical type power. His gift is a special type. They roar, "If you want these people to breathe, you'll have to." Would you like me to edit the next set of SRT lines for this story? With a lightning-fast sweep of his palm, Elias strikes through every single one of those lowlifes, carefully ensuring the guards remain untouched. The fading criminals, in their final throes, hiss insults at Eliagni for her failure, while the snipers in the cells start contemplating a surrender. And just like that, one of them creeps out, sobbing for mercy, but Elias has already unleashed his gift. He manifested a colossal blade. With a roar, he commands the edge to cleave every aggressor in his path, coldly informing the inmate trying to quit that the window for mercy has slammed shut. The third critical error in Eliagni's strategy was preparing for a confrontation. That was fundamentally unwinnable. Spez, consumed by dread, shrieks at Eliagni, demanding to know how they were dismantled so easily. She reels internally. How is it even possible that he pulverized 30 dampeners in a heartbeat? Infuriated by the noise, she ripped him apart, whirling around to drive her hand through his chest. She continues to lash out at his body on the floor. Rising, she wonders why. If Elias possessed such terrifying power, he had remained a ghost until now. Bitterly, she screams that the entire situation is a farce. Turning, she catches a glimpse of a guard trying to slip away unnoticed. The man, realizing he's been spotted, starts wailing for rescue. Eliagni raised her limb to finish him, but mid-swing, her hand was severed from her arm. Staring at her stump, she didn't have a second to process the pain. Before Elias, looming behind her, addresses her as Heroine Eliagni. As the guard scrambles to safety, Elias adds, "Or perhaps I should address you as Imate Eliagni. Do you have any final words?" The protagonist demands. She is forced to face the reality that she had miscalculated on a catastrophic scale. "So, what will your parting statement be?" Elias asks. Eliagni asks if the rumors were true, if the entire Equidad squad had fallen. Yes, the protagonist confirms. Mockingly, Eliagni laughs and assumes Figa is also among the dead. Elias greets this with a heavy silence. "So she's gone," the villain muses. "I warned her against playing the hero, but she was always so headstrong. My little sister never could listen to reason. Regardless," she inquires, "Equidad's creed was against execution. Do the other capes even know you're doing this?" Eliagni recounts the tireless effort Rosa spent to reform the hero world, and how Elias has ultimately betrayed her vision. Elias listens with a chilling calm before asking, "Are you through talking?" The hero system is fundamentally broken. That was Eliagni's very first realization. Upon entering the ranks, simply to fulfill their quotas for hunting criminals, they were granted a free pass even for killing bystanders. Innocent people, caught in the crossfire of their wars. Eliagni adopted the alias Bliss for one simple reason. She was a legendary hero. "I'd be lost without your guidance." This is Figa, Eliagni's younger sibling. Unlike her sister, Figa was born without any special gifts. Because of this, she was always leaning on her older sister for protection. Naturally, Eliagni would reply, "I am perfection personified, arente e." There was a darkness festering within Eliagni. Her title said she saved people, but she never did it out of kindness. When a survivor offered their gratitude, she would dismiss it casually, claiming she was merely on the clock. In reality, that rush of absolute superiority was her only addiction. Then came the day. Eliagni took a villain's life during a raid. It was her first kill. It granted her an intoxicating sense of being a god among men. That thrill became a hunger she couldn't satisfy. She began slaughtering anyone she could, thug or civilian. As a hero, she found it twisted. Pleasure in executing partners who were weaker than her. That specific look of shock and betrayal in their eyes. After being bested by, Eliagni was the most divine sensation she had ever known. When they whimpered for their lives, they wore Eliagni's favorite mask. But every shadow eventually finds the light. Figa grew suspicious when Eliagni would return late, reeking of iron and blood. So one evening she decided to tail her, witnessing her in the middle of a brutal murder. Being caught didn't even faze the killer. Well, whatever. Want on the fun? Eliagni asked the young Figa. If not, I'll finish this one myself, said the woman, laughing with total insanity. Figa screams for her to stop, but suddenly chains lash out to bind Eliagni's arm. In that moment of crisis, Figa had awakened her gift, and her debut as a heroine was to arrest her own flesh and blood. Following that night, Figa enlisted, officially to keep a permanent watch on her sister, Eliagni, who was from then on classified as a high-threat villain. Eventually, Figa successfully hunted and caged her sister. Eliagni told her how boring it was to be treated like a monster. Besides, she noted that Figa's power had grown considerably more potent. The tragedy is that you aren't a physical powerhouse. I truly pity those of you who can only fight from across the room. You'll never taste the pure ecstasy of feeling a skull give way under your own fingers. Even as my sister, you'll never understand my bliss. Figa, in retort, tells her to shut her lying mouth. Their sisterhood ended that night. Eliagni asks Elias how Figa's life ended, if she managed to find any peace. At this, the protagonist recalls Figa falling. During the catastrophe against Kiro, her final words were, "It hurts so much. Won't you come save me, sister?" The protagonist informs Eliagni that Figa died with her sister on her mind, even in those agonizing final moments. Furget ispuka Eliagni sais. I shouldn't have asked. That truth leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. She ignites her power to the absolute limit, reshaping her entire form and forging a blade to replace her. Lost hand. With a leap, she lunges to impale the protagonist. In a flash, he had vanished, reappearing right behind her. She turns, but meets a kick that craters her into the stone wall. Elias stands perfectly still, watching the debris clear when Eliagni launches a frontal assault, only to be countered by a direct punch to the gut, forcing her to cough up blood. Sinking to her knees, her transformation begins to fail. You're a condemned inmate on death row, but I still find myself feeling a pang of shame for killing my comrade's kin. Elias admits, looking down at the broken woman. Then let me live. Eliagni pleads. You're an Equidad hero. Rosa would never sanction cold-blooded murder. Elias counters with the grim reality. He is a hero no more. Eliagni continues to beg, sobbing for her life. The fear of the void consumes her. But Elias, watching this display, tells her to remember every soul she extinguished before. Every single one of them begged for a second chance. From the civilians to the heroes she butchered. They all pleaded just like this. And you remember exactly what your answer was, don't you? Eliagni tries to chuckle at the irony. She knew the end was inevitable. A cataclysmic crash reverberates through the entire prison and the landscape beyond. That sound triggered 3 distinct reactions. Anna, for her part, bounces and shrieks with pure glee, while the guards on the second tier was frozen in terror. And in the dark heart of the facility, Kiro finally loses his patience. He's been waiting far too long, so he decides to go hunting. On his own terms. But at that moment, Kiro is struck by a blow. He hits the floor and asks, what in the world was that kind of power? Are you bored, little boy? Someone asks him, would you like to play with me? Says a man walking toward Kiro and the girl. This is Kingston the First, prisoner of Ruculus prison. Kiro tells the old man that he's a little scary. Kingston responds, relax, dear. I'm just an old man who likes to play with children. What the hell? No, but he really says that. What the fuck? The officers call Valeria so she can see from the cameras the situation on the 5th Basement floor. Old Kingston and Kiro have just run into each other. To Valeria, that was good news because it means one of the two would end up dead. Personally, she hopes the old man comes out victorious for being less problematic. What bothers her is that woman who keeps floating next to Kiro. Kiro asks the old man if he really just said that he wants to play with him. He's not in the mood for that. Oh well, that's too bad, says the old man. I would be delighted to play with you. Would you like me to continue editing the rest of the SRT for the executor? This situation just took a bizarre turn. Kingston is the inaugural convict in history to be thrown into the depths of Rookulus prison. Unlike the monsters on the 4th and 5th tiers, who slaughtered millions of souls, Kingston only took 3 lives. His first target was Caracas, the most formidable and savage villain of that era. His remaining victims were Clark and Hielo, the most legendary heroic duo of their generation. Essentially, this old man got bored of the morning news one day, stepped out onto the pavement, and deleted the strongest villain on the planet. Then, he tracked down the ultimate heroic pair and ended them too. The man is a total enigma. He emerged from obscurity and toppled the 3 greatest powers in existence. The veteran remarks, I extinguished those who were deemed invincible. Doesn't that crown me as the world's strongest? What a massive letdown. After those words, he surrendered to the authorities without a word. In fact, there wasn't even a struggle. He was also shielded by the fact that, during those years, the bond between the heroes and the state was ironclad. Kingston, addressing Kiro, mentions that he only wanted a little amusement. There's no need for terror, since I have no intention of killing you yet. Feeling the pressure, Kiro relents. With a gesture, he levitates the remains, crushing them into spheres of flesh. He decides he'll entertain the old man after all. He hurls the gore balls at Kingston. The old man's superhuman reflexes kick in. Raising his palms and bracing himself, he intercepts one of the orbs and redirects it. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 10. Like a cyclone, he parries every single strike, shattering them into crimson mist against the masonry. Kiro watches, completely unfazed, while the elder wears a playful grin. Kingston admits he was mistaken, the old man assumed. Kiro utilized something akin to telekinesis, but it seems the boy wields a far different gift. However, he complains that playing with him is a bore. There's no satisfaction in executing you if you're already on the verge of death anyway. You insufferable little brat, snaps. Kingston, I've buried dozens just like you. Every rookie thinks they're the apex predator in the shallows. With a stomp, the old man obliterates the floor behind him. Kingston declares that arrogance is the poison that kills everyone's potential. With a deafening impact, the guards wail, paralyzed by fear, while Valeria commands them to stop their pathetic sobbing. Rookulus prison is built with titanium-reinforced walls. Not even a whole squad of Tier 1 heroes could hope to scratch them. Kingston vows to teach the young villain some respect. He lances forward. Kiro can barely track his movements, meaning he's about to take the full force of the blow, triggering a seismic blast that rattles the entire facility. An officer shrieks in panic while Valeria and Elias remain stoic. Valeria asks which monster came out on top. Crawling toward the screen, the officer reports the disaster. Just intensified. Kiro is still breathing. Kingston's strike missed, leaving the walls in ruins. Now we're truly in the fire, Valeria sighs. The boy wonders if the old man was a living drill, or a human jackhammer. How could he pierce through barriers that dense with such ease? Maybe we should shadow him, Kiro suggests. Turning around, the 2 white-haired figures hear Anna telling them that, instead of chasing the old man, they should stay and keep her company. Valeria can't comprehend what she's witnessing, and Kiro wonders, who on earth is this Anna girl? She retorts that Kiro can learn everything about her if he chooses to stay. Valeria is panicked because, clearly, how did she appear on the 5th sublevel before Elias could even arrive? Anna waves at the camera, stating she doesn't care for an audience. Valeria slams her desk in frustration. She was completely powerless to intervene. Back with Elias, he was already standing at the threshold of the next floor. He signals Valeria to trigger the lock, but static and interference have killed the signal. That silence prompts Elias, losing his patience, to pry the massive doors open with his bare hands. Elias descended the concrete steps to the second basement level. The striking difference was that on the surface in the first tier, the air was thick with iron and the floor was carpeted with bodies. Here there was only void. Everything was pristine, not a single smudge of blood. A piercing cry captures the hero's focus. A woman fleeing from a pair of nightmarish beasts. She begs the hounds to back off. Spotting the protagonist, she screams, "Santiago," leaving him momentarily stunned. On the verge of being mauled, Elias intervenes with his power, annihilating both creatures instantly. Collapsing on the floor, the woman catches her breath. Elias asks if she's unharmed. She shouts, "Santiago," again while lunging to hug the protagonist. He asks what she thinks she's doing. According to her, Santiago belongs on the 5th floor, and she demands to know why he hid his powers from her. Pulling back, Elias clarifies he isn't Santiago, but rather his brother. In shock, the woman stammers, asking if he is truly the hero Elias. She asks the protagonist why he's disguised in a guard's uniform. Elias tells her if she's safe, she must evacuate. This is a combat zone. By the way, brother-in-law. The girl adds, leaving Elias utterly speechless. He demands to know what she means. Thrilled by the meeting, she introduces herself as Sajam. Very soon, she will officially be part of his family. At that bombshell, the protagonist is left completely dazed. Further in, a boy senses that intruders have breached his sanctuary. A girl replies that she can already feel their presence. She muses on how many transgressions those souls must have committed to be here. Meal is fuming because Elias slaughtered his pets. He decides the solution is simple. The trespassers will be sent straight to hell. Conversing with the hero, the girl tells him she had only ever seen him in glossy photos and news clips, but he's much more imposing in the flesh. Once more, she identifies as Sajam, an investigator at Rucula's prison. Elias notes that Santiago mentioned he was seeing someone, but he never breathed a word about a wedding. Sajam gestures to her stomach, whispering that his niece or nephew is already on the way. In that instant, the protagonist can't even find his voice. Sajam adds, "We only confirmed it a few days ago, so it's likely only been a month." Santiago planned to tell you the news after Kiro was put to death. Skeptical, Elias asks if this is all the truth, causing Sajam to worry and ask if this revelation is a problem. "No, not at all," Elias replies, his eyes narrowing. Changing the subject, Sajam asks Elias what his purpose is in the prison. He reveals he was commissioned as a warden to carry out the execution of every inmate on site. Sajam is stunned. Was Lady Valeria coercing him? Elias says he'll clarify the entire nightmare, since the girl seems completely in the dark. After a brief summary of the chaos, Sajam wonders who would be insane enough to siege Rucula's prison. But more critically, what had become of Santiago? Santiago is unharmed, transmitting distress signals from the 5th sublevel. The protagonist lies, burying a truth that would only break her heart. This brings Sajam a wave of relief, and Elias attempts to lead her to the exit for her safety. However, she insists on staying to assist the protagonist with her gift. "What's your ability?" Elias inquires. Sajam explains her gift is a creation type, allowing her to glimpse anyone's memories the moment they lock eyes with her. It's a remarkably intrusive power. Noticing Elias's unease, she reassures him. She would never use her gift against family. She typically reserves it to provide therapy for inmates with deep trauma. Elias argues it won't help in a war. Sajam reveals that the 2nd floor is ruled by the siblings. Meal and Male, wielding special type powers, they conjure entities that pierce the hearts of victims. That is, when they trigger their secondary power to turn them into dolls. Eventually, every soul on this level became their marionette. I'm familiar with those two's abilities, because Nina was their mentor, Elias states. That's why he doesn't need a briefing on them. Sajam points out that even so, many of the puppets are actually guards, and the protagonist won't be able to distinguish them from the convicts. She could peer into their minds and save them before it's too late. Would you like me to continue editing the remaining lines for you? Naturally, Elias highlights the obvious. If they're puppets, doesn't that mean they're already deceased? You claimed their hearts were impaled. So how are they still breathing? Sajam clarifies that they are, against all odds, alive. They simply need to be liberated from the siblings' grip. Clasping her hands over her heart, she insists that if she can just speak to them, she can sway. The children. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. Think of your unborn child. Elias commands. I am aware of the baby, but my oath as an officer compels me to fulfill my obligations. She retorts, standing her ground. That is her final answer. Recognizing the same stubborn spark his brother possessed, Elias relents slightly and, raising his palm, he agrees. He channels his energy into crimson lightning, spinning a vortex around her until she's encased in a glowing orb. Elias assures her that within this shield, she is untouchable. Sajam asks if the energy will harm her, as a strange tingling sensation washes over her. Traversing the sector, they eventually face the puppet army. Sajam informs him these are under Male's thrall. The older brother, and warns that Male is likely lurking nearby. The hero asks her to point out the innocent guards. Sajam shuts her eyes and, upon opening them, activates her gift, spotting two puppets positioned at the very rear. She pleads with Elias to isolate them safely, but the protagonist has a far more direct strategy. He darkens the shield so that Sajam cannot witness the next move. He claims there's a more efficient path. Wreathed in lightning, he streaks through the mob, solely to pluck the guards from the chaos. Lunging at one of the puppets, he obliterates its head with a single, crushing blow. The efficient path is the total extermination of the inmates. Two more puppets charge. The hero, who repels them with a violent surge, and following through instantly, Elias takes another head with a precision kick. Without missing a beat, he impales the rest with his energy, while Sajam remains oblivious to the carnage, observing the slaughter through a mystical crystal orb. The siblings are frozen in disbelief, and the girl trembles, asking her brother if this man's power surpasses their mentor, Neno. I cannot say. Male whispers. Is he as terrifying as the woman who caged us? Clinging to her brother's arm, the young girl whimpers that she is consumed by fear. Male comforts her, pulling her close amidst his remaining forces. He vows, we won't let him end us without a fight. Elias dissolves the protection, allowing Sajam to breathe. She immediately demands to know why she was blinded and what became of the puppets. Elias calmly explains that he secured the guards before dealing with the hostiles. Sajam finds the explanation baffling. Since the facilities, execution chambers are all located on the 5th floor, Elias bluntly states he handled it himself. Horrified, Sajam asks whose dark idea it was for Elias to act as executioner. The choice was entirely mine, the protagonist declares. Outraged, the girl asks if Valeria actually sanctioned this massacre. She did, he confirms. What was that heartless woman thinking? She cries in frustration. Sajam cannot fathom Elias's willingness to kill. I am merely performing the duty that prison wardens are paid to do. Do you take issue with that? Elias counters. I do, says Sajam. A guard's purpose isn't to take lives. It's to offer a path to redemption. Heavens, here we go. Another idealist? No thank you. Elias snaps back. I have no patience for sermons on grand ideals. Heroes shouldn't kill. And justice belongs to the courts, and so on. I've seen the ruins left behind by those who only chase ideals. They are obliterated the moment they meet monsters who have no interest in logic. Frankly, I am finished caring about the title of hero or guard. I should have purged these predators years ago. Sajam insists Elias is wrong. They aren't monsters. They are human beings. And then comes the talk of human rights, and he was a good boy. He only robs, he doesn't hurt anyone, on and on. Seriously, Elias asks, what are you even babbling about? What part of them strikes you as human? Every criminal below the 2nd level is caged for the mass murder of millions. Not a single one of them earns the right to live. Historically, there were fierce debates to scrap the death penalty because of its inherent flaws. But those arguments fall on deaf ears, especially for those whose parents were taken by people like these. But Sajam, they all possess a history, particularly Male and Male. Sajam pleads. The hero, losing his temper, says that everyone has a tragic backstory to hide behind, but the victims are the ones whose stories were stolen. Their futures erased, their lives snuffed out. Besides, what difference does it make if I execute them with my bare hands? Or if a machine does it? Sajam struggles for a rebuttal, but Elias shuts the conversation down. Raising his hand, he commands her to stay silent. Otherwise, he will drag her to the exit. He intends to finish this his way. The sheer tension makes the girl tremble, and she falls silent. Advancing, the pair encounters puppets adorned with vibrant red crowns. These were far more ominous, steeped in darkness and blood. Elias asks for the guards to be marked, identifying the three in the rear. He readies for battle until Sajam whispers that Santiago will be broken when he learns the truth of his brother's actions. Lunging with a sudden burst, one of the puppets drags a blade across the neck of the protagonist, but not even a mark was left on his skin. Santiago will be disappointed. Elias has reached his limit with these lectures. A brutal knee strike puts the puppet down permanently. Tightening his grip, he strikes with a cold, iron expression. He remembers the voices, all the lectures, all the preaching. With his claw, he shreds another puppet, while musing that it's much easier to preach than to act. Condensing his power into miniature orbs, he commands Mode 5, unleashing them upon the remaining puppets, who are engulfed in the blast, disintegrating into nothingness. Under a literal rain of blood, Elias finally purged a portion of his fury through the slaughter. Watching him, Anna can hardly contain her thrill. It seems Elias's rage is a powerful aphrodisiac for her. They pressed on, facing even more marionettes. Sajam points out 3 more guards hidden within. Before Elias can move, he watches as a massive door is swung wide by the siblings themselves, accompanied by a towering sentinel, offering a grim welcome to the intruders. Meeting him was a distinct pleasure for the pair. Elias thanks the siblings for saving him the effort of hunting them down. Oh, I am fascinated to see Sajam's reaction when she realizes Santiago was murdered. Will she still preach redemption? They're human, they're victims. They're just misunderstood. Ridiculous. An oppressive silence falls, which Sajam breaks, calling the siblings by name. Male inquires why lady. Sajam refused to join their side. Surely, she is a candidate for paradise. Ignoring the taunt, she demands they relinquish their hold on the guards. If they comply, she vows to end them without suffering. Male clutches his sister, asking if there's any path that doesn't lead to their graves. Elias counters that the convicts on the upper levels were given the chance to live, but from the second basement onward, they are guilty of slaughtering thousands. Therefore, death is the only sentence. Male had heard this intruder served with his master, Nino, and the woman who captured them. Meal adds, but you are nothing like them. You are destined for hell. The girl spits, only to be hushed by her brother. Well, we shall see who arrives there first. Elias retorts, bracing for strike. Male tries a final gambit, offering to release the guards if the hero spares their lives. Elias gives a flat refusal. Sajam screams at the siblings to stop making this difficult. They only need to accept the suppressors and surrender. Male refuses. They believe they've done nothing to earn death, and he claims Lady Sajam knows their hearts. Sajam tries to speak to Male, but Elias, cutting her off, states with irritation that there is no reasoning with them. Words are wasted on predators. Sajam watches in dread as Elias forges a massive hammer of energy, declaring she shouldn't worry, because even monsters can be taught through pain. Would you like me to continue with the next segment of the SRT? Stranger, we possess no desire to battle you. Male declares. Precisely, Meal interjects. You will sympathize once you hear our history. Be quiet. I decline. It is quite pointless, Elias retorts. This drives Sajam to shriek at him that he absolutely must negotiate with the youths to resolve this without violence. There was no justification for such cruelty. Turning, Elias commands her to remain silent, and instantaneously shackles the siblings, binding them tightly and hoisting them aloft. He utters the following. A criminal once shared his torture methods with me. With fury in his gaze, he tells them he never imagined that one day he would actually utilize them. The only brute here who is beyond reason is you. Stranger, Male spits. Not a brute. You are a cursed monster. Meal whimpers, leaving Elias momentarily stunned. The siblings lose consciousness. Two blacked-out captives. With this, Elias confirms that the pair wield special category gifts. Preparing the execution, Elias ponders why they persisted in calling him a monster. A massive swarm of puppets emerges, but at blinding velocity, Elias decapitates them all with a swipe. It's pure hypocrisy. The protagonist muses. Meal is paralyzed with fear watching him through her orb. Male inquires of his sister if she requires aid, but she refuses, because the boy had to focus entirely on breaching the wall. Meal intends to stall the protagonist with a deception, trapping him inside a mystical enclosure. It manifests directly before Elias, unleashing a tide of demonic fiends, wearing scarlet crowns. The protagonist, observing them, reasons there will be no remorse in slaying them, since they are not even remotely human. Delivering a strike, he pulverizes the skull of the lead creature. Leaping, he descends upon another, crushing it. Evading, he strikes his target and uses its remains as a springboard. And as his energy surged downward, he eradicated the remaining demons. Without breaking a sweat, Meal was spiraling into panic. Screaming, she asks her brother, "How much longer?" Male answers, "At least 10 minutes. Understandably, he is shivering uncontrollably. Meal bites her finger and, shouting, vows she will buy more time. A tremor from above halts them. En explosion sans dust billowing everywhere. Blinding the siblings, for it was him, Elias, finally making his entrance. The siblings, staring at the gap in the ceiling, hear the protagonist state, "There is no sense in distracting me with decoys. This is your final warning. Surrender the wardens, and I will grant you a merciful end." Gazing into that piercing look from the protagonist, Male realizes his options have vanished. Even witnessing the ceiling and every layer pulverized by Elias, he knows he can be reached. He is in total disbelief. Lifting his right hand, crackling with power, Elias commands them once more to release the guards. Paralyzed by fright, both children choke up. But Male reacts, throwing his arms up. Using his gift, he carves several golden mystic runes above Elias, who watches intently. Still, he remains unfazed, and from these portals emerge 4 towering, cursed archangels to confront him. They are Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel. With a flash of light, multiple slashes shred all the angels into fragments. Meal and Male, witnessing the aftermath, are horrified. He, as a final desperate act, uses his sorcery against the guards, making them float and threatening the protagonist to stay back or else. "No," Elias says. Male, hearing his sister sob, turns and sees she has been ensnared by the protagonist's lightning. Now, it is Elias who dictates the terms. He warns Male that his sister will endure a gruesome death. As the torture begins, Meal shrieks in agony. Male, hearing his sister's cries, is left utterly shattered. Elias, for his part, remains stony-faced. It does not disturb him in the least. The gut-wrenching noise echoing from the poor girl. Stammering, Male capitulates. He falls to his knees and vows to free the wardens. His solitary plea is to speak with Lady Sajum, but Elias was not that gullible. He answers chillingly, "You complete your end of the bargain first, because I have no intention of stopping." Surrounded by the screams, Male realizes he is cornered. Bathed in a glow, both siblings clasp hands, kneeling to commence the release of the wardens and captives. Everyone is divided into 2 factions. In front of Elias, the criminals look at each other in confusion. "Where are we?" they mutter. The response is savage. A well-earned execution by the protagonist's hand. The children retreat. They are absolutely terrified, and the officers look on in amazement. One of them, dazed, asks why the hero is disguised in a warden's uniform. Elias gives no reply. He simply points toward the stairwell. "Climb. You'll find safety up there." The officers, still baffled, have no choice but to comply. Male glares at the protagonist. "We have upheld our side of the agreement. Now it is time for you to fulfill yours." Elias tightens his jaw in revulsion, but he remains a man of his word. "I will lead you to Sajum, so that—" "Da, my dear," he replies. The children are shocked. They didn't anticipate him honoring the deal. Elias turns away, saying, "Follow me." This is no environment for an expectant mother. At the summit of the stairs, Elias shatters the protective shield. Sajam gasps for air, trying to find her breath. Still trembling, she asks about the outcome. "It is finished." Elias answers, "The guards are out of danger." Sajam eyes him intently. "And the children?" The protagonist replies, "Alive, but their time is short. Once the deal is satisfied, they will be put to death." She scowls. There is no call for such extremes. Simply neutralize their gifts. Elias doesn't flinch. His expression is rigid. "No, I will not grant mercy to anyone from the lowest depths of this tomb." Male, with a quivering voice, steps forward. "Lady Sajam, do you truly believe we deserve to perish?" The boy pleads. "No, we did nothing so monstrous. Please, make this man understand." Elias turns slowly and tells Sajam not to be too long. Sajam attempts to whisper the children's names, but falters when she sees them. Both are huddled on the floor, weeping, clinging to each other with sheer dread in their eyes. That sight freezes her, and she cannot find the words. Elias remains silent for a moment, then asks Sajam, "Have you nothing to say to them?" Male watch in horror. The only person who could have saved them remained utterly speechless. Their hope evaporates. Elias reaches out and masks the woman's view once more. He slowly approaches the children. "Well, I honor my oath," he says. "Now the hour of your execution has arrived." Mia weeps frantically, begging for pity. She is desperate to live. Drowning in panic, she only hopes Male will shield her. Elias does not hesitate. His power ignites instantly, and he strikes a direct blow at the children. A massive plume of dust erupts upon impact. Everything falls quiet. When the haze of debris dissipates, we find Elias perplexed. Male had suddenly grown a mustache? No. Standing resolute before them is the protector Nino, the hero of Equidad. With his mystic barrier, he shields the students from harm. Male and Meal shriek with joy. Elias is entirely confused. "Were you not dead?" he asked with a booming voice. Nino stands unfaltering with his shield. Elias glares at his former ally with a scowl. Was this perhaps some trickery of his siblings? He didn't dismiss the possibility immediately. A captive from a second basement tier shouldn't be capable of manifesting a defense of that magnitude. He evaluates, computes, and arrives at the only sensible conclusion. Nino cast a protection spell on them beforehand. But why? Why squander his strength shielding two felons? Elias cannot fathom it. It matters not. He muses while pooling his energy into his palm. Nothing will shift. The siblings witness it all. Paralyzed by dread, Elias bolsters his pace, hoists his hand, and strikes the barricade with all his might. He shatters it into shards as if it were mere glass. Fragments linger in the air, yet Elias charges through them, unwavering. But moments before he reaches them, Nino triggers dozens of mystic seals around the youths. Fresh bulwarks manifest in a heartbeat. Elias halts for a brief second. What on earth is wrong with the veteran? What sort of enchantment did he cast upon them? He hesitates no longer. He batters the walls again and smashes them to splinters, then another and another. Elias pulverizes shield after shield, closing in on the little ones regardless of the fact that even Nino's spirit is shielding them. Until a change occurs. A sensation ripples through him. Unease. It was a spectacular day. Elias stood amidst the blossoms, surrounded by his comrades from Equidad. At the base of a small mound, Nino frolicked with a cluster of children. He chuckled and chuckled, the little ones chased him as if he were one of their own. This boy remarked in a teasing tone, "That old man has more vitality than all of us combined." The bald warrior laughs heartily, nearly toppling over. "That's all right, as long as he's content. Let him play to his heart's content." He seizes the moment to ask, "Figa, and you? Would you like to have little ones after our wedding?" Figa, distant and with a look of irritation, says no. They begin to bicker in hushed but rapid voices. Rosa, feigning annoyance, settles them down. Before anyone can react, Nino bellows from below, "Come on, let's join the kids in their games." A short while later, everyone is enjoying themselves. But the solitary one not laughing is Elias, who is propped against a tree trunk with visible melancholy. Nino wanders over to him, walking, without any rush. Don't you care for children? He inquired. Elias gives a slow shake of his head. That isn't the issue, he says in a soft, weary voice. I don't know how to interact with them. I feel awkward. Nino takes a seat beside him. If you reflect on how your parents nurtured you, perhaps you'll discover the solution there. Elias glances at him. Sideways. My parents passed away shortly after my birth. I have zero memories of them. Santiago is my sole kin. Nino goes rigid. Oh. He clears his throat to mask that he blundered with his remark, and offers an apology. Well, I wasn't aware. The silence lingers then. Nino lifts his voice again, more bubbly, as if nothing had transpired. If you lacked a father figure, we could train together. I'll treat you as if you're a big little infant. Elias grimaces, slightly miffed and wary. Nino chuckles, clumsily, saying he was only teasing and that the hero's expression was pure perfection. But in all seriousness, Elias, whenever you feel like a helpless child, you can come talk with me. Elias ponders for a beat while the others play, and replies, No thank you. That day beneath the downpour, Hero confronted Equidad with a smirk. Elias was just staring to his left. That small child beside Figa was lifeless. Turning to his right, Rosa and the other bald man were also beaten. Blood is what he wept from the fury and madness he felt. Elias was called by a voice. It's all right. Don't fret. Everything is going to be okay. Those were Nino's final words. It is then when only the final bulwark, guarding the siblings, remained standing. Elias freezes before the image of his friend, who beamed kindly yet wearily. The protagonist, with a touch of grief, halts his assault. Instead, he suppresses his power, freeing Sajum, who is taken aback. Lowering her gently, Elias asks her if the talent to read thoughts could also be applied to a technique. Yes, Sajum replies, pointing skyward. He asks her to scan the veteran's memories to find out what he was thinking when he shielded the siblings. Sajum, seeing who it was, recognizes him instantly. With her gift, she manifests tiny memories of Nino together with the siblings in the palm of her hand. How repulsive, says Elias. Conversely, to Sajum, it looked truly precious. The protagonist asks why the runt's memories were also present. Sajum explains it was because they were entwined with Nino's. Elias eyes her warily, but she clarifies she didn't do it intentionally. Regardless, the protagonist says no matter what their backgrounds are, their death sentence is not going to waver. These words cause the memories to turn somber, but Sajum, spotting something, mentions that it would be better if Elias witnessed it with his own eyes. She releases the tiny memories. A pitch-black chamber, flickering with candlelight. We see several cages and a voice saying, Welcome, people. Inside cages would be traded to the highest bidder. An underground auction? No. This place is perdition. Trap of the siblings Mail and Meal, barely 6 years into their lives. Beneath a shattered city, a secret human trafficking ring auction off. Human beings with supernatural gifts, Mail and Meal, were cast there after their own father traded them away. The most prized were those with special type powers, and also those with physical traits capable of altering their forms. Then there were the creation types, viewed as ordinary. They were the least prized. That's why the siblings masked their true potential, revealing only their summoning talent. Until one day, the door to their prison swung open. They had been purchased. The woman asks if those were the children, capable of calling forth angels and demons. The slaver, perplexed, didn't grasp why someone wanted to weigh so much on 2 useless runts. He was certain that in a matter of days, the lady would return demanding a refund. But she answered breezily, It's just curiosity. And then, with a sinister smirk, she wondered aloud what would occur if you fused an angel with a demon. Mail and Meal looked at each other, stunned. They didn't grasp what was unfolding. The woman comforted them, saying, Don't fret, you're still too tiny to understand. Her smirk grew broader, more twisted. But bit by bit you'll explore your new perversions. And just at that moment, something shuddered. The woman and the slaver looked up, alarmed, but it was too late. The ceiling was suddenly impaled by a blazing stone. A cursed meteorite crashed like a holy sentence from the heavens. The entire district was blanketed in dust. The impact was so savage the area was leveled. From the debris, the slaver and the woman emerged reeling, wondering what on earth had just transpired. "Are you all right?" Male asked his sister, gasping. Then they saw the sunbeams. For the first time in ages, dozens of people were shielded by emerald barricades. They didn't grasp what had happened until they heard a chuckle. Ho, ho, twirling his massive mustache. A jovial man floated down through the dust, joined by a girl in a bunny outfit. "It's magic," says Nino, introducing himself, calling her mentor with a raring yell. "Wendy, Nino's pupil." "You rotten old man." She barked at him. "You promised you were going to train me. I can't learn anything if you just drop a meteorite out of thin air," she told him. Nino, laughing, tells the girl, "Don't fret. With a little creative spark, you'll be able to do it too. It's the mystery of creation-type power." Wendy grumbles, "Still, it's far too complex." "You absolute rotten old man." Nino, brushing her off, asks calmly, "Did you finish what I requested?" Wendy, still miffed, tells him yes. All the traffickers were seized, and the captives are already out of harm's way. "Excellent. Then let's return to your lessons," responds Nino. Wendy gets annoyed, since she wouldn't be able to call down a meteorite as quickly as she hoped. A shy voice interrupted. "Excuse me," say Male and Meal. They crept forward, trembling, and begged Nino to take them in, claiming they also possessed the gift of creation. Wendy's immediate response was a sharp no. Master Nino had vowed she would be his solitary apprentice. "I recall no such promise," Nino interjected, beaming warmly while, when he stood there, jaw dropped in utter disbelief. Approaching the little ones, the elder invited them to demonstrate their current skills. Wendy shrieked from the sidelines that he was nothing but a treacherous old man. With hands raised, Male and Meal manifested an angel and a demon. Wendy was completely floored. How is this even possible? At their age, they should be making dolls or puppies. Nino watched them intently, then declared, "Very well, I shall school you in the arts of magic." 3 years drifted by. Throughout that span, Nino mentored the siblings in mastering their creative essence, the vital ingredient. The veteran would explain, while sketching glowing runes in the air, is a vivid imagination. That is the spark where everything originates. Your power cannot manifest what your mind cannot conceive. Male chose angels, a memory of his mother's protective embrace. Meal birthed demons born from the shadow of their father's cruelty. Creation is the mirror of the soul's inner landscape. The deeper your vision, the more intricate your works. You can also choose a narrow focus, much like that rabbit girl behind me who only cares about dropping celestial boulders. Nino then posed the question, "Which destiny do you two wish to pursue?" Male and Meal answered as one, heaven and hell, leaving the old man and Winnie utterly baffled. They recounted how their mother told them that when the righteous perish, they find heaven, while the wicked fall to hell. Those were her final words of comfort. Meal added, "Our ambition is to usher the worthy into paradise and cast every villain into the abyss." They both yearned to reshape the world into a more perfect realm. Nino patted their heads, murmuring, "Then you shall achieve it, for you are truly noble children." But one afternoon, Wendy charged in, breathless and frantic. "Master, the Hero Association is on the line. It's an emergency." Nino's brow darkened. "After disregarding every piece of advice I gave, what an utterly brazen lot." When he continued, "They claim that he has been sighted in Finland." Nino froze instantly. His eyes widened in shock. He demanded of the bunny girl, "Repeat that. And why in the world haven't they deployed the Equidad squad immediately?" Clutching his forehead, Nino let out a heavy sigh. Wendy summoned the siblings. No." They panicked, realizing their mentor was departing. "Where are you going?" The little ones cried. Meal lunged to hug him tight. She couldn't bear to let him go. She pleaded for him to stay. Male asked, "When will you return to us?" Nino looked away, then whispered, "It will be many years." Male begged to join him. "I am sorry. I cannot allow it. The path ahead is far too lethal for you." The old man replied with iron resolve. Sobbing, Meal wailed that she didn't want. She didn't want to be discarded like garbage again. Wendy, from the corner of the room, asked, "What do you mean, discarded like garbage?" "Listen well. This is my final gift to you. Vow to me that you will shield one another, that you will flourish and remain pure of heart. I give you my word that our paths will cross once more. Thus was the heartbreaking exit of their master. Male and Meal withdrew from society, hiding in the shadows of dread. Terror of the masses. Terror of forging new ties. Terror of experiencing loss again. They practiced incessantly. Their mission was clear. To attain supreme power. They wanted to dazzle Nino the day he finally returned. Yet the passing years sowed seeds of uncertainty. What is our true purpose? What defines the good? And what defines the corrupt? What is the proper use of our? 2 years later, the clarity they sought finally arrived. They forged their own standard of morality. Then they returned to their birthplace. The logic was simple. The virtuous earn heaven, the vile are sent to hell. With a singular vision, they began to construct their perfect society. In less than a month, the entire city was reborn as a utopia. Angels were summoned to police the streets. And during that era, every citizen was meticulously vetted to be dispatched to their final reward. The criteria established by Male and Meal were rooted in their mother's words, basic lessons from their earliest days. No se alem, no literem, no falsio olhos. No public disturbances, no brawling with peers, among other mandates. These were elementary rules of childhood, yet their surface-level innocence only amplified the horror. Even for those who managed to comply, existence wasn't necessarily improved. Male, flanked by a celestial guardian, approached a mother and her child to inform them they had passed the vetting. You have been judged as righteous. The mother, through a veil of tears, clutched her son and begged for mercy. Male told her to find peace, piercing them without a hint of hesitation. He explained that this was not an ending. You both may now slumber forever in the gardens of heaven. As the woman's life ebbed away, a shimmering golden halo manifested above her brow. Male offered a prayer with absolute tranquility. This was the face of their utopia, a distorted dream of perfection. Inevitably, the rumors of this case reached the Hero Association. Please take your places. We shall commence the briefing, announced the director. This is Udali, chairman of the Hero Association. But before beginning, something irritated him. Where's the rest of the council? I assume they vanished, remarked Chow, a Tier 3 champion. Hand over the file. Let's see if there's anything worth my time, added Kusta, another Tier 3 heroine. Udali sat in a long silence, which grated on the two women, who began browsing the list of active contracts for themselves. Both were desperate to climb the rankings, seeking to hunt villains formidable enough to be entombed in the second basement level of Ruculus. Udali noted that if she was looking for a challenge, there was a target from the 3rd tier, but naturally, she declined. It was far too lethal and complex. Scanning the maps again, the heroine wondered why a tiny frontier town was highlighted. Udali explained that they were on the radar because the children's influence was substantial, and they were ranked as first-level basement threats. The hero inquired about the children's actual age. Discussing the details, the heroes couldn't fathom how, at a mere 10 years old, the pair already possessed such terrifying power. In just a few more years, they would surely be elevated to second-level basement threats. Udali, checking his tablet, also mentioned that the siblings held a very unique distinction, as reports indicated they were Nino's former pupils. Stunned by this, the heroes suddenly realized exactly why the kids were so far ahead of their peers. While they continued their bickering, the woman suggested that Nino should be the one to discipline his own students. But the man reminded her how Nino had departed to face the legendary villain, Edward. Udali saw a hand go up and fell silent. The two heroes turned toward the end of the table, where a striking girl volunteered to hunt the siblings. This is Samantha, a Tier 3 heroine specializing in creation magic. Against a backdrop of a fiery sunset, a motorcycle roared down the highway. It was Samantha, pulling over to survey the horizon. Removing her helmet, she was captivated by the stunning sight. The entire skyline pulsated with golden and crimson lights reaching for the stars. Watching through a scrying orb, the siblings saw the intruder enter their domain, and she clearly wasn't there for a casual visit. Moments latte. Samantha strolled through the town, snapping photos with an angel. She sought to understand the mechanics of these beings, observing that they didn't seem truly dead, but rather locked in an eternal sleep, watching the siblings blink through space, trading places with their manifestations. Male demanded to know who the heroine was and what her business was within their borders. Samantha's excitement grew. She found it absolutely mesmerizing and extraordinary. The sheer versatility of the siblings' gifts. Would you like me to translate the next section for you? She contemplates whether she possesses the talent to replicate such a feat. Male commands her to answer and cease her mindless babbling. The master is oblivious to your true nature, isn't he? He only mentors those gifted with creation-type essence. Not special types like yours, Samantha observes, catching the youths off guard. So you've been keeping secrets from him, the woman concludes. The anxious boy demands to know the intruder's true identity. Filling the air with dread, she reveals she is Samantha, one of Nino's former disciples. Meal is stunned, stammering that it's impossible. Nino claimed only Miss Wendy as his pupil. Samantha retorts, well, I suppose the master simply decided to erase me from his memory. Male watches her, utterly bewildered, while she nonchalantly rolls up her sleeves, exposing the jagged scars upon her wrists. Tracing the marks, she confesses she was always obsessed with sharp edges. She recounts how Nino counseled her, warning that to master offensive sorcery, one must first perfect defensive magic. Yet she refused to listen. Consequently, the master lost all interest in her. She slips into a brief melancholy, whispering, that means, how could he? It's completely unfair. She shrieks, like a total psychopath, bolting upright. It's not fair. It's not fair. She repeats the mantra incessantly, terrifying the siblings who observe her with growing alarm. He told me I was a prodigy of magic. He actually smiled the day I showcased my talents. But now I'm nothing but a forgotten ghost to him. Howling through her tears, Samantha ignites her aura. Male instinctively moves to shield his sister. He bellows at the woman that she is unwelcome and must depart in peace. Her expression twisting into a manic glow, Samantha manifests scores of gleaming needles, sharp box cutters, jagged blades, and shears, along with every other instrument of self-harm. Indeed, every dark tool. The broken-hearted favor. Meal and Male scream in unison, begging her to stop, but showing no mercy. Samantha unleashes her magical arsenal upon everyone in sight, slaughtering countless innocents who were already puppets in the siblings' play. Conjuring even more weaponry, Samantha convinces herself that by causing this carnage, she will finally reclaim her master's gaze and force him to acknowledge her once more. Crimson fountains erupt everywhere. Male and Meal are riddled with wounds from Samantha's barrage, who, completely unhinged, hunted them relentlessly, but the bodies were merely decoys swapped at the final second. Using the siblings' elusive powers, drenched in gore, Samantha is overcome by a sick, euphoric high. Scrambling up in terror, Male reaches out for Meal, frantically checking if she's hurt. Once assured, they both stare at Samantha through their mystical, scrying orb, wondering in horror why outsiders are so monstrous. As her initial assault concludes, Samantha stands amidst the ruins, gazing at the heap of corpses and jumping with glee, claiming this was far more exhilarating than she imagined. Another survivor stumbles into view, sparking fresh delight in the sadist, who remained unsatisfied. With a flick of her power, she hurls a box cutter straight toward the man's skull while laughing hysterically. Protecting him with their shimmering ward, the siblings return to confront her, yet Samantha only sneers in mockery. She hadn't realized they were capable of sturdy defensive magic. That shield looks quite resilient. Our master clearly taught you well. The madwoman snarls, oblivious to the angel looming behind. To strike. Sensing the ambush, she carves a rune in the air, bisecting the celestial being with massive magical shears. Impressive defense. But your offense is pathetic, Samantha mocks. Meal is consumed by rage at the woman and screams that she is destined for the deepest pit of hell. Samantha retorts, little girl, you should really watch your tone with me. After all, we were forged by the same hand. Damn, this rush is better than any drug. I've always dreamed of mass slaughter with my gifts, but as a heroine, I'd just be locked away for it. Now I can finally realize My destiny. Thanks to the banquet you've prepared for me. Samantha offers the children a twisted thanks. Raising her palms, the heroine believes she can finally summon her ultimate masterpiece, straining every fiber, gasping for breath. While the siblings can only watch in paralyzed awe, she lets out a piercing cry, fueled by her dark imagination. She conjures a gargantuan box cutter. Samantha, bleeding from her eyes and mouth, and perhaps reaching a fever pitch of ecstasy, celebrates her breakthrough. Imagination is the catalyst for all creation. The massacre of so many innocents sharpens Samantha's dark vision perfectly, granting her a terrifying evolution. She had never summoned something so colossal. The heroine continues her wild cheers. Look at it. It's massive. It's magnificent. Heh, she actually said that to me. Glaring at the siblings, she credits them for her success. So now, perish. Suddenly, she is devoured by a cavernous maw, leaving nothing but a severed arm behind. Male is frozen by the sight, a monstrous, towering demon. But going back to the law of imagination, this applied to Meal as well, who, weeping tears of blood and consumed by fury, envisioned Samantha as a loathsome fiend, triggering an explosion of power. Male couldn't fathom what his sister had just unleashed, but she turns toward him, sobbing, asking if she had truly just taken a human life. Male comforts her, pulling her close. She wasn't human. She was a monster. A year later, the siblings completed their so-called paradise. The circumstances forced the authorities to reclassify their profiles as top-tier villains. Sentenced to the second basement level of Ruculus. Reviewing the report, Nino is stricken with worry, recognizing his beloved pupils. Utili questions if they were truly his students, but Nino is speechless. He had no clue how they had fallen so far. Nino rose to leave immediately to intervene and save his disciples, but Utili barks in order to stay, insisting he must focus on the current crisis. What are you saying? I've only just returned. Nino fires back. Utili, incensed, lashes out at Nino for failing to perform the favor he requested. Instead of executing Edward, he spared him for the government. Nino, turning on his heel in a rage, shouts that he doesn't require anyone's permission to rescue his students. No, says Utili, slamming his fist through the table. I've already told you that you do not have my consent. Shut your mouth. You're nothing but a power-mad pig. Nino retorts, priming his magic. Then I shall go instead, a voice interjects. It was Rosa, a Tier 3 heroine, stepping forward with a proposal. I will deal with those children. Utili agrees, a heroine hungry for promotion was the perfect candidate for the task. Nino, however, remains defiant. He insists on going himself. Silencing him, Rosa walks purposefully toward him. Nino turns, surprised. Rest easy and trust in me, she tells him. Awash in golden and scarlet halos, the town was now firmly under the siblings' dominion. They remained hidden in their secret sanctuary. Peering through the scrying sphere, they wonder if the new arrival will bring chaos like all the rest. What sins does she carry in her soul? Within the pristine city, Rosa strolls calmly through the flawless streets, while her eyes scan for familiar figures, the heroes, sent by the association, who never return home. Without warning, the siblings switch places with their puppets, materializing directly in front of Rosa. Male, his voice cold and guarded, asks bluntly, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" "I am merely a heroine," Rosa answers serenely. "I have come to bring you with me." The siblings are incensed by this. The association never stops sending agents to harass them. Just another threat masked as peace. Raising her hand, Meal invokes her demonic summons. Creatures erupt in a flash of light, magic runes encircling Rosa. "Leave now, or find yourself in hell." Meal screams, threatening the heroine. Rosa, unfazed and smiling, replies, "Of course. I was just about to depart, but I'm afraid that, willingly or not, you're coming with me. Let's leave this place together." A silent burst of energy. In a heartbeat, the demons ignite, collapse, and dissolve into ash. The siblings didn't even have time to blink. Would you like me to continue with the next section of the SRT document? Rosa didn't even exert her full potential. A mere flicker of her aura was enough. The chasm in their power was staggering. The siblings remain completely vulnerable before Rosa's commanding presence. She assures them that they aren't inherently wicked, and she feels regret because this entire catastrophe could have been avoided if the conflict hadn't been fueled by pure ego. Stepping closer, she adds, "It's understandable. You believe you are championing the right cause, but others try to obstruct your path." Male, clutching his sister, begs her to leave them be. Rosa offers her apologies, but makes it clear that this time, the children have strayed into darkness. No wonder their mentor was so deeply distressed. This news startles the young ones. Male asks if he hadn't returned from his quest yet, but Male suspects it's all a ruse. "I'm being truthful," Rosa replies, extending her hand. With a gentle smile, she requests the siblings to free the captives and follow her. She promises to lead them to their master. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted. They felt an irresistible sense of peace and warmth from Rosa, deciding to yield and go with her. A few moments later, the siblings are overwhelmed with joy to find him. Nino had tracked Rosa all the way to the town. Even Rosa was taken aback by his arrival. Instantly, both children sprint toward their mentor. Weeping, they confess the entire truth. They actually possessed special type gifts and weren't limited to mere summons. Their mother had warned them to conceal it to stay out of harm's way, but they felt remorse once they realized he doesn't solely train those gifted with creation-type magic. "What are you saying? Who fed you such a falsehood?" asks Nino, bewildered. The siblings recount how Samantha, his former pupil, tried to slay them and gave them that false intel. This leaves the old man profoundly confused, since the only students he has ever officially mentored are Wendy and the two of them. He had only crossed paths with that woman once, offering a tiny bit of guidance out of simple altruism. This explains the obsession. Clearly, the woman was mentally unhinged and fixated on Nino. It had taken 3 years for the master and his disciples to reunite. They are finally together again. The siblings explained to their teacher how they strived to grow up as righteous children, but were thwarted at every turn. The road to virtue was much steeper than they imagined. The reality was that Male and Meal still didn't grasp the gravity of their errors. Watching them slumber together under a tree's canopy, Nino hears a voice calling out, "Is Rosa?" Who asks him if he has finished his conversation with them. "Miss Rosa," Nino replies, and turning to her, he asks if there is any way she could leave the youths under his guardianship. She declines, despite not slaying the civilians. They forcibly enthralled thousands of souls, and even if it was done in self-defense, they took the life of a heroine, making a death sentence nearly impossible to dodge. Nino understands her logic, but to him, they were just children, wandering souls who desperately needed someone to point the way, and he is determined to be that guide. Rosa admits she expected as much, but it simply wasn't a possibility. "Nino, you know I don't see eye to eye with Udali, but the recent changes in juvenile laws now permit their execution, and we cannot defy the legal code. I'm sorry, Nino, but rehabilitating outlaws isn't your mandate." Nino concedes that he understands, but it pained him deeply that the association was riddled with such malice and rot. Interrupting his thoughts, Rosa proposes they unite as powerful allies. Nino grows indignant. That proposal had nothing to do with the children's fate. "I intend to transform the world," Rosa proclaims, leaving the old master stunned for a heartbeat. He agrees to her terms on one condition. Gesturing toward the youngsters, he insists she must not interfere with the power he uses to shield them. Rosa, seeing the children so helpless, consents to Nino's request, who immediately activates his magic. He declares, this way, they will survive no matter who strikes at them, at least until they reach adulthood. We must change the world before that time comes. This tale leaves Elias in a heavy silence. Sajam draws near, concerned for the protagonist, but his mind was elsewhere. In his memories, he is hailed by a girl who claims she has heard legendary things about him. From Santiago, with her signature smile, she asks, "Would you like to reshape the world with me?" Now Elias, rising, hears Male say, "We only wanted to make the world better, judging others by our own values and principles." It's no different than following laws written by strangers. Why is your code superior to ours? Sajam, speaking softly to Elias, explains that the siblings have received extraordinary care this entire time. She and Santiago worked tirelessly to redeem them. I'm not claiming they are innocent, but we can show them a better way. Elias traps her once more in his protective barrier without letting her finish her plea. He begins a slow, deliberate walk toward the children. Each footfall strikes terror into their hearts. Seeing his cold resolve, Male begs for their lives. Ignoring the pleas, Elias doesn't falter and keeps closing in. Screaming, Male yields to the protagonist. He confesses to all their mistakes. Watching him cock his fist sends the children into total hysterics. They cry out for their mother and their master, who can no longer save them, who can no longer hear their voices. Unleashing a direct strike, Elias triggers a massive tremor that rattles the entire facility. The earth beside the siblings shatters. Elias had struck the floor, sparing the lives of Male and Meal, who were frozen in absolute horror. Seething with quiet fury, Elias feels a wave of self-loathing. His internal conflicts are tearing him apart. The dilemma remains what to do with them, but suddenly, splitting into tiny fragments. Shocking Elias, an explosion of the siblings' blood occurs, as they are strangely shredded like paper, while their remains are vaporized by an unidentified force. With a sadistic grin, Ana emerges, stepping through one of her portals. Having just murdered Male and Meal, Elias is forced to his knees, stunned, watching the scraps of clothing falling in a rain of blood. That expression doesn't suit you, my love. Ana tones. Elias, in total shock, can see nothing but the tattered remains of the children's clothes, while soaked in their blood. Hello, she says. Your woman has finally arrived. Sweetheart, that wretched woman finishes. Elias stares at the mysterious trio that appeared from thin air. Ana begins to introduce herself, but the protagonist launches a lightning-fast attack, landing the blow. Elias is surprised, for he was blocked by Snyder, who calls him impolite for cutting people off while they speak. Ana pouts because Snyder was being disrespectful to his future commander. Flustered, she tries to restart her introduction, but she is assaulted again by Elias, triggering a massive blast. Raising her hand, Ana shields herself with her gift. It seems you have a rather difficult personality. Even so, we'll be together for a long time, so you're gonna have to listen to this, she tells the protagonist while Elias glares at her, failing to grasp the situation. My name is Ana, and I will be the Eve of the new human race. Special type power, spatial manipulation. Eve? Elias asks, completely bewildered. Beaming, the girl confirms it. She will be the new Eve. I am absolutely done. I can't believe one fool follows another, says a weary Elias. Ana asks her companions if she truly seemed like a fool, but both reassure her no, not at all. Changing her tone, Ana asks Elias if he was aware that the human species is currently in a very dire state. Would you like me to continue with the next part of the document? The human race is withering away steadily at the current pace of events. Our total extinction is looming. Elias, what do you believe is the ultimate peril for mankind? Having been a member of Equidad, I anticipate your response would be the criminals or perhaps the champions who grew tyrannical and dishonest. But you'd be wrong. Ana bellows while Kinky gestures wildly with her arms. Elias finds the display unbearable and clutches his temples. As Ana continues, the real threat is the outdated and pathetic genetic makeup of the powerless. Those who lack an advanced genetic code must be prohibited from passing on their lineage. Observe how the world permits that breed to multiply, while we remain a tiny fraction. The heroes serve as a perfect illustration. Just look at Rosa's second generation of Equidad. Despite having such elite genetics, they were all wiped out for defying the laws of nature. Ana, observing Elias, assumes he is anxious, so she reassures him. You can relax. You've shed the hero mantle, and look at you now. You're slaying everyone with an inferior biological makeup. Without a second thought, that's what I admire about you. And every soul here in Ruculus was wrongfully caged for eliminating inferior gene. Rubbish. To refine the world. We are a sacred assembly. We shall eradicate all the heroes who stand against progress, and wipe out the commoners or those with tainted genes. We will forge a perfect realm for mighty individuals like ourselves, and we'll name it Alpha World. Naturally, you have no cause for concern, because I am incredibly compassionate. Any gifted beings who wish to join our cause are more than welcome. In the new era, Elias retorts, saying, "Since you aren't an inmate here, I was hoping to spare you much agony, but it appears I'll have to break you after all." "Pardon?" she asks. "Are you going to have your way with me right here?" "Oh heavens, such dominance!" Anna gasps, blushing. Her cohort clarifies that Elias likely wasn't suggesting anything intimate, but rather a brutal thrashing. Ignoring the correction entirely, Anna embraces the hero's invitation, though she'd prefer to handle it in a secluded spot. Regaining her composure at last, Anna points at Elias, declaring he shall be the new Adam, and she is Eve. The offspring they produce will be the sovereigns of the new world. Tirilit, Anna recalls how her original plan was to use the electromagnetic strike to mate with Kiro. Good grief, she is a lust-driven geneticist, hell-bent on global domination. This is the absolute limit. This puts Elias on edge, but she keeps rambling. Ruculus was heavily fortified, impossible to breach from the outside, which is why I pilfered the architectural blueprints. I utilized the device, triggering the blast from within. Utilizing my special gift, I managed to find Kiro, but he was merely a child, and, as you're aware, supernatural gifts reach their peak maturity after puberty. But no matter, time is a luxury, and I found a solution in you. We'll produce heirs until Kiro matures, and then I'll start my work with him, discarding his. With a burst of mania, she cries out that they will finally engineer the perfect DNA. Glancing at Elias, she concludes by stating that once the children of both bloodlines are born, they will all be kin. That way, the feud between Elias and Kiro will end. Seething, Elias demands to know if they were the ones, the wretched masterminds behind it all. Anna claims she was merely seeking his input on the plan. Not Anna, wait. Your sibling perished because of Kiro, who managed to flee thanks to our intervention. But don't let it bother you. You can always build a new family with me. We'll have a multitude of infants. The villainous chirps, smiling, while prodding Elias's most vulnerable nerve. And I'm not talking about his body. You disgusting vermin. Elias growls as he advances. For some time now, I've had the wrong impression of you. I completely take back my desire to kill you. Instead, I'm going to shatter every single bone in your body to inflict the most exquisite pain imaginable. Kinky. Slayer notes that sounds identical to ending her, and Anna is stunned by how Elias was able to tear through her barricade while the youth weeps tears of blood from sheer fury. Anna remarks that she didn't mind a little lover's quarrel, since that's how people truly bond. Rending the barrier in two, Elias forces his way in. Anna is delighted, but Snyder grows fearful, sensing that a brutal confrontation is imminent, just as he is a hair's breadth from striking her. On a warp space with a portal, the protagonist is caught off guard and finds himself outside the jail, literally hurtling hundreds of meters into the abyss, staring at his own retreat. Anna gave a cheerful wave as the portal vanished, telling him that a bit of open air would clear his head. Dead serious, Elias re-engages his power and rockets back toward the prison at terminal velocity, tearing through ceilings, floors, and partitions, impacting like a warhead in front of the villainous trio. They shock Anna. Like a bolt of lightning, Elias is upon them, striking out, but they manage to evade, vanishing into the floor as Anna asks if they were playing a game of tag. Elias leaps and strikes the ground, aiming to pulverize them, leaving a massive pit. Anna simply sneers at the boy for his failure to seize her. Phase 1. Elias deploys the Dark Claw once more, startling the villainous, striking with even more ferocity, yet she slips away. Reappearing behind him, she claims she was startled. He nearly caught her unawares. Without a moment's pause, Elias charges the spot, stalking her at blinding speeds, closing the gap. He lunges to snatch her, but with a full-body twist. Kinky manages to intercept the hero. Anna demands to know why her aide is interfering just when things are getting spicy. Madam, Kinky answers, he will end your life if he gets his hands on you. driven face first into the concrete. Elias snaps loose and pummels her again. Crack, crack, crack. Without mercy, Snyder and Anna can only watch their ally expire, until nothing but a crimson stain remained. "See, mistress? His mind is made up," says Kinky, gripping Anna's shoulder, while asking with a heavy heart if she truly didn't care about throwing their lives away. Anna, looking at Elias, realizes he was never going to be an ally. Crushed by the rejection, she begins to weep bitterly. It's a tragedy to waste such potent DNA like this. She sobs. Elias has no intention of relenting. He triggers Mode 5 for a long-range assault. Anna unleashes Hergift. To the shock of the protagonist, a staggering number of portals begin to manifest. From each one, shadowy figures emerge, realizing the gravity of her actions. Anna, meanwhile, heartbroken to have to use full force against him, declares, "I introduce to you the future of the human race. They are the pioneers of our progress." From the third basement level, Edward, a creation type, says it's a pity that Nene wasn't finished off by someone else. He wanted that pleasure for himself. Vicky, a physical type, inquires if anyone present wanted to dominate her. Well then, Tato, a physical type, grumbles, failing to see why they dragged him here. Natura, a special type, informs Tato that there is surely a vital reason for the summons. Kinna, a special type, is visibly trembling for some reason. Adolf, a special type, staring at the hero, remarks that it's almost poetic to see a hero in a prison guard's uniform. Riley, a special type, requests that Biddy show some decorum and put out the cigarette. Tiburon and Shin, both physical types. And lastly, Joaquin, a creation type, sneering at the rest. From the fourth basement level, she summoned Tatsu, possessing both special and physical gifts. He grumbles about being unarmed. Stitch, a physical type, ridicules Tatsu for relying on steel to fight. According to him, true power lies in the knuckles. Rapier, a physical type, asks if a person named Number 4 was still breathing. Malady, wielding both creation and special gifts. And then Elias spotted it, that distinct hat. From the fifth basement level, she brought forth Laura, a special type power. "Would you like me to continue with the next section of the document?" Hero, gift, spatial distortion. He gave Elias a playful salute. He had been counting down the days for this rematch. Elias, unleashing a titanic bolt of lightning toward the rafters, falls into a grim silence upon, revealing the protagonist's nightmarish form in its absolute state. Mode 0. The antagonist revels in the raw display of power. Hungry to see Elias in action, who charges at Kiro with predatory velocity. Elias strikes with pure, unadulterated rage. Kiro stands his ground with a feverish grin. The moment they collide, their strikes meet in a perfect, violent sync. The resulting shockwave bellows like a crack of divine thunder, rattling the very bedrock of the entire fortress. The masonry groans, and the ceiling buckles. Riley scoffs that such a primitive style is beneath them. Vicky, with a sharp, mocking cackle, asks if that little breeze actually bruised anyone. The guards erupt in a fresh wave of hysteria. And this time, even Valeria is paralyzed with fear. How do we spiral into this chaos? She gasps. The situation had surged far beyond her wildest fears. Clutching his bruised knee, Elias feels the weight of the impact, but without yielding a single breath to the agony, he forces himself up. In that heartbeat, every villain who once served under Equidad beheld for the first time the true, terrifying potential of the champion Elias. Now I see the full picture. No wonder that Viper Rosa kept this man on such a short leash. Hero remarked. Oblivion. That man is the personification of the grave. As Rapier watches, the presence of Elias, fully unleashed, triggers a cocktail of reactions among the convicts. A dark inspiration to craft a masterpiece of gore. A childish wonder at such raw, physical dominance. A bitter resentment at being unable to claim that power. And a silent, venomous envy. But for Anna, there's only heartache. Grief at the thought of destroying the one she calls her beloved. In Kiro, however, it sparks nothing but pure adrenaline. The stakes of the game have finally been raised. Hey now, that's cheating. You didn't show off that trick last time we danced. Why were you hoarding all that strength? Hiro screams with ecstatic joy, "You are magnificent." Elias lunges with the singular goal of shattering the brat's skull, but despite landing a heavy blow, Hiro deploys his barrier. "You caught me off guard," Hiro says with a smirk, "but I'm betting you still have a few more aces up your sleeve." A sequence of concussions erupts against Elias, sending him hurtling through the air. Digging his heels into the concrete, he grinds to a halt, the sheer force tilling the floor like a plow. He winds up his arm, determined to reduce that head to powder, but his path is blocked once more. Hiro ensnares him. His energy coils around Elias like a shroud. "Nice reflex, but let's see you handle this," the boy whispers, attempting to crush the hero's frame into a singularity, just as he did to Santiago, triggering a colossal detonation. Melody shields her eyes while witnessing the carnage. That little devil is a freak of nature. If he's this lethal as a child, imagine the terror he'll be when he reaches his prime. At this, Hiro throws his arms wide, bellowing with an overflow of raw emotion. Elias, peering through the haze, knew the protagonist wouldn't break so easily, but his victory cry is cut short by a monstrous fist directly to his jaw. That leaves him hanging in midair, spraying blood, and before he can even descend, Elias hammers him again with savage intensity, driving him into the earth, with enough power to make the foundation shudder. "Now, that is what I call a clash of titans," Tiburon remarks while Ian's heart races. Both are decapitated in a heartbeat. Elias was no longer playing by the rules. He begins a systematic purge of everyone in the room. He storms toward Edward, but the man manages to conjure a mystical ward, the exact shielding technique Nino once used. "How does it feel to look at this? Does it bring back memories of your fallen friend?" Edward taunts. Elias offers a grim answer. He sinks his fingers into the magic, peeling it back inch by inch, using nothing but his bare hands. "Damn it, you really are a freakish powerhouse." Edward snarls, his arrogance crumbling, as he watches his ultimate defense unravel. Elias shatters the barrier and goes for the throat, only to be blindsided by a thunderous kick from Hiro. Hurled against the stone wall, the villain struts with the ego of a king, but in the polished sheen of his armor, Elias rises like a nightmare manifested in the flesh. Cold, lethal fury burns in his eyes. From below, Hiro screams, "That's enough. Elias, this was supposed to be a game between just us." He pauses, his lips curling into a grin. "But then again, I can still sense you're holding something back." Hiro erupts into a manic laughter. "You're pulling your punches, aren't you? You're afraid of hurting the pathetic guards and staff outside. You're far too soft-hearted." He raises an open palm. "Fine then, I'll build a sandbox where I can truly let you run wild." And he snaps his fingers shut. Outside, bathed in pale moonlight, Rucula's prison stands tall. Suddenly, its massive stone base begins to spiral inward like a vortex. Valeria and the sentries feel the ground vanish. The entire structure begins to implode. Valeria and the personnel are rocked by the tremor as the fortress starts to disintegrate. When the name of hell is happening, Joaquin bellows, spinning around in utter confusion. The very ceiling was being sucked down toward them. Elias tenses at the sight. The innocent lives were in peril. Hiro, his face twisted in madness, shouts from this point on, "We're going to play with no more restraints." Valeria and the guards, paralyzed by dread, watch the night dissolve into a waking nightmare. The prison and its grounds descend into absolute pandemonium. Falling masonry and twisted steel become a deadly maze for Valeria and the others. Amidst the wreckage, bolts of Elias's lightning strike out, cocooning them in energy, acting as a shield. Several of these glowing orbs hover with survivors inside, propelling them to safety. Through fits of laughter, Hiro expresses mock surprise at the building's durability. Suddenly, Elias lunges through the smoke and rubble to end him, but he falls straight into a yawning portal. Crafted by Anna, of course. From her vantage point, the woman beams down at him. She notes, "It is incredibly rude to interrupt a lady," flicking her wrist. She turns away as if the chaos were a mere trifle. "Perhaps we should take our leave. A breath of fresh air does wonders for the soul." Meanwhile, Tatsu is preoccupied with a task of his own. He plucks a stone from the ground, studies it, and ignites his gift. Anna, intrigued, watches him work. Tatsu's touch begins to reshape the debris. Hones it, tempers it, and crafts it into a blade. Tatsu had forged a lethal weapon from nothing but a shard of ruin. He gives a sharp, test swing. Anna, still radiating a sense of mockery, asks what on earth he's doing standing there, staring at a wall. But then a web of deep gashes appears on the concrete surface. The wall, though not yet a heap of rubble, had been sliced clean through. Anna feigns astonishment and opens a fresh gateway. Could you stop dawdling, darling? We can simply walk right out of here. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, the citizens look to the sky in terror. Elias flashes among them for a fleeting second, landing in an awkward, dazed heap. The crowd is left reeling, but another portal yawns beneath his feet and drags him back into the dark. That moment left a stain of dread in everyone's mind. Who was that man? Was he a savior or a monster? Elias is spat back onto the battlefield, only to face a massive sphere of pressurized rubble, with Kiro standing behind it, funneling raw energy into the mass. It glows with an internal fire as he calls out, "Time for the Big Bang." He hurls the projectile. A titanic crater is all that remains, as if a nuclear warhead had detonated. Kiro drifts down slowly, a picture of satisfaction. Elias is left on his knees, struggling, his body battered to the breaking point. A deep gash bleeds from his brow, and his transformation is literally torn from one side of his face. From their high perch, Anna and the other villains spectate the duel as if it were a high-stakes performance. In a cold, commanding tone, she warns them, "From this breath forward, you're strictly here to watch." Every inmate had pledged their loyalty to Anna, for their own twisted reasons. Stitch was her very first convert. He followed her out of pure, raw hunger. Every human soul harbors a deep-seated craving. Anna was a master at turning those desires into chains. She enlisted the outlaws to forge the alpha world that she so fervently craves, though naturally, some required unique incentives. "So what's the deal? If I choose not to follow you?" Edward inquires. Anna stared directly into his soul. "Well, that would be quite tragic for you, because we would execute you on the spot, should you decline." But as for Kiro, he simply couldn't contain his laughter. Anna's grand vision sounded like a pathetic farce to him. He found it uproarious that this woman was dead serious about wedding Elias first, and then himself. Anna was delighted to see that Kiro wasn't offended, though she was soon cut off. The thing is, the boy remarked that a death match against Elias is going to be far more exhilarating than being stuck with you. Anna grew anxious at that remark. She attempted to talk some sense into him. She warned him that if he kept chasing that dopamine high, he would eventually end up broken or in a grave. Furthermore, she couldn't grasp his obsession with lethal combat. "If you slay Elias, you'll have nothing left to live for." "Don't sweat it," replied a beaming Kiro. "He'll likely be the one to kill me, but I don't mind going out like that." Anna then laid out her master plan to him. She explained her desire to bear children with both Elias and Kiro. Those heirs will govern the future world. Moreover, once Kiro matures, his power will dwarf his current state, and he can indulge in all the chaos he desires, clashing with Elias time and time again. "See, if you side with me, you'll never know a moment of boredom ever again." Kiro, sensing the raw passion and honesty within Anna, grins. "Fine, I'm down with your plan." Anna cheers, but Kiro abruptly stops her. The look in his eyes is now icy and piercing. "Don't get it twisted. I'm not enamored with you. I have zero desire to marry you." Anna approaches him with poise. "That's fine," she retorts, with a self-assured smile. "When a moment arrives, you'll be absolutely obsessed with me." A sharp strike directly to the gut. The force slams him violently against the masonry. He coughs up blood, but continues to chuckle. He wipes the crimson from his lips with his hand while getting back up. "It looks like, yeah, I really do need to use both hands after all." Elias remains tight-lipped. He just stands there, shattered, his gaze hollow, his spirit crushed. "Going to give me the silent treatment?" Kiro jeers. "Or can't you talk when you're in that freakish form?" He twirls a glowing orb in his palm. He grips it with pure contempt. "Hey, you recognize this, don't you? This little sphere of filth is your dear brother." That was the breaking point. Elias, the literal manifestation of fury, hurls himself at Kiro. "Ah, so you can make noise? The brat sneers. Elias charges at lightning speed toward the scoundrel. Pebbles begin to float. It is Kiro harnessing his gift to reshape the stones into massive javelins. Both are on the verge of clashing their might once more. The hero clenches his fists and discharges several bolts of lightning. He strikes with wild rage and fires bolts through the spears, causing them to shatter. Simultaneously, various shards drop behind him, but he spins mid-air and obliterates the remaining debris, stopping Kiro from recycling them. He snaps his head around and spots it. His brother's remains, hurled like a missile straight at him. Elias readies a counterattack and winds up a massive punch. He stops just a fraction away, gnashing his teeth. He simply cannot bring himself to do it. He absorbs the full intensity of the blow. The strike tries to gut him, propelling him brutally into the wall. Santiago's corpse remains intact, so Kiro snatches the orb back with a giggle. Holding it close, he remarks, "I get it now. You are physically incapable of hitting him." Elias collapses to his knees. The boy carries on. "Maybe he won't want to hit me if he's merged with me." The hero realizes the horror of his words instantly. But Kiro mentions that the ball is too large to swallow all that hate in one gulp. So he's going to crush it down a bit more first. Cracking the pavement, he halts him with a devastating kick, pinning him to the dirt and making him choke on blood while the orb soars through the air, standing over the fallen Elias. He tightens his fist with vengeance and drives it toward Kiro's face. He winds up the other hand and strikes again, splintering the floor beneath them. He continues the pummeling without pause. And as the outlaws witness the beating, Elias drops his guard, blinded by rage, and fails to notice Kiro, who seizes his arm with both hands. The momentary lapse freezes him, and Kiro seizes the chance to concentrate energy directly into the hero's limb. Elias panics as he realizes his blunder, but Kiro smiles through his bloody mask. The explosion nearly blows the spectators away. Anna, with a dark look, muses, "This is poetic. I truly wish those two could become the best of friends." Kinky retorts that such a fantasy will never happen. It's a physical impossibility. Snyder gives a nod and adds, "It looks like the showdown is reaching its climax." Kiro is battered and torn, sprawled on the ground but still awake, and Asadura can barely scramble to his knees. He still hasn't lost that burning malice in his eyes. He slams a knee into the dirt and shoots his hand upward. Kiro is stunned to witness hundreds of crimson lightning bolts arcing in every direction in total chaos. The earthen walls begin to cave in. The outlaws have no clue what the hell just happened. A type of colossal shell forms before them. It's thousands of lightning bolts woven together, whirling with intense energy. You just keep pulling out new tricks. There really is no one who can match you," says an exhausted Kiro. Then he asks Elias how he's holding up. "What's it feel like to be a killer?" Elias, kneeling and spent, stares at him in grim silence. The boy continues, "Just like with me, it must have been so effortless for you. All those weaklings break so easily. You can't even release your anger properly, can you?" Elias glares at him, struggling for breath, and tells him to be quiet, but Kiro won't stop. "I bet you feel a whole lot better now, letting loose and playing with me like this." Elias's rage flares again, and the boy adds, though honestly, "It's because you were plagued by all those useless souls." "You," Elias mumbles, pushed to his absolute limit. Kiro can't quite catch the words, but Elias raises his voice with a surge of bottled-up fury. "You don't understand a damn thing." Kiro looks up, drained, and remarks, "Well, that mess looks like it's the ultimate final move. I'm in serious trouble now. I can barely keep my eyes open. I wonder if Anna was right. Truly, could I actually defeat you once I'm a man? That is never going to happen." Elias answers with a chilling calm. "You're going to die right here." From the outside, Anna and her lackeys are frozen. A terrifying blast rocks the interior, nearly causing the massive lightning sphere to detonate. Anna panics and quickly raises her palm. She tears open a portal inside and shrieks for Kiro, desperate for his safety. She steps through, but she is met with a scene of horror. Kiro has been savagely impaled from every angle. His small frame shudders, barely propped up by the crimson lightning bolts that pierce him like living spears. Kiro, the legendary and terrifying antagonist. The child who could dismantle the world, with a cruel grin, is fading away. He was undone by Elias the Punisher. His vengeance is almost complete. Kiro has lost the war. He lies there, brutally broken. Anna wails in agony. Her entire grand design is about to crumble. With a frantic gesture, she opens a gateway beside Kiro and pulls him to safety. Cradling him gently, she begs for a miracle. We can still save him. She shrieks in despair. Rapier moves in to check the boy without a word. He plunges his hand into Kiro's chest. This child possesses a terrifying instinct for war. He focused his power to shield and protect his vitals. Says Rapier, standing up. It is done. While Anna pleads for Kiro to open his eyes, Rapier stares at his own limb and studies Elias's power. It is truly unsettling. Without a second thought, he severs his own arm, but grows back in an instant. What's our move with this guy now? He asks, peering into the abyss. Kiro answers without a second thought. The choice is obvious. We must execute him this instant. Anna cuts him off. She desires one final conversation with him. She at least wants to make the attempt. Elias remains motionless on the ground, shattered and gasping for air. Minutes crawl by, and finally, with agonizing effort, he pulls himself up, bathed in blood and emotionally hollowed out. He has only one purpose left. He limps to Santiago's form, cradles it gently, and gazes down with heartbreaking sorrow. He is in disbelief. The story shouldn't have reached this tragic end. Anna materializes before him. Elias, there's still hope. You can side with me. He looks her in the eye. With the fading embers of his vitality, he attempts to ignite his power, but it falters. It is nothing more than a faint flicker. Anna observes his struggle and sighs. I truly cannot wrap my head around your choices. Suddenly, a surge of electricity jolts Elias, forcing him back to the earth. The strike didn't originate from Anna. Edward stands with his arm extended, still weaving his sorcery. Peace talk just got messy. We need to put him down before he finds his second wind. Any complaints? In a chilling chorus, everyone replied, none. Tato remarks that it's a pity to waste such a young talent. Kina admits she's terrified of taking a life, but she's even more terrified of what happens if Elias survives. Natura views him as a complication, but believes the protagonist would simply return to the cycle of the earth. Maladi's only concern is finding something to eat. Stitch grumbles. He felt Elias could have provided more sport. Adolphe is merely underwhelmed by the anticlimactic finish. Joaquin is relieved the hero has fallen, as his strength was far too daunting. And Vicky sneers at him, calling him a spineless coward. Move out of my way. Everyone snaps their heads around. It's Kiro, towering like a skyscraper, searching for a clear shot. He balls his fist and hammers it down, mercilessly onto the back of Elias, who still shields his brother's remains, or what little is left. The strike unleashes a torrent of raw brutality. The convicts pounce on the hero's broken state to swarm him and finish the job once and for all. Time passes. Elias lies senseless on the dirt, clinging to his final breath, while guarding the only thing he had left. Kiro readies the death blow. He hoists his leg and drives it down with the intent to pulverize the defenseless champion. Then, his motion is halted. A bizarre gust of wind sweeps through, trailed by a haunting blue radiance. Kiro's foot is trapped in midair. Kiro, who has dared to stop you? The villain asks in shock, but Kiro isn't looking at him. He's addressing Anna. You claimed I'd be even mightier once I'm grown, right? I finally realized it. I know what my true ambition is now. I'm going to be the one to break Elias, so don't you dare kill him. Anna is stunned into silence, visibly shaken. Edward roars in a rage. Don't be a fool. This is our golden opportunity to end him. We are pulling back, Anna commands. The room goes quiet as all eyes fall on her. You swore to be my disciples, remember? So we are leaving. A few heartbeats later, Anna tears open a portal for their getaway. She reaches out to Kiro, but he brushes her off. He casts a lingering look at the fallen Elias and thinks, you'd better recover, because at our next encounter you will be the one beneath my heel. The electromagnetic surge from Anna sparked a catastrophic prison breach. 8 convicts from level 3, 5 from level 4, and 3 from level 5. They have all vanished into the night. Elsewhere, an old man cackles. The world is about to become a very interesting place. In the aftermath, Winston's prophecy rang true. Following that disaster, Anna set off a chain reaction across the globe. A bizarre, diaper-wearing starfish is seen talking to a girl. She confesses she isn't prepared for what he is demanding. Suddenly, static cuts through the signal. The broadcast flickers and changes. Was it an ad? Welcome to the Alpha World. This is your personal invitation. Anna appears on screen, saying, "Delighted to meet you. I am Anna, and I have come to be your new Eve." I'm joined today by these two distinguished guests. Snyder and Kinky give their introductions, and the segment shifts immediately to a QA. What exactly is the Alpha World? Snyder answers, "It is the utopia that miss. Anna, the Eve of our species, is building to rescue humanity from its own decline. Who is permitted to join this Alpha World?" Kinky explains, "The criteria for entry are as follows. First, you must wield formidable power. Second, you must abandon those with weak genetics. Third, every recruit must be capable of producing heirs. What fate awaits those who fail these tests?" Anna responds with a chilling, wide grin. "We believe that possessing inferior genes, like a common human, is a transgression punishable by death. So, what happens to those who break the law? Exactly, they are executed. Anyone who doesn't fit and will face execution. Executed. Executed. Over the coming month, those chosen will receive their formal summons. You may decline, but you will be executed. Choose your future wisely, or you will be executed." This concludes our transmission. Thank you for watching. Farewell. The static fades, and the channel snaps back to the previous show. The girl is just about to kiss the starfish. The screen goes black. The Hero Association has called an emergency summit due to the mass breakout at Rookulus and a global manifesto from the villains. The World Security Council, WSC, convenes. The man leading the floor is Marlin, the world president. Looking at the monitors, the members wonder if Anna was the mastermind behind the prison siege. Is she on the villain registry? Negative. The association has no record of her existence. The entire situation was a catastrophe, coming right on the heels of the elite group. Equidad, falling in battle, this was a nightmare. How will the association strike back? That was the core of the debate, until a disruption occurred. A man slams his palm against the table. The warden, Valeria, provided zero notice. Absolutely none. Before granting the hero Elias the power of execution over the inmates. The speaker is Hyder, of the Harmony Party. How is it possible that she handed him, just like that, the authority to kill? This is a diplomatic disaster. Cutting him off, another member bellows, "Don't talk nonsense. Have you lost your mind?" There was no time for alternatives. Valeria made the right call. I would have done the same. This is Udali, former association head, now leader of the World Party. Hyder argues, regardless, she had a duty to inform us. But Udali snaps back. That would have been a waste of precious seconds. He glances sideways and asks, "What's your take, Hayadu?" "Hayadu." Something like that. "Hayadu." The Minister of World Justice speaks with a flat tone. While the lack of notice was technically a breach, under these pressures, it is defensible. For me, it was a heavy burden of choice. The common people are the ones who will bleed for this, says Buddha, the World Fire Chief. In reality, we are already bleeding, if you haven't noticed. Violent crime has skyrocketed since that broadcast, reports Krum, the World Police Commissioner. And your point is? Interject guerra, the Minister of Defense. The villains are signaling an all-out war. Oh, this is much more than just a simple jailbreak. Pounding the table, Udali raises his voice to a roar, which is why we must wipe them all out. He points a finger at Krum. You are the one to blame for stalling the executions time and again. It is your fault that those monsters are still breathing and roaming free. Krum is quick to defend himself. I had no hand in that, but Udali doesn't let up. Under my leadership, I would have neutralized those villains before they even saw a jail cell. They are cancer, and ever since Rosa took the reins, the whole world has fallen into ruin. How predictable, Buddha quips. It's always the same song with you. Hyder doesn't back down and fires back at Udali. Are you blind? When you were in control, things were even more chaotic. The heroes were completely out of control. So what? I'd much rather have unstable, like champions who have mutated into monsters. I possess proof that a vast number of them became villains the moment Rosa took the lead. Yudali retorts. Buddha cuts him off. It is you who suffers from a delusion regarding the true essence of a hero. Don't be a fool. Yudali bellows in a rage. It is you, the dreamers, who flatly refuse to face the truth. A heavy, resonant voice shatters the tension. Rosa, is it? All eyes shift toward Marlin, the world president. What wisdom would she offer in this crisis if she stood among us? Dead silence. The throne of the Hero Association remains empty. Yudali is unable to mask his disgust after the summit. I cannot fathom why those simpletons find a decision so agonizing. Those scavengers should have been put down an eternity ago. Everything is Rosa's fault. His voice turns to ice. Her ideology has cleaved the WSC into two warring factions. Her philosophy of redemption enchanted the fire chief, the Harmony Party, and the Minister of Defense, leaving the path of absolute punishment to me and the police commissioner. The Minister of Justice sits on the fence. That is precisely why the tally always mocks us. 4 against 2. Even the world president gravitates toward Rosa's soft policies. But the Hero Association is currently a ship without a captain. If we manage to install an ally in that seat, we could force a 3-3 deadlock. And before we play that card, we are going to pay Elias a visit. He was a pillar of Equidad. I'm certain of one thing. We aren't the only ones playing this game. His assistant watches him with a flicker of doubt. Wasn't this hero remarkably close to Rosa? Yudali smirks. Indeed, but have you forgotten? Times have changed. Without another word, the old man speeds away in his car toward the clinic. Elias is motionless on a hospital bed. His spirit is barely tethered to his body, kept alive by humming machines. Split lips, parched skin, ghost white. Hollow eyes. He looks like a haunting specter. Why is the blood of villains forbidden to heroes? Elias questions his entire squad. The bald warrior answers with a grin. I walked in with that same question on my lips. But when the moment strikes, the answer will find you. The dark-skinned man adds, what drive would I have to take a life? That isn't the path I seek. He turns away. The day they command us to slaughter is the day I turn my badge as a hero. Digga joins in. Her own sister was caged in a cell, counting the days to her execution. Naturally, she understands the demand for justice. Yet she still clings to the hope that even the wicked deserve a chance to mend their broken souls. Nino ponders the weight of the question. Is it because they have forfeited their right to exist, or because they have truly shed their humanity? Should we allow such shadows to linger? In truth, what is the core of being human? We must meditate on that. Rosa, by contrast, holds a unwavering conviction. Taking a life is not a chapter in the handbook of heroes, for our sole purpose is to preserve existence. She reaches out a comforting hand to Elias. Starting today, you will protect lives alongside us. You will surely be. Why did you all perish before giving me the answer I needed? Elias agonizes. Sajam points out that, as sworn correctional officers, our mission is to rebuild broken lives. He doesn't hold a grudge against capital punishment, in theory, but he views his sacred duty as saving as many as possible by guiding them to the light. Santiago, meanwhile, maintains that the law alone holds the scales of judgment. So, obviously, the role of an officer is to be the shield of that law. That is why our task, before the final sentence. Elias bolts his eyes open. A downpour of blood drenches his senses once again. In his grasp, Santiago has returned to Kiro's clutches. Who sneers? Quite fascinating, isn't it? They still mumble nonsense, even while being ground to dust. Elias watches in paralyzed horror. But suddenly he snaps awake. It was nothing but a wretched nightmare. Elias, a voice calls, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. It is Wendy, perched by his side. Noting, you finally made it back to us. Are you all right? She asks, seeing him so frayed and haunted. As they talk, Wendy offers a sincere apology to Elias. I failed to be there for you. We sensed a storm brewing at the prison, but Valeria never signaled that the gates had burst open. So the true gravity of the situation was hidden from us. It doesn't matter, answers Elias, wiping the sweat away. Your presence wouldn't have altered the outcome. When he looks at him, uncertain. She heard the grim tales from the prison. of how he had personally executed the majority of the convicts. Elias drops his gaze for a heartbeat, but then, baring his soul, he confesses his truth. I felt terrible, truly, deeply wretched, because I should have finished every single one of them, yet I failed. She's stunned by his words. Elias continues. Wendy, if you came here to preach that heroes don't kill, you're wasting your breath. I have shed the skin of a hero. I am a correctional officer now. Wendy reflects on his jagged words, then admits that for the moment. She is holding the reins of the Hero Association, but soon, they will require a leader capable of steering them through the coming darkness and rebuilding the Equidad team. That is why they need him. They need Elias. Broken, Elias mutters that. No, they can find someone else for the job and leave him out of it, because once his strength returns, he will finish the slaughter he began. Spoken like a true man of action, Udali interjects from the shadows. I suppose I should address you as Officer Elias now, shouldn't I? Wendy is startled by his sudden appearance. Udali continues. I've come to honor the brutal efficiency of your work. You wiped out the majority of those rats single-handedly. Rest easy. Once I reclaim the helm of the association, I will unleash every hero to hunt down the remaining escapees. The rabbit girl is baffled by Udali's grandstanding. Elias glares at him, irritated. What the hell are you rambling about? Aren't you already the head of the World Party? Indeed I am. The old man replies. But very soon, I shall step down from that role to return to my roots at the association. A heavy silence falls. Udali adds, I originally came to see if you were hungry, to take my place. But clearly, you found your own path. He turns to leave. Before exiting, he wishes Elias a swift recovery, and bids Winnie farewell, with a mocking, sharp edge. Damn it, the power just cut out. Praise the heavens, I invested in a decent backup battery. In any case, I'll resume the recording shortly. This is going to set the video back significantly. Winnie snaps at him to drop the ego. No one would ever grant him their vote again. Well, time will be the judge of that, Udali replies with a smirk. Winnie looks to Elias, as if pleading for an intervention. But he simply stares back, drained. I'm spent. Just leave me in peace. She has no choice but to fade into silence. We return to Udali inside his car. It's exactly as I suspected. Not just Wendy. Many will come knocking at Elias's door. The public now places their faith in raw power rather than crumbling government. Institution. The WSC is set to debate whether to strip Elias of his right to execute inmates, for by the letter of the law, his deeds were a crime. His aide looks at him and asks what the backup plan is if the law turns against them. We shift to the WSC chambers. Hyder is still screaming for director. Valeria's head. Crumb fights the idea. I would have looked the other way myself, if one of my own men had done what he did. Hyder tries to snap back, but Udali cuts him down. Blah, blah, blah. You're all so busy bickering over fragile ideals that you've forgotten to look at the horizon. Hyder is livid. Stop spewing this garbage. We already have a strategy in motion, a coordinated effort with the fire agency, the military, the police. I never signed off on that. Crumb barks. Hyder plows ahead, and alongside the Hero Association, we will form a united front to recapture the fugitives. They will face the full weight of the law. Udali sneers. If you honestly believe that is a viable solution, then you're truly living in a fantasy. Then President Marlin intervenes with authority. Then what is your proposition, Udali? Let's put it to a vote. A vote on what exactly? Marlin asks. On whether Officer Elias should retain his mandate to execute prisoners. Udali argues that a decisive vote is the only way to cut through this deadlock. After all, we are the servants of the people, are we not? Hyder argues that it is far too reckless to decide matters of this magnitude by a simple majority rule. Utori fires back instantly. Cease treating the public like fools. The people recognize what truly serves them. It is plain for all to see. You are terrified to call for a referendum, because you know you will be crushed by a massive landslide. What is your judgment, Mr. President? A heavy silence fills the chamber as every eye turns to Marlin. Lost in thought, the president finally yields. Authorize the ballot. Let the voice of the people be heard. Fortnight later, a young official presents herself before the WSC council, clutching a report. The final tallies have been confirmed. 12% have cast a dissenting vote. 88% have voted in absolute favor. The measure passed with an overwhelming mandate. Yatori smirks, relishing the fact that his chess pieces are moving into place. The official continues detailing the report. The majority who supported the act argue that we are currently in a state of total war. Consequently, neutralizing the enemy is a necessity. Their stance is that monsters hold no regard for humanity or the rule of law, and thus should lose the protection of those laws. Furthermore, they contend that chasing soft ideals is precisely what dragged us into this nightmare. Therefore, every hero, Elias included, must regain the legal right to execute. Outlaws, the dissenting minority, claims that individuals like Elias should never wield such power, fearing that his thirst for personal vengeance clouded his ability to act fairly. If protectors elevate their personal grudges above the law, we risk repeating the dark errors of our history. That path leads to the total disintegration of society. Hyder let out a weary sigh. In that case, we must weigh both perspectives, striving for a resolution that appeases the greatest number of citizens. Though it is undeniable, 88% support it, making them the undisputed majority. Absolute nonsense. Utili roars. Do you truly believe you can please everyone? The people have spoken. Why are we still hesitating? Please, let us have order, interjects. Marlin, summon Mr. Elias to the capital immediately. As the day wanes, Marlin sits in his private office, receiving the protagonist. It has been quite a while since our last meeting. I presume you have already been briefed on the results. Elias nods with a grim, solemn expression. And what is your verdict? The president inquires. I will uphold the will of the referendum, and I will hunt down and execute every last fugitive from that day. Marlin studies him intensely, a shadow of uncertainty still haunting his thoughts. So you have chosen the direct path without mincing words. What would you have done had the people said no? Elias doesn't blink. I would have set out to slaughter those bastards regardless, and surrendered myself to justice only after they were cold. Marlin drops his gaze, visibly disheartened, but then looks up to ask, what do you imagine Rosa would have done? In this exact position? Elias's expression softens with a painful memory. Wincing at the thought, he replies, I am perhaps the least qualified person to answer a question like that. A fair point, says Marlin. He sighs, taking a final pause before questioning. When the dust settles, would you ever consider being a hero again? Elias mulls it over for a second, but walks away, stating he cannot provide a final answer yet. A special executive order is formally ratified, given the gravity of recent events and the imminent threat of global terrorism. I, Marlin, World President, hereby authorize Correctional Officer Elias to use lethal force against criminals on sight. Utili watches the official telecast from the comfort of his sedan, grinning with sinister delight. Make no mistake, this is merely the opening act. I'm going to restore everything to the way it functioned before the fall. When he watches the same news in silence, her expression unreadable. At the same time, Susomi was enduring a time of soul-crushing agony. She had just received the final confirmation that Santiago, the father of her unborn child, was gone, and his urn had just been delivered to her. Elsewhere, seeing the state finally issue a lethal response, Anna remains perfectly poised. It is time to trigger her master plan. Are my dear executioners ready for the harvest? She asks, barely an hour after the announcement. The global headquarters receives a frantic report from the Iberian Peninsula. Witnesses report azure rifts tearing open the sky, showering the earth with letters of invitation. But there is no window for a countermove. Above the metropolis, another rift manifests, capturing the terrified gaze of the public. From its depths, a colossal, glowing rune descends. The world watches in confusion until it detonates, vaporizing the entire district into ash. The casualty rate is absolute. The massacre was orchestrated by Edward, flanked by Vicky, Joaquin, and Riley. You total moron. Snaps. Riley, what if some of them hadn't RSVP'd to the invitation yet? Then they lacked the strength required to attend. Edward retorts with icy indifference. Anyone who perishes from a mere introductory spell is unworthy of the new world. Simultaneously on every television, billboard, and digital screen, another pirate signal overrides the airwaves. The villainess reappears, Greetings, everyone. I have returned. Inside the WSC war room, the council watches with bated breath. As of this moment, the purges begin. As I pledged, every soul, carrying inferior traits, is destined for the grave. The first wave of shock troops, dispatched to the front lines, are Vicky, Joaquin, Riley, and Edward. In another location, a lone figure arms himself for the hunt, Elias. He is fueled by purpose. He is coming for every single one of those bastards. At the WSC, the intel team reports that based on the evidence streaming in, they have identified 4 high-level threats on the peninsula. Edward was previously neutralized and locked up by Nino of Equidad. The intricate tattoos on his skin are actually trophies that manifest whenever he plunders a power. He possesses the dark gift of stealing and mirroring the abilities of those he targets. As he lays waste to the city, he grumbles about his failure to seize. Nino es spécifique offensive technique. Vicky was originally apprehended by Yugia of Equidad. She has the power to shape-shift into a lethal fox demon. She slaughters the innocent with a look of boredom. She is simply waiting for a warrior strong enough to break her spirit. Joaquin was captured by Gur of Equidad. He was a complex hand seal, calling upon his gift. He has the occult power to summon nightmare creatures. Vicky approaches him, looking intrigued, and strangely drawn to Joaquin. Riley, she was brought in by Figa of Equidad. Like many who possess specialized powers, her talent is abstract. Pursuing a lone survivor, she agrees with Anna. Those with weak blood are nothing but unrefined peasants. Using her gift, she brands a forbidden mark over a name, causing a spectral butterfly to coil around the victim's throat, slowly strangling the life out of them. A true nightmare. Back at the council headquarters, the analysts wrap up their briefing. The Hero Association has already mobilized a tactical containment squad to Portugal. They are attempting to stabilize the zone. Italy doesn't miss the chance to lash out. And what good is containment if they aren't authorized to kill? They are burning Spain to the ground. Move faster. Save Oronplay at all costs. Marlon recognizes the sheer scale of the crisis and begins issuing commands to the various departments. The fire agency will prioritize civilian extraction. The military and the police are tasked with establishing safe corridors for the public. Crumb once again voices her frustration about having to play second fiddle to the heroes because the police force lacks the necessary firepower. Marlon brushes her off and asks Hayadu, or whatever his name is, about Elias's location. The official states that Valeria confirmed the protagonist departed. Immediately for the peninsula the second the broadcast aired. Hyder questions whether that woman was actually still running the prison. Marlon cuts him short and turns back to the intel officer. Do we have any insight into what these villains are truly after? The officer shakes her head solemnly. No, sir. We have yet to discern their true motives. Moments earlier, Anna had stood before her acolytes with a serpent-like grin. Our objective is crystalline. Purge the weak-blooded and usher those of true worth into the alpha world. But we shall proceed with patience. Consider this just a small taste of the new dawn. That strategy makes it much simpler to coax him into our ranks. Lifting her arms high, she declares, rest your mind. Eventually, we shall find the opportunity to slaughter every last pathetic creature that crawls like a worm. Riley strides forward, her voice rising. That is quite enough. We have already delivered a crystalline warning. Now we must carry out Eva's mandates. Joaquin and Vicky give a begrudging nod, yet Edward shows zero interest in hiding his defiance. Forget that. I'm playing by my own rules. By leveling this metropolis, I am certain I will stumble upon someone worthy of a summons. Riley glares at him with burning rage. You reckless, arrogant fool. You dare defy Eva's will? Edward laughs mockingly. And what's a little shrimp like you going to do? Imun stu pabla. Ah! Vicky watches as Joaquin completes his summoning ritual from which a massive, monstrous crow takes flight. Leaping onto its back, Joaquin proposes, leaving Edward to his own devices, while Vicky tries to clamber onto the avian beast. Dunce. He's going to land us in hot water with Eva. Riley bids them farewell, tossing a frozen apple aside. Once the objective is secured, I'll report your insolence exactly as you wish. Edward shrugs with total apathy. Moments later, the city Shudders under the frantic. Assaults launched by Edward. Massive skyscrapers crumble into debris while the pavement splits. From magical detonations. This is all a wretched disaster. Nothing has improved. I couldn't even manage a proper prison break. All this carnage and my strength hasn't grown an inch. What a worthless gift. Yet he has no alternative. He must continue plundering others' power. Suddenly, a gargantuan, shaggy limb crashes down like a falling star. The crash kicks up a suffocating fog of dust that swallows the entire boulevard. As the haze clears, we see Edward, straining to hold back the blow. The voice of his challenger makes his blood boil. Prison didn't reform you even a fraction, Edward. It is the striking, windy Hermione, drifting down from above with a murderous state. Edward snarls at the sight of her. Yet, a grin creeps across his face. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Did you throw Nino a lovely wake? The villain sneers. In a different sector, the Lisbon Institute, a specialized academy for those gifted with unique abilities. Inside a study hall, the air is thick with dread. Professor Chris is circled by a cluster of trembling youngsters. One child lifts a hand, whimpering that they're scared. His teacher offers comfort. He promises to be their shield, regardless of the danger. He must now guide them to the safety of the bunker in an orderly fashion. This is Chris, a scholar at the academy, as previously mentioned. The sound of clapping echoes. Chris goes rigid. The noise is coming from directly behind students. It's Riley, sporting a sneering grin and predatory eyes. Superb. Truly superb. What a dedicated educator. You are managing these unruly little insurgents. The children shriek and huddle around Chris, who tightens his guard. He recognizes the outlaw immediately, spitting out her name. She smiles with smug satisfaction, nearly breathless with glee. I see my infamy still travels fast. There is no cause for such terror. In fact, I suggested this very site to Eva as the perfect place to distribute a few invitations. I won't permit you to snatch away a single one of my pupils. Chris bellows, pulling them close. Riley lets out a light-hearted chuckle. Is that so? A valiant hero, indeed, but hardly a clever one. And besides, she pauses for dramatic effect, her voice dropping to a whisper. How dare you cut off a lady mid-sentence? The atmosphere grows heavy. Chris recoils a step, perspiring, but he never takes his eyes off his foe. Riley lifts her palm and her essence flares as she adjusts her headwear. It appears, I shall have to school you in basic etiquette. Institutes were established across the globe for those with extraordinary gifts, born from the vision of Rosa and Nino, following the tragic disaster sparked by meal and mail. In these sanctuaries, youngsters with gifted traits are coached by instructors officially recognized as heroes to blend into the world, while they master the flow of their energy. In one of the Lisbon Institute's halls, the peace is shattered. Violently, Riley tosses her hat skyward and, invoking her talent, Silence Zone, it expands to a monstrous scale. It descends upon the group, pinning them down. Chris and the youth are baffled by the sudden entrapment. With a sharp tap of her parasol, Riley summons enchanted masks that fuse to everyone's faces, stealing their voices. The little ones scramble to tear them off. But it's futile. The villain breathes a sigh of contentment at the quiet. The name of her specialty is etiquette. It targets those she deems lowborn, hampering or harming them based on her whims. It is a nightmare for the feeble, yet utterly useless, against the truly powerful. I'll execute you if you attempt anything clever, Riley snarls. Commanding, I want the other brats who were chosen for the summons to step forward right now. Paralyzed by fear, the children comply. Let's see. All of you possess unique class talents. Splendid. You'll be quite functional. You shall serve as pillars of a new era. She eases her grip on them and asks for their thoughts on the glorious news. A boy steps out with a defiant scowl. You mean what that lady on the screen said? Precisely. She is radiant and a brilliant dreamer. I'm not going, the boy snaps. She said she'd kill anyone without powers, but I have best friends who don't have them. I won't let them be hurt. I won't go either. A girl pipes up. My mom and dad are normal people, and they haven't done anything to deserve that. The third child nods in solid agreement. He speaks with certainty, echoing the lesson the professor always drills into them. Never look down on those who are different and never use Your gifts for selfish desires. That's exactly what villains do, one of them spits. So, you decline the honor? Asks. Riley with ice in her veins. Very well. Perish then. She triggers her execution. A massive sigil glows beneath her boots, and spectral butterflies begin to coil around the children's throats. But just as it prepares to strike, the eyes on her hat widen in shock. Riley sees Chris, drenched in blood while shielding his pupils, absorbing the lethal force in their stead. His trait, bodyguard, enables him to shoulder the pain and injury intended for another. Riley smiles with newfound curiosity. What a functional gift. Now I see why Eva sent me to this place. You'll make a perfect lackey. Chris, gasping from the strain, attempts to reach her heart. In your own youth, you once. Quiet. Riley screams with loathing. I'm sure Figa already bored you with tales of my past. It is incredibly uncouth to speak of a lady's history. Furthermore, I didn't travel here for a therapy session. I am here because my sovereign commanded me to collect those destined for the alpha world. Hand over the children. I'll overlook your lack of breeding. Never. I will not yield. I want a world where you... Well, that's not how the script goes, but haha. Riley pauses. She's genuinely puzzled. Is one of these runts your own, flesh and blood? Perhaps a nephew? Then why offer your life for them? Chris answers with unshakable resolve. Because I am their teacher. Chris is a dedicated staff member of the Academy, duly registered with the Hero Association, despite holding the line against numerous strikes from third floor convicts, and even surviving clashes with those from a fourth sublevel. He was ranked as a Tier 5 hero during Udali's reign over the association. The logic was blunt. You're not going to walk away from this. We have no use for heroes who only function as a human heavy bag. He lacked the killer instinct required to slay outlaws. That was the genuine reason he remained a Tier 5 hero. But everything shifted when Rosa took command of the association. Chris, would you consider accepting the role of a professor at the new institute? At first, he feared he was being dismissed. But no, Rosa was dead serious. She was inviting him to be a teacher as well as a hero. Guiding gifted children is the cornerstone of our future. Rosa was determined to place the most worthy souls in that position. I think you have the wrong man for the job. He had argued, but Rosa would not hear it. She was absolutely certain of his heart. You are the most honorable of all. Combat is a common skill, but few possess the courage to wager their life repeatedly just to safeguard the innocent. You're the archetype of a protector that all other champions should aspire to be. Returning to the present, standing before Riley, the enchantress grins as if struck by a brilliant inspiration. I'm certain these children will obey their beloved mentor. Chris cuts her off with unwavering resolve. The tides of the world are shifting. We all endure the agony when superpowers first manifested. Great conflicts tore across the globe. Civilization crumbled to restore order. Countless souls had to offer up profound personal sacrifices. The villainess is bewildered by the direction of his speech. What does history have to do with her demand? That is precisely the point I am making, Chris continues. If the fever dreams of that deranged woman are allowed to manifest, humanity will descend back into absolute anarchy. Do not insult my queen. Riley shrieks. What a pathetic excuse to decline such an honor. Nobody cares if society falls apart. You are wrong. Deep down, even you care. Riley scowls in confusion. The concept escapes her. Chris limps forward, bloodied but unyielding. When society disintegrates, more children will be cast into the same living hell you endured. This strike to her past sends Riley into a trembling fit of rage. She storms forward, hissing. You understand nothing about my life. She snarls while triggering her gift. Chris, stand his ground. We know your story all too well. Riley. Lashing out violently, Riley levels her parasol. Colossal pillars erupt from it, raining down like missiles. In a relentless barrage, pulverizing the classroom. One strikes Chris directly. Others crash onto the students, pinning them beneath the heavy wreckage. The little ones wail for salvation. Professor, please help us. But Chris is buried as well, struggling to even lift an arm. I cannot believe you dare to mock me. I'll slaughter you all. Elias descends with earth-shattering force, slamming Riley's skull into the pavement. The shockwave cleaves the floor, making The entire structure shudder. The children's cries vanish. Chris watches in stunned silence. The air is deathly quiet. Subject: Riley, inmate of the 3rd subterranean level. Elias pins Riley to the earth, his boot heavy upon her head. The villainess can barely tilt her face up, completely disoriented. She didn't stand a ghost of chance. Her gaze burns with bottled-up fury. Elias peers down at her with cold disgust. It's time for you to summon that lunatic woman. Elias increases the pressure, channeling his energy directly into Riley's leg. She manages to crack one eye open and spits with venom. You dare refer to my sovereign as a lunatic? Yes, but don't worry, Elias retorts, you're just as mad. You arrogant brat. Riley screams in a frenzy, unable to endure the shame. You'll bleed for every insult against her. She flares her power, entangling them both in spectral chains. They snake around Elias's limbs and throat, locking him in place. Above them, a massive guillotine manifests, but Elias looks upward, and before the steel can drop, he shatters the conjuration with raw will. The links shatter, his arms snap free, and he buries a fist into Riley's face. Her skull is driven into the concrete with a sickening crunch. The massive hat quivers from the sheer force. The surrounding air falls still. Chris and the children are mesmerized by the display. Elias shouts to the instructor. The dazed teacher snaps to attention. Right, yes. As Elias says, get these children as far from here as possible. The protagonist commands, turning away. I can't. Her enchantment is still binding us. Chris calls back. Elias tightens his fist and delivers another strike, this time straight to Riley's solar plexus. The outlaw coughs up blood. The hero pummels her once, twice, thrice, leaving the madwoman broken. The pillars vanish, and with them, Riley's magical field. Chris moves instantly. He scoops up the children, urging them to follow him without delay. Elias, without a moment's rest, hoists Riley up by her collar like a discarded toy. His tone is chilling. I'll say it one more time. Call that pathetic madwoman. Drenched in blood, Riley taps into another facet of her power, Lady Mode. A runic circle blazes on the ground. Elias pauses. The small, battered form he was holding reshapes itself into a sophisticated, mature woman. It has been ages since I assumed this form, the villainous remarks. Elias remains for a fleeting second. Caught off guard, 2 men in formal suits shove him aside, restraining him with surprising strength. These are Mustachio 1 and Mustachio 2. Riley unfurls her parasol, creating a lady zone, summoning a secondary umbrella that grows to titanic proportions. Elias watches the transformation with icy detachment. Riley eyes him with genuine concern. I didn't anticipate your arrival. Truly unfortunate. Your interference ruins everything. Lady Mode, this is the true essence of Riley. Once activated, she can project her will and control anyone she deems is social inferior. It is another facet of her gift that proves overwhelming against those weaker than herself. However, she is fully aware that this trick won't work on the man who can dismantle Anna's specialized defenses. She is merely stalling for time, knowing this battlefield will be her final resting place. Riley is prepared to sacrifice her life so her 3 comrades can finish their dark work. I take it you won't be making that call, Elias says, stepping toward her. Riley is baffled. Why is he devoid of pride? He fails to see the glory in being handpicked by the queen herself. She would weep with joy in his shoes, but Elias remains silent. He ignites his power. Wait, the villainess cries out in desperation. Spare me, and I'll reveal the queen's location. Elias stares through her. I don't need a map. I can scan your corpse and harvest your memories with psychometry. I'll find that bitch regardless of your silence. Riley pales. She had completely overlooked that threat. You cannot kill me. If you strike me down and we meet again, you will suffer a far greater shame, and the queen will grant you no mercy. Elias stalks forward, deaf to her warnings. Riley's mind frantically searches for an exit. Her only hope is self-destruction, to ensure no physical trace remains. But Elias denies her even that final escape. He surges toward her with lightning speed to seize her. His outstretched palm slams into a barrier manifested by Anna, who steps through a shimmering rift. With a playful smile, she asks. Did you miss me so much that you came hunting, Elias? Riley is stunned. She turns to her sovereign in a daze. My queen, why are you here? It's too perilous. Then she recoils, petrified, as she witnesses the bolt, the titanic spark, erupting as the hero enters his zero mode. Anna remains amused but intrigued. She understands the gravity of this. This is his peak potential, but she also knows the toll it takes. On Elias, the drain on his life force, and knows he cannot sustain it. Without a heartbeat of hesitation, with a single strike, Elias tears through the barrier like wet paper. Thunderous cracks fill the air around them. I will expend every drop of my soul, if that is the price I must pay, to erase you from existence. Anna, genuinely impressed, replies. I can't even find it in me to be offended, she says with a faint, mocking smile. Is this what they call true passion? Elias's aura blazes with newfound intensity. He is poised to end both of them. Anna commands Riley, go now and deal with those who spat upon our invitation. Yes, my king, Elias is already there, before she can finish. Riley is barely spared by a portal that swallows her at the very last microsecond. But it wasn't Anna's doing. Her reaction was a fraction too slow. The rift ejects Riley directly in front of the cowering children. She struggles to find her footing, her lungs burning for air. The children shriek in terror. Chris recognizes her and instantly steps into the breach. Move. Get back. Riley heaves up blood, and two children turn, eyes wide with confusion. Is she the woman from the history books? Riley stares at them, crimson streaming down her face. She has no idea what they mean. Back with Anna. She watches Elias throughout his metamorphosis. She didn't anticipate him unleashing his ultimate trump card right at the start of the dance. This ground will be your final resting place, Elias declares as he completes his ascension. Anna smiles. Finally, she understands. You must reach your zero mode state to unleash this magnitude of power. Was it truly necessary to push yourself this far? She taunts him, but Elias ignores her, unleashing a deluge of lightning intended to skewer Anna. Anna barely finds a moment to react. The bolts strike home, yet they seem to pass right through her. If she chooses to phase through rifts, the attacks ghost through her form without inflicting a scratch. It's a trait Anna hadn't predicted. Elias's physical form can harmonize with its own energy, leaving him completely unfazed. Anna summons Snyder and Kinky. The pair leap through a portal into the fray to shield their mistress. They freeze the instant they arrive. Everyone surveys the carnage, and King Kong can't help but mutter, I'd have been better off staying put. How are we supposed to stall for time? If he's already pulled out his ultimate trump card, he's going to grind us into the dirt. Anna remarks that if they're doomed anyway, they might as well try to flee. She attempts to tear open an exit with her power, but the rift fails to manifest. The trio stands paralyzed in confusion until Elias speaks. I warned you this ground will be your final resting place. Dark Sky Coffin, the protagonist's absolute finishing move. A sealed dimension forged from his total essence. No one escapes, and not even spatial rifts can bridge the gap. Anna previously used a portal to rescue Kiro, but there's a catch. She did that while standing outside the reach of Elias's aura. Now, she is utterly cornered. The sheer imbalance of this ability is absurd. The villainous sneers. Yet, cloaked in high-voltage arcs, Elias winds up his fist and hammers against Anna's defenses once more, shattering her shield into glittering shards. Despite the blow, Anna desperately tries to reform the barrier, while Snyder shouts over the roar, we're in over our heads. Master, we have to take the gloves off. Anna wavers. She is still bound by her vow to Kiro. She won't slay Elias. I gave Kiro my word I'd spare him. We aren't making it out alive if we hold back, Snyder retorts. Forgive me, but surely Kiro will see reason. Anna, vitnessing. Elias, poised for the kill, finally relents. Both prepare to vent their maximum output, but then they go rigid, and it's not because of Elias. Their heightened instincts, sharpened by their gifts, scream of a threat far more terrifying. Anna turns around. The rank and file look on, in bewilderment. What is she sensing? But now she sees it too. From the void above, shards of the Dark Sky Coffin begin to flake away and fall. But there is no physical ceiling there. even Elias, is stunned by the sudden destabilization. To be truly unseen. The voice booms like a thunderclap through the heavy atmosphere. Every motion stops. Every soul feels the shift in the air. There isn't a soul alive who comprehends the nature of my gift. My rivals are insignificant, whether they number 10 or 1,000. All who dare to turn their backs on me find the entire world set against them. So no one will ever presume to mock me again. That is the essence of being truly invincible. What say you, young hunter? I heard you were quite the prodigy, but you haven't reached the peak of invincibility yet. Kinston had arrived on the scene. Elias remains stone-faced. There is no twitch of surprise or dread. He simply observes. Kinston smirks. I can guide you. I can grant you your heart's desire. I can make you peerless. Anna shatters the quiet with a snarl. What is this nonsense? You rambling. Old relic? Did that prison cell rot your mind? A strike flashes toward her face. Anna barely manages to slip the blow. What the hell? Don't you dare cut me off. Anna screams. Kinston lets out a dry chuckle. It was you who intruded upon our conversation. Since when does a woman presume to wedge herself into a talk? Between gentlemen? Good grief, don't blame me. It's his dialogue, not mine. Anna glares, ready to snap back, but a spray of blood hits the bridge of her nose. The suddenness catches everyone off guard. Snyder and Kinky lunge forward to intervene, but Anna holds them back. She watches with pure venom in her eyes. Kinston, you senile fool. You belong in a casket, you ancient piece of trash. Kinston laughs with arrogant confidence. Is that the case? Can't you see I'm still standing? Quite tall, though don't think I'd waste my vitality on someone like you. Now, hold your tongue and perish. Anna triggers a massive eruption of spatial distortion, a gigantic stellar blast in the heart of the zone. With her features contorted in rage, Anna hisses through clenched teeth. Your clock is ticking down regardless. You old fossil. But a silhouette looms. Behind her, Kinston, unscathed. A decent effort, I'll grant you that. That particular gift of yours is impressive. Remind me of that pale kid's. Anna spins around, launching a savage energy blade. Kinston evades with effortless grace, and before she can blink, he drives. A precise, devastating punch right into her ribs. The force sends her tumbling, shattering her own wards. Like fragile glass, Anna is finally truly wounded. Kinston isn't even breathing hard. You all fall into the same trap. You grow arrogant because of your flashy gifts, but you've neglected the temple of your own body. I don't understand why it's so hard to grasp. The flesh isn't just a container for the spirit. It is the wellspring of authentic power. A teleporter? Kinston picks up the signal instantly. Snyder aims a heavy kick at the old man, but he's blocked with a yawn. Kinston parries and drives him back with a shove. The old man grins at the opponent and says, At least you trained your muscle well. Snyder and Kinky hurl themselves at the veteran without a second thought. They exert every ounce of strength, while Kinston seems to be enjoying the exercise. Anna flares her powers too, and a chaotic melee erupts, directly in front of Elias, who remains, briefly dazed by the old man's sudden intervention. He carefully scans the chaos and quickly maps out his next move to align with Kinston and end this wretched woman once and for all. Back at the WSC, Marlin asks for confirmation of Kinston's arrival. The official confirms the report, noting that the devil just sent an urgent distress signal. Buddha and Gera remark that the old man has always been an enigma. He surely has his own agenda. Marlin worries if the protagonist isn't over his head, but the news is good. Gera settles his nerves. They have no metric to gauge the old man's actual ceiling, but they are certain of his intentions. Chrono and Buddha agree. Won't turn his blade on Elias. Meanwhile, Buddha points out that the real threat might be the wild card, whatever that other man is planning. Riley sneers at the youngsters. She finds it absurd that her life story was featured in a school textbook. It was a joke, and completely disgusting. Chris explains it wasn't just her tale, but that the curriculum covers the backgrounds of every inmate from Rookulus. To what end? To mock us? Riley demands in a fury. Quite the opposite, Chris replies. It's so they can truly know you, to grasp the motives behind your actions. Rumors circulated that Rosa and Neno were founding an academy for gifted youth. A prison official came to pay his respects. He told them it was an honor to meet them. Standing before Nino and Rosa, a familiar face appears. He introduces himself as Santiago, a lead inspector from Ruculus prison. While they met, Nino asked if adding criminology as a core requirement might be too intense. It might be a bit dark for kids, Nino suggested. Santiago countered, not at all. They need to master it. These children will be the ones steering our world tomorrow, and it is our duty to educate them on high-risk environments, on upholding the law, and show them the dark paths they might walk otherwise. We don't have to excuse it, but we can analyze the history of the inmates to see what drives them, and realize that even if a fraction of their malice was sparked by society's failures, only then can we find a cure and move toward a better future. Spare me the lectures, Riley snaps back, asking how it felt, prying into a lady's secrets. Chris prepared to answer, but he was cut off. She is a predator beyond the reach of reason. Don't waste your breath, Chris. I should have sacked you years ago. You're truly a lost cause. The professor is shocked to see the old man standing there. But Utili, addressing the children, tells them they've been fed lies and nonsense this entire time. Now, I'm going to give you a real education. Look closely at that monster. Do not forget this lesson. Whatever sob story she hides behind is nothing but a pathetic excuse. Those who point fingers at society for their sins are merely fishing for unearned sympathy. The truth is they were simply born broken. They are revolting glitches in the human code. They are the malignancy, the blight on our world. And do you know how we handle malignant cells? We wipe them out. Let me demonstrate the procedure. The veteran stalks forward. She shrieks that the world is the true villain, that she isn't a Yutori, and the cold pavement have no interest in hearing that. Exhausted, miserable justification again. You will be the same pile of filth if you were born in a different culture, a different century, or even a different reality. You were wired to be a predator. Honestly, your birth was a cosmic mistake. This is Yutori, known to the underworld as Yutori Akainu. Shut your damn mouth. Riley snaps, fed up with his lecturing. But Yutori presses on. Regrettably, I lack the time to properly explain the agony you forced upon your victims and the families they left behind. He retrieves a stopwatch from his pocket and secures it. Nonetheless, I shall strive to inflict the most exquisite torment imaginable. A chill of dread washes over Riley. She isn't even at half strength to mount a defense. Consulting his watch, Yutori declares that 10 minutes will be plenty. Riley drops into a desperate combat stance, intent on killing him. But Yutori is faster, landing a brutal hook exactly where Elias left an open wound. Riley heaves blood from the force and snarls through the pain. Stumbling back, she curses him as a lowborn relic while flaring her power. Yutori shatters her momentum with another devastating punch, cracking her ribcage like dry kindling. Double acceleration. He triggers his unique trait and unleashes a tempest of strikes. Riley barely has a moment to even feel the sting. With a vice-like grip, he seizes her head and pulverizes her features, smashing her nose and shattering her teeth to fragments. And he's just getting started. 1, 2, 3. A rapid-fire sequence of knee strikes. Tell me, does it sting yet? Reflecting on it, Figa was far too merciful with you. Crack. Another knee finds its mark. Riley can only manage incoherent gurgles. She let out a piercing wail, clinging to the last threads of her life. She burns a magic sigil into the floor, summoning a trio of mustachioed guardians. Ladies first, she wheezes. How very refined. But they are vaporized, shredded into nothingness in a heartbeat by Yutori's doubled velocity. Gazing at the broken outlaw, he whispers, quadruple acceleration, and buries a fist in her face, sending a crimson spray across the room. As she's catapulted backward, completely ruined, in a streak of azure light, Yutori cuts her off mid-flight. He drives an elbow deep in her spine, launching her straight toward the rafters. He pursues her into the air, pitiless and precise. Left, right, a gut-wrenching hook followed by a straight blast to the jaw. Chris and the children watch in stunned disbelief. Before them, what looks like jagged bolts of blue tear through the villainous's body. But it wasn't lightning. It's the heavy-set old man clasping his hands, weaving a catastrophic, finishing blow that connects squarely with the center of Riley, driving her into the ground like a falling star. The dust settles to reveal a mangled wreck of a woman, clinging to consciousness by a hair. Standing over her is an entirely transformed Yutori. You appear to be in significant distress. I must say, your new look is quite striking. But there is a final lesson you must learn. He raises his heel and brings it down ruthlessly on Riley's exposed injury. Her scream echoes through the hall. The innocent souls and the families you shattered endured a torment far deeper than this. Yutori checks his watch. 3 minutes remain on the clock. Riley, gasping for air, wheezes. Are you warping time? Precisely. He replies with chilling calm. My gift grants me mastery over the temporal flow, though it is restricted to my person and what I touch. Which implies clamping his hand over the woman's face and tightening his grip, he continues. Which implies I can also drag time to a crawl. You are going to experience every second of this agony, for what will feel like an eternity. And only then will you be allowed to die. He looks down without a shred of mercy. Vile waste of life. You are the plague. To any outside observer, that subtle motion was over in a flash. But for Riley, it was a lifetime of pain. Yutori finally released his grip, allowing her to gasp for oxygen. What a pity. Under different circumstances, I would have savored more time. Breaking you. The outlaw tries to find her voice, but her nerves are fried. All she can muster is a faint, haunting chuckle. Yutori stares, narrowed eyes full of suspicion. What do you find so amusing? She offers no answer. The veteran hoists her up by her shredded clothes, shaking her. He demands, has your mind finally snapped in these closing moments? Is that it? With her fading breath, Riley whispers, I'll admit, the void terrifies me, but that isn't why I'm laughing. I didn't expect to finish my task in such a state, but I'm satisfied. Yutori's expression hardens. What are you rambling about? Riley grins, her mouth a mask of blood. If I go down, I'm dragging every single one of those children marked by my power into the grave with me. They are bound to my heartbeat. This is her ultimate spite, the living sepulcher. Chris hears this and turns pale. What did she just say? Elias had already shattered her domain, but Yutori realizes the horrific truth instantly. This isn't just a lingering effect. It's a lethal, soul-binding curse. Inside Elias's barrier, Kinston moves with the fluidity of a dancer. His unique energy spirals with every gesture. Snyder and Kinky launch a synchronized assault, but the old man deflects them with a brutal, elegant mastery, as if he were merely going through a routine. Kinky recovers first and charges back in. Kinston brings his palm down, with agonizing slowness onto her crown, and slams her into the dirt like he's swatting an insect. Snyder bellows in grief for his partner. Kinky needs to unlock the limiter. A fist to the jaw cuts his words short, flooring him instantly. Arrogant children, Kinston spits. Your powers aren't even worth the effort of a seal. You're nothing but lazy cowards chasing shortcuts. The master prepares his strike. In a heartbeat, he blurs with supernatural speed. He severs the arms of both attackers without a moment's hesitation. I'll carve some humility into your souls with this. Go retrieve your limbs and beg the man in black to stitch you back together. He seems to have a talent for mending things. He's referring to the one who tended to Akiro. Anna, paralyzed by horror, frantically raises a barrier. She can't fathom who this old man is or how he found them. But time has run out. Elias ambushes her, shattering her shield like glass, and delivers a crushing blow that sends her skidding. She tumbles, skipping across the hard ground. Racked with pain, Anna struggles to her feet. Elias closes the distance in a blur. She screams in terror, manifesting every shield, rift, and wall, every scrap of power she has left. But it's useless. He weaves through it all like a shadow. He is the end of her story. He descends like a lightning strike, pinning her with a violent stomp that craters the floor and makes her cough up crimson. Anna can barely form words, trying to beg for her life. Elias, please, stop. But Elias cuts her off with a heavy strike that silences her pleas forever. He begins to pummel her with pure, unadulterated rage. Every punch is a torrent of pure hatred. Her blood paints the floor while he looms over her with an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. Snyder shrieks in agony for his leader, crawling uselessly in a desperate attempt to reach her. Elias coils his fist, flooding it with an immense surge of energy. The air itself warps. The ground groans under the pressure. Anna wails, her screams filled with the terror of death. Please no. But Elias is deaf to her. His eyes hold nothing but cold loathing. He is ready to deliver the final blow. A hand catches his arm mid-swing. Kinston steps in with an iron grip. The protagonist looks up stunned. That is enough, boy. The veteran's voice is absolute. This wasn't even your victory to claim. If you truly were peerless, you wouldn't have needed a hand from anyone. In a quiet room, Yutori stares intensely at Riley. She's gasping for her final breaths, soaked in blood. Tell me the truth. Is it what I suspect? The villainess nods with a faint, mocking grin. Indeed, the very instant my life fades, the curse will ignite. Yutori maintains a heavy silence. He lifts his gaze to address everyone in the vicinity. My deepest apologies. This truly is a tragic necessity. His pulse quickens. His resolve is absolute. On the verge of showing a crack of emotion, Yutori plunges. His bare hand into Riley. The force is devastating. The villainess heaves a spray of blood, releasing a dark surge that splatters across the old man's features. Riley collapses, shattered and utterly broken. This marks the end of her reign. Riley, the once dreaded sovereign of shadows, is extinguished by a merciless, obsessive veteran, devoid of any pity. Yutori straightens up, turning his attention toward Chris and the youth. I could have attempted coercion, or interrogation, or try to break her spell, before ending her life, but had she managed to slip away during that window, the fallout would have been thousands of innocent casualties. He pauses, his tone now cold and clinical. Even if you're lost, it was for the collective survival. Regrettably, a malignancy inevitably consumes the healthy tissue surrounding it, so you have my regrets. What an absolute monster. Are you serious right now? What a heartless wretch. This old man is a viper, a total viper. He cocks his head slightly. A grim sacrifice demanded by the greater good. You have my genuine gratitude for your service, and my hollow respect for your ultimate price. What a catastrophe. Azure embers begin to flicker and rise. From Riley's corpse, Yutori watches them dance unhurried. A truly sinister gift. He mutters with a look of disdain. Fortunate that it only triggers upon her expiration. It would be an insurmountable crisis if she could wield this while drawing breath. Without a trace of remorse, he turns his back to depart. He lifts a hand in a dismissive wave without looking back. I offer my sympathies in advance for your passing. He stops briefly and adds with chilling indifference. Except for you, Chris. Given your resilient nature, I expect you'll manage to survive. Chris catches the faint, distant, yet venom-laced whisper of Riley. Her essence manifests as a haunting, spectral silhouette. Every single one of you is dragged into the abyss with me. Instantly, spectral shackles erupt, binding every child. They are paralyzed. Pure panic takes hold. They wail, sob, and beg for mercy. Chris sees the chaos. Steady yourselves, he commands with a resonant voice. Do not be afraid. I swore an oath to keep you out of harm's way. Remember? Riley's phantom halts. Intrigued. What are you rambling about? You delusional academic? Chris meets her gaze with iron resolve. My meaning is perfectly clear. These children will remain untouched, because I shall be the only soul to journey with you. In the meantime, Elias winds up a strike before him. Kinston slides into a master's defensive stance. The collision between them triggers a violent blast of air. Kinston absorbs the impact without budging. His face is a mask of calm. There it is, he says with a knowing grin. You possess the spark needed to become peerless. Elias pounces on the momentary lull, his kung fu. Targets Anna once more, but again, Kinston steps into the breach. Mind if I borrow a moment of your time as well? He asks while parrying the strike with ease. Let's have a little dialogue. Elias glowers at him, teeth bared in frustration, and bellows for him to clear the path. A thunderous boom echoes, and Kinston regards him with gravity. Listen, young man, I truly grasp the depth of your rage, but do not let your passions cloud your judgment. Slowly, Kinston coils his fist, his grip tightening like a vice, as he says, Fury will not resolve this predicament. Elias senses the looming shadow of death, and barely manages to slip the strike. Paralyzed, he witnesses the vast devastation of the blow, his barrier The roof, and even the clouds above, are vaporized. He finally realizes the catastrophic threat the old man poses. Anna, still crimson and broken, watches the scene unfold from her knees. She never suspected the veteran operated at such a godlike level. Kinston calls out to her without shifting his focus. His voice is steady and authoritative, not aggressive. If you intend to flee, Anna, this is your final window. She gets the message. She is no match for this titan. Shamed, she retreats, gathering her mangled protectors, and using her rifts to vanish from the battlefield. Elias, watching his prey slip away, exhales a ragged breath. Before him, Kinston observes with a serene gaze. Can we engage in a genuine discussion? Now that the interruptions have ceased, the master inquires. Elias, fueled by sheer rage, lunges again, with every ounce of his strength. Kinston merely shrugs and offers a smile. Well, I suppose combat is its own form of language. In a different sector, Chris stands unyielding. The spectral chains still cinch tight. Yutori wasn't wrong. He whispers, my gift is purely defensive. But after my conversation with Rosa, I realize the truth. I can use this burden to truly save. So I will push this power to its absolute limit and absorb every ounce of damage meant for these children. The children stare in horror, shaking with fear. Riley's spirit narrows her eyes. But why? Why would you throw your life away like that? She asks, her fury laced with genuine bewilderment. It's illogical. It defies all reason. I gave you the answer moments ago, Chris replies softly. It's because I'm their teacher. That's no reason to die. You're completely insane. Chris speaks with a heavy heart. Riley, I truly regret that you cannot see it. I know the world that forged you is a far cry from mine. I know you were molded by monsters who saw you only as a weapon. Be quiet, she mutters, her voice low, but Chris persists. You were never given an alternative. They coerced you. They pulled your strings like a puppet. Your sins were not entirely your own design. Be quiet. She screams again, her tone becoming more jagged, more desperate. They drove you to commit atrocities for the sake of another's greed. They never showed you any other path. Shut your mouth. Riley bellows. I will not. Chris answers, his eyes locked on hers. I will walk with you on your final descent into the dark. And together, we will unlearn every cruel lesson they taught you. She spits a venomous insult through her teeth, fuming, but Chris's voice rises. Above her storm, a teacher exists for the future of his pupils. That is why I pledged my life the moment I was appointed. As an educator at this academy, I have no regrets. The children break into sobs. No, please don't leave us. Professor, but he offers a gentle smile. It's going to be all right. Just give me one promise. Promise me you will grow into people of character. After all, the future belongs to you. Those words slice through Riley's spectral soul. The future, she echoes, her voice cracking. Her consciousness is pulled back into the depths of the past. Welcome, little ones. Have you brought your friends? I am Mrs. Taylor, your new instructor. A towering woman with a predatory smile looms over them. You shall become my legacy. Are you prepared to lay down your lives for me? The woman asks, and there was Riley, barely 12 years old. Taylor scoured orphanages for children with gifts and conscripted them into her academy. Greetings, everyone. You will address me as Miss Taylor. I am destined to be the sovereign of this world. In this institution, I will train you to be warriors bound only to me. So I expect nothing less than absolute devotion to your training. Riley and the other youths were forged under Taylor's brutal curriculum. This went on for many agonizing years. She instructs them in the art of assassination, utilizing their unique abilities, indoctrinating them with twisted codes of conduct, forcing them through loyalty trials and other psychological tortures. Riley's talent far outstripped the rest. Impressed by her lethality, Miss Taylor rewards her by appointing her class leader. With that rank, she is handed the power to discipline her peers. She carries out the instructor's mandates and executes them with surgical precision. A moment, dear Riley. Her teacher calls her aside. How was your inaugural day? As class leader, Riley confesses that she doesn't quite understand the sensation, but whenever she punishes her fellow students, she is overcome by a wave of inexplicable revulsion. Taylor regards her with a thin smile and explains that such a feeling is perfectly natural. Does anyone enjoy the stench of vermin? Young Riley immediately shakes her head. Of course she didn't. Precisely. One views them as lesser beings, Taylor says, placing a hand on her shoulder. What you feel is the natural order of things. But in time, your peers will learn to perform their duties correctly. Then that revulsion will wither away. Dedicate yourself to correcting them, little one. I knew I was right to choose you as leader. As the years passed, Riley felt that same hollow ache every time she broke her classmates. Yet, Miss Taylor's words held true. Slowly but surely, that spark of humanity began to dim. A vast amount of time has slipped away since they first began their studies here. 1 year after you reach adulthood, I shall rule the world. All specialized ability drills, close quarters combat, and physical endurance training. Every detail followed Taylor's master plan. Or Taylor, whatever, until someone disrupted the status quo. One afternoon, a girl teased that the man couldn't even finish off the villain with a single strike. The hero shrugged, thinking he was simply exhausted from the night before. Pulling his girlfriend close, he wondered aloud if he should dial it back. Next time, these were Clark and Millie, wielders of special type abilities. Inside the academy walls, a crimson droplet fell onto Taylor's lifeless body, who had been slain by the heroes. Clark was stunned by how fragile the woman actually was. According to Yutori, she was supposed to be a formidable opponent. Perhaps we've just become too powerful, the heroine joked. But Clark noted she was an incredibly ambitious woman. Founding a school for insurgents was quite the headache. Still, Millie proposed leveling the entire structure. The hero hesitated, but if they didn't finish it, she'd surely pester them if any students managed to flee. All right then, let's make it quick, the two youths agreed. Attention, this academy is officially closed. Clark roared, hoisting Taylor's corpse for her students to see. A chorus of screams erupted, everyone paralyzed by the sight. Riley was equally devastated. The two students were taken aback to see the entire crowd lunge at them in a blind frenzy. Millie raised her hand, pressing her fingers together for a sharp snap. Everyone was blasted backward, Riley included. The two heroes stood over the children, debating their next move. Millie considered taking them in, but to Clark that seemed far too tedious. It would drain too much capital and time to reform so many. Besides, he doubted they were even salvageable. By the way, these fools haven't actually killed anyone yet. Have they? Clark inquired. Millie shook her head. They had arrived before the final phase of training. So, it was unlikely. And if we wait, they'll just cause trouble. Later on for us to clean up, Clark added. Millie pondered this and decided it wasn't worth the wait. If these kids were destined to cause harm, they might as well eliminate the threat now. That woman had clearly brainwashed them to become future villains. Perhaps a little extra effort today would save them a massive headache tomorrow. To Clark, it sounded like a perfect plan. They could even pin the blame on him for any crime just to have a valid excuse. Mockingly, Millie warned him to be careful not to waste all his energy. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves properly tonight. Yeah, we'll see, the hero smirked. Blood began to splatter. The air filled with the sound of wailing and snapping bones. Why? One girl sobbed. Why are you slaughtering us? We were only attending class. You are an unacceptable risk. The hero countered, cast aside by their parents. They had ended up in an orphanage only to be claimed by a villainess who groomed them into killers. Clearly, you're a menace. Though truthfully, you probably shouldn't have been born at all. Crushing her skull, he added as a final note. I hope you find better parents in the next life. Another child lost their life in a flash. Wow, the algorithm is definitely going to flag this content. Feeding Millie's excitement. Another head burst while she shivered with dark delight. Riley pleaded for mercy, but Clark didn't care in the slightest. Seizing him from behind, Millie pulled him back. She couldn't wait any longer. She wanted him right then and there. The hero wanted to finish the last girl first, but Millie wouldn't have it. Look at this place. This grimy room, heavy with sweat, blood, and the stench of death. All these corpses, and one solitary survivor, completely shattered. This has to be getting you excited too, right? Good grief. Clark looked at her with a calm smile and said, You really are a wild one. I love it. That was how Riley managed to slip away. No, they simply let her go as a twisted whim, fueled by their own arousal. She sprinted without looking back until she reached an open field. There, her strength finally failed, and she began to heave in pure disgust. After that fateful day, she drifted from place to place, with no purpose. Amidst a ruined town, she crossed paths with a formidable villain. He recognized her as one of Taylor's protégés and offered her a spot in his ranks. So Riley enlisted under the command of Caracas, wreaking havoc upon society. After that villain was brought down by Kinston the Young, Riley was apprehended by Figa and locked away in Ruculus. Now Riley tells Chris, "That is the only world I was shown. That was the path I was told to follow, and I believed it was the only way to survive. Are you telling me my entire life has been one big mistake?" Inside the prison, there was someone who knew how to exploit Riley's training. Anna entered her cell, saying, "You weren't wrong. The world is the true culprit. Once I take my throne as queen, I will reshape the world into a home for people like you. Then, you will serve me with unwavering loyalty." Give me an answer, Chris. They were right. Yutori and those heroes were right. I never should have existed. Chris answered her gently. Riley, every soul has an inherent right to live. You endured unspeakable horrors. I truly grasp that, but your past does not excuse the atrocities you have committed, and there are far too many to simply overlook. But I will stand by you. I will comfort you for the cruelty you faced so unfairly as a child. I will also hold you accountable and guide you through the weight of your crimes. I'm going to be your teacher. I only have one request for you. Could you release the children so they don't have to witness this? Be quiet. Just shut your mouth. Riley struggled to her feet and prepared a massive spectral guillotine. Chris turned his back to ask his students to look away. It was a profound honor to be your instructor. The children sobbed. Riley, consumed by rage, unleashed the strike. Chris squeezed his eyes shut as he heard the heavy blade fall. Silence and darkness enveloped him. But he didn't feel any different. He opened his eyes cautiously and saw the truth. Riley had turned the blade upon her own head. Chris was stunned until the girl spoke her final words. I don't need you to follow me. There's no reason for you to die. In truth, I always knew it. Every choice I made was a mistake. I simply couldn't bear to admit it because by then I was beyond saving. Always. That lingering revulsion. I only felt it after hurting my classmates. Even they would apologize to me for forcing me to punish them. They understood that if I didn't comply, I would be the one suffering the blow. I saw my reflection in a pool of their blood, and I was the one bleeding out. Even when Figa beat me, she told me, stop living as a puppet for others. Seeing myself in her eyes filled me with loathing. In prison, a woman tried to show me kindness, but all I could see was my own ugliness and those bowls of soup. I can't stand the sight of myself. Isn't that the ultimate torment? That's why I could never accept that my path was vile. I convinced myself that what I was taught was correct and that the world was the problem. I wanted so badly to believe. She never truly wanted this life. Watching Chris and his students, she wondered what her life might have looked like if, from the very beginning, she had been guided by a good teacher. Her power slowly faded away. She continued, even so, my existence really was an absolute tragedy until the very end. Then, with Riley's passing, the children and Chris were liberated. Elias struck again and again, relentless. He channeled every ounce of power into his fist for a final blow. However, Kinston was on a completely different level. Why so much fury? Is it because you failed to slaughter that insignificant brat? The old man asked with total composure. Elias lunged again, but Kinston didn't budge. If you were truly strong, you wouldn't need a vent. Shut up. Elias roared, losing himself to rage. Kinston noted, losing your cool won't get you anywhere. Unless you truly cultivate your power, you will never be a match for either of those two. Ultimately, you are the source of your own failure. Look at what happened when I stepped in. If you were truly peerless, you would have succeeded in killing the woman. The anger from your denial refuses to accept that you simply lack precisely what you lack. That internal void is the true source of your rage. Acceptance is a bitter pill, and I truly empathize. Confronting our own flaws is a daunting task, yet we must. They are woven into our very being. Embracing them is the only path to reaching your goal. He halts for a beat. Allow me to ask once more. What is the root of that burning anger within you? A tidal wave of memories crashes into Elias's mind. Every defeat, every slip-up. He snarls, teeth clenched. I ordered you to shut your damn mouth. The final moments of his duel and subsequent loss to Kiro flash before him. Kinston elevates his hand, gathering a surge of energy, and as his fingers curl into a fist, he says, "What truly stirred those tempests?" He delivers a metaphorical strike to Elias's chest, shattering the protagonist's heavy cycle of memories. Elias bolts his eyes open, breathless. The mental static begins to fade. The chaos, the resentment, and the crushing weight of the past. For the first time in an age, he looks up to find a perfectly tranquil sky. "So, tell me, do you feel a bit more peace?" Kinston inquires with a gentle, knowing smile. Elias offers no verbal reply. He remains, deathly still, then mournfully shields his face with his palm. What was the right move? The veteran lets out a soft chuckle and extends his hand. Deep down, you've known the answer all along. Come now, take my hand. One of Anna's shimmering riffs widens, allowing Vicky and Joaquin to abort their mission. Ugh, just as I was getting into the rhythm, the woman huffs. Joaquin surveys the battlefield with cold calculation. This withdrawal is likely for the best. That hero who just intervened. It appears he possesses the power to truly challenge us. This is my ingene ability, a special type classification. Elsewhere in the sprawling city, Wendy weathers a barrage of mystical strikes, unleashed by Edward. Behind the aggressor, an exit portal flickers to life, yet he brazenly ignores the signal. Moments latte. Anna steps through the threshold and glares at him. What on earth are you playing at? Why are you still on this side of the rift? Edward retorts with a sneer. I'm not finished yet. Edward. Her tone turns ice cold. Suddenly, Edward's arrogant mask is replaced by sheer dread. Get moving and retreat, or I will end you right where you stand. Anna's grand design to distribute the invitations has crumbled. Kinston has returned with Elias and demands an urgent summit with the WSC. Stepping inside, the old master scans every face in the chamber. He smirks, noting with amusement that no one dared to bring out handcuffs. He was surrounded by familiar shadows. Guerra and Igiato greet him like the old comrades they are. They exchange a few cordial words. The fleeting peace is shattered by a restless Marlin. Mr. Kinston, what is the purpose of this summons? Kinston meets his gaze and answers with sharp honesty. I never imagined the world president would be such a fledgling. Regardless, I didn't come here to start a fire. I'm simply here to make a formal declaration. Elias is officially my apprentice from this moment on, so keep your hands off him. That is all. The veteran turns and simply walks away. In the wake of Kinston's departure, Marlin calls for a formal vote on the old man's decree. The tally was revealed. Crumb, Buddha, Guerra, and Jate all cast their votes against it. He found a solitary ally in one man, Yutori. Igiato, true to form, chose to abstain entirely. Yutori steps forward to speak. I find it baffling that you'd reject the aid of an unparalleled powerhouse who appeared exactly when needed. Why squander such a golden opportunity? I expected better, particularly from you. Crumb. The woman fires back. With frozen precision, the state does not bargain or collaborate with known outlaws. Frankly, it's an insult that you allowed him to walk in here, as if he owned the place. The real shock here is you, Yutori. A mere few weeks ago, you were calling for the old man's head. Now you're his advocate? Yutori scoffs at the remark. That's irrelevant. The landscape has shifted. We have the chance to wield the ultimate deterrent, and you're letting it slip through your fingers. Marlin remains silent, pressing a hand to his brow with a deep grimace. A headache is blooming. A massive headache, born from the relentless chaos that seems to define his time in office. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, Anna is found. Under a hot shower. She had assumed that ancient fossil would be slow and brittle after decades behind bars. Perhaps his strength has waned. But if this is him weak, how terrifying was he in his prime? She ponders the thought. This realization forces a shift in strategy. Kiro enters, breaking her train of thought. He admits he's still puzzled as to how sharing a bathroom and bathing with her is supposed to make him more mature. Looking utterly lost, Anna beams at the sight of him and pulls him into a tight embrace. It's a vital stage in your growth, Kiro. You'll appreciate the logic in due time. Goodness. As she watches him, her mind continues to calculate. I still have him, and several other aces hidden up my sleeve. I just need a moment to reorganize the board. I can't breathe. Hiro gasps from the hug. At the Hero Association. Now that the assembly is complete, it's time to call this meeting to order, Wendy proclaims. Before the gathered ranks of the association's heroes, she has taken the mantle of interim leader. Her mission is the great handover, to handpick and unify the heroes who will forge the third generation of equity. And that is where we'll pause for today, everyone. Honestly, this manhwa is absolutely gripping, a true masterpiece. It's a bit of shame it's so graphic, and I've had some rough luck with gory manhwas in the past. For instance, LAP is a brilliant series, very visceral, but YouTube's algorithm rarely gives a spotlight. Every time I feature it, the reach is unfortunately limited. I'm hoping this video manages to dodge that fate. At the very least, show some love by hitting that like button, because if it underperforms, it might get buried, and I'll be forced to move on to other projects. We're wrapping up at chapter 36 for those who want to dive into the source material. Just a reminder, the title is The Executor, or The Enforcer. Something along those lines in English. Haha. Catch you later. Appreciate all the support. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you had a blast. See ya. Moi. The vetting process they intend to use will go as follows. The director of the Hero Association will nominate 5 key candidates, so the government can perform an exhaustive background and psychological check. Those who earn official clearance will be inducted into equity. She already has a list of names ready, but before she can announce them, a voice cuts her off. It's Yutori, who questions why. Wendy believes she has the authority to select these representatives, given she is merely a placeholder leader. Wendy snaps back that he shouldn't even be in a room, considering his hero status was revoked entirely. However, he retorts that as a party leader, he has every right to be at the table. Wendy then demands his silence. He is not the one steering the association's future. Yutori refuses to acknowledge her authority, which clearly gets under her skin, and he bulldozes over her rebuttal because, to put it bluntly, the World Party will never recognize the new equity squad, so long as an interim head is making the choices, regardless of who she picks. Wendy is left momentarily speechless at his audacity, while Yutori continues by emphasizing that choosing the next generation is a move of monumental importance. It will define the association's legacy. Therefore, the selection must be sanctioned by a permanent leader, not a surrogate seizing a moment of weakness. Wendy's temper flares at the old man. Does he not grasp the gravity of their situation? They need to finalize the roster and stabilize the situation immediately. Yutori scoffs at her mention of solutions, challenging her performance in Portugal. She couldn't even pin down Edward and allowed him a clean escape. When he calls him a hypocrite, how can he critique her for saving lives during the chaos while he abandoned a group of students and their teacher when they were taken as collateral? Drop the act, expecting the world to bleed so you can stay comfortable. Yutori counters with a blunt question. And why should I change my ways? If anyone needs a mental overhaul, it's you, Wendy. In fact, everyone in this room does. He can't fathom why he's being demonized for his choices, when he acted based on cold, hard logic. Furthermore, no civilians lost their lives in the process. Wendy, fuming, tries to interject, but Yutori talks right over her. He points the finger of offering up others as pawns, while she simultaneously stood up for criminals, squandering taxpayer funds to keep them well-fed and providing them with shelter. Then she has the audacity to preach about high ideals or reform. Rehabilitation, what a load of garbage. They will never change. They're the dregs of our world. You only have to look at their track record. The moment they broke out of Ruculus, they rallied behind a delusional madwoman hell-bent on slaughtering people across the entire planet. Given that reality, what could she possibly achieve? Or rather, what was her master plan? To a point more. Heroes to equity and lecture them about not eliminating villains because it's immoral? They simply adore, portraying themselves as virtuous and compassionate, all while ignoring the lives of citizens who are in mortal peril. People are sick of that drivel. Wendy falls silent for a brief moment. Then she looks at Yutori and asks if he would truly honor her choices. if she were the officially recognized head of the association. He retorts that he absolutely would, provided that is what the public demands. Wendy recommends settling it with a vote. That way, the bickering finally ends. Yutori finds the idea appealing. A worldwide referendum would be perfect, but she shakes her head. They don't have the luxury of time for a global tally. The decision will be made right here and now, letting the heroes in attendance decide. Yutori points out, the majority of the heroes in this very room were personally chosen by Rosa. Naturally, the bleeding heart philosophy is bound to come out on top. The veteran ponders for a second and decides he is willing to concede if she can secure at least 2/3 of the total support. 10 minutes down the line, the voting data is finalized, and it's a shock for Wendy. 48% refused to stand with her, and she required 75% for a total victory. Yutori taunts her with a mocking grin. It seems clear that the association is crying out for a fresh leader, someone with more grounded strategies. Just as Yutori noted, most of them were recruited by Rosa, which is why Wendy never saw this rejection coming. However, there is a deeper truth behind this outcome. Yutori moved swiftly when the prison break occurred. He met with the heroes, one-on-one, to give them his unfiltered perspective. Even if they didn't share his extreme views, they recognized that the old man's warnings held a grain of truth, and they confessed to needing a stronger hand. And why? For a very basic reason. Rosa was uniquely powerful and had an impeccable reputation, which allowed her to push her agenda through. By contrast, Winnie not only lacks those credentials, but she also fails to embody Rosa's legacy. Elias, being Rosa's closest confidant, should have been the natural heir, but he chose a path of total extermination. This ultimately shattered the consensus among the other heroes. Yutori is eager to hear Wendy's rebuttal. She tries to find her voice, and the veteran asks if they will now proceed with the global vote, so the public can pick the hero's new champion. Wendy insists once more that time is of the essence. They have to expedite the new equity team. But Yutori sneers at this, citing one of Rosa's own protocols. During a state of emergency, the administration can mandate a formal election window. Wendy remains paralyzed, unsure of how to fight back, and the old man adds that, per another of great Rosa's bylaws, candidates don't even have to be active members of the association to be elected as its head. Come on, he tells her, you're just a fill-in. You should get in touch with the government and set the election calendar. Wendy is completely blindsided. The old man has her cornered. That very same afternoon, Yutori stepped down as the chief of the World Party and launched his campaign for leader of the hero association. Who do you believe is best suited to pilot this new era? Wendy and her mercy for criminals. They're still human, after all, or Yutori and his crusade to wipe them out? Huh, we both know who you're really rooting for, so don't play innocent with me. While all that drama was unfolding, Marlon, the global president, sinks into his chair, mulling over the chaos. Flashback, 48 hours earlier, in a secluded location. Marlon arrives at Kinston's hideout. The veteran admits the kid has guts for showing up solo, especially given his presidential status. Marlon explains that based on the reports from Buddha and Guerra, he didn't feel his life was at risk. Kinston had heard a rumor that he took the presidency without possessing a single superpower, and that actually earns his respect. But Marlon wants to cut to the chase. Was the old master truly after? Kinston counters with a query of his own. How much do you actually grasp about the evolution of superpowers? Marlon states that from what he's been told, creation-type powers thrive on the user's imagination, whereas physical and special types hit their stride when a user reaches full adulthood. Kinston tells him he's only scratched the surface. The other two types have a hard ceiling on growth. However, a physical-type user can shatter their limits through sheer, unrelenting grit. So, imagine for a moment, if someone with a massive and unstoppable special ability also pushed their physical form to the absolute peak. Think about the implications. He would be a titan, the likes of which the world has never seen, unstoppable by any army. Kinston is pleased the point hit home. He only wants to witness just how formidable the boy could become under his tutelage. Elias is the wild card they should fear, as his true intentions remain a mystery. Marlon hears those words and they trigger a dormant memory. Flashback within a flashback. Back in the day, he was stunned when Rosa pulled strings to bypass the exam for a new equity recruit. Instead of her usual caution, Rosa retorted that it was absolutely worth bending the rules for that specific man. Back then, Marlon assumed he must be a powerhouse, but was he actually dependable? Rosa affirmed without hesitation. Elias is the one person she would trust with her life, no questions asked. Into the nested flashback. Returning to the primary memory. Kinston waits for the leader's final word. When Marlon finally speaks, he confirms that he trusts Elias. The veteran notes that in that case, he can stop losing sleep over it. Besides, it's not like he could hold him back anyway. End of the memory. Marlon rises, feeling slightly lighter with one less burden on his mind. At that exact moment, his chief of staff bursts in to inform him that the Hero Association is launching an election for a new chief, and Yutori has stepped down to enter the race. Good grief, mutters Marlon. Haha, now things are really going south. One fire is barely out, and two more are already raging. Marlon ended up agreeing to Kinston's conditions. The only people in the loop were the world's elite commanders, ensuring that news about this old master and Elias stayed strictly confidential. They also resolved to proceed with the association's vote, laying down the following ground rules. And it was decided. Candidates will be given 48 hours to refine their platforms and arguments, followed by 3 televised public debates spanning 2 weeks, allowing every citizen to cast their vote for the new head. However, this term will be capped at 4 years, or until the Ruculus crisis is neutralized. In theory, anyone can run, but to keep things orderly, only those backed by a hero representing their specific region will qualify. A top-tier hero, essentially. As soon as the registration window opened, Yutori and Wendy threw their hats in the ring immediately. A young woman introduces herself as Mio, who will be the official host of the elections. Every qualified candidate will be given the floor to deliver brief addresses to the association's supporters, which will serve as a prelude to the debates. Yutori's opening speech goes like this. He says he prefers to keep things blunt. He projects a hologram of the fugitives. These are predators roaming free because of nonsensical standards. What is their strategy for dealing with them? To take them back into custody alive, just so they can break out once more and trigger total anarchy? They cannot afford to repeat that blunder. If they do, the innocent public will be the ones forced to suffer. Wendy's address was as follows. During Yutori's reign over the situation, he turned a blind eye while fraudulent. Champions committed atrocities, heroes, if you can call them that, who slaughtered more civilians than the criminals they hunted. She is fully aware of the current crisis, but Yutori is no different from the unhinged woman currently threatening our stability. He views some lives as more valuable than others, and insists on sacrificing the few for a supposed greater objective. They must recall the core principle Rosa always championed. The hero's duty is absolute. That was how both rivals launched their movements, strengthening their foundations to secure the backing of the leading heroes from every territory. The following are Yutori supporters. Onyanisiki representing North America, and Jigglypuff representing India. The following are Wendy supporters. Poktek from Oceania, Mienji from China, Keppergar from the Middle East, Hassan from South America, and though, seriously, who names a South American Hassan? Those writers should have used Diego or a similar name, an alter ego representing Africa. Once their backing was locked in, both centered their efforts on tearing down each other's beliefs. In front of the media, on the final day for candidate registration, Mio was preparing to close the sign-up window until she suddenly froze. On every viewer's monitor, a startling update flashed. A fresh contender has officially entered the race. Yutori and Winnie are completely blindsided. At that precise moment, a feminine voice echoes through the room. The girl introduces herself as Medius and notes. Before the questions start, yes, I'm still a high school student. Wendy and Yutori are left wondering what on earth is going on. Where did this newcomer even come from? He is the first to protest. A child has no business running, especially without the backing of a regional champion. Keppergar then reveals that he is the one, vouching for her, leaving Yutori utterly stunned. Wendy is in disbelief. He had previously promised to support her. However, Keppergar has had a change of heart. He is now fully committed to Medius. That brief clarification put an end to the argument. Ultimately, the three finalists for the role are Wendy, Yutori, and the mysterious Medius. Following the addresses, Yutori is fuming because every news station is fixated on the new girl. His assistant understands his frustration, as the move caught everyone off guard. Meanwhile, some are calling him out, just as they are Keppergar for not treating the electoral process with respect. They conducted a background check on Medius, but found absolutely nothing. She appears to be a perfectly normal student. Yutori inquires about her abilities, but they lack concrete data. The safest bet is to assume she possesses power. This leaves him contemplating his next move. In another camp, Wendy demands an explanation from Keppergar. He remains transparent. If she has concerns, he invites her to air them. When he wants to find out if Medius is a figure linked closely enough to influence him through personal ties, but he clarifies that they are practically strangers. 3 days prior, he walked into his office to find her lounging in his seat. He was prepared to eliminate her, assuming she was an infiltrator. However, she started talking, and he felt as though they had shared countless deep conversations, to the point where he was totally persuaded to vote for her. Wendy is deeply unsettled by this, and asks if he minds if she verifies his state. Keppergar grants his consent, so she triggers her ability, and summons 2 massive rabbits in medical attire to inspect him. After a thorough check, she confirms he isn't under any magical mind control. In reality, he reached his decision based on gut feeling. Keppergar maintains that her explanation was simply perfect. He is totally convinced that the girl is the right choice to command the Hero Association. Wendy is left without words. She cannot make sense of it. A dark horse candidate has surfaced. Yet, looking at the surface, she didn't seem like a significant threat. While both her opponents had their doubts, they chose to focus on their own rivalry, trusting that Medius wouldn't carry much weight. The morning of the debut electoral debate, Mio welcomes the audience to the live broadcast. Before beginning, she outlines the framework. Every contender will have 10 minutes to deliver their case. The sequence will be Wendy, then Yutori, then Medius. During these talks, they may face inquiries from their competitors. The time spent answering will be subtracted from the time of the candidate who asked, allowing them to cut in whenever they choose. Basically, if you're stalling or talking too slowly on purpose, I'll cut in so you don't burn my clock. And to wrap up, each person has 2 chances to jump in for 1 minute to challenge the current speaker's claims. Before the main event, they allow the candidates to introduce themselves. Wendy presents herself as the student of Neno, a former equity member. Yutori labels himself as the ex-chief of the Hero Association and former head of the World Party. Medius simply states her name and nothing more. Now for the first contender's case. Wendy points out that the world endured several global wars in years past, and the most brutal era began with the rise of superpowers. Even after various nations merged into a unified global authority, internal strife and civil wars persisted. Furthermore, the clash between heroes and villains left the city trapped in a cycle of constant destruction and war. It was only through the dedication of Rosa and her allies that civilization was saved. Have you forgotten the type of warriors Yutori used to command? Killers and lunatics who had zero regard for human life. If he regains control, he will wipe out all the stability we've built. Yutori cuts her off, questioning if she is blind to the fact that her beliefs are structurally flawed. He truly finds it baffling. They label him a madman for wanting to end villains, while she undermines our safety just to protect them. Can't she see the double standard? Don't get him wrong. He takes no joy in making sacrifices, but if a difficult choice is needed for the collective good, he will act without hesitation. We must pull up crime by the roots. When he pleads with him to stop, but Yutori isn't finished. He exhausts his full minute of rebuttal time at her expense. Livid Wendy screams at him to stop playing games and to quit using his powers to tamper with the countdown clock. Yutori breaks into laughter and claims he has no clue what she's implying. But when he warns him that she won't tolerate it again, Mio steps in to quiet them both. They will not permit interruptions during another candidate's rebuttal period. As for Yutori, she requests that he please stop using his abilities during the proceedings. Fairness is vital in an election. Even in this war of words, Yutori and Wendy began trading vicious accusations, attempting to flex their influence over the crowd. They squandered their opportunity by attacking one another instead of clarifying their plans. Though one clearly emerged as the victor in this power struggle, Yutori finishes by labeling Wendy as incompetent for failing to stop Edward. She simply cannot hold a candle to the old veteran's reputation. Yutori thinks to himself that she is, fortunately, his only real opponent. The public likely sees her as just Nino's shadow. Plus, her rabbit attire only makes her appear flimsy and childish. So he believes he only has to demolish the newcomer to sweep the debate. Yutori finished his allotted time, standing as the clear frontrunner so far. Then the moment arrived for Medius to take the stage. She opened by acknowledging that Yutori shaped the Hero Association into a powerhouse through his iron will, and that Wendy is the true heir to Rosa's spirit, who rallied a vast legion of heroes under her banner of peace. In light of this, my mission is to weave together the finest strengths of both philosophies to finally eliminate the threat of the escaped convicts. Yutori attempts to dismiss her, scoffing that she is merely a child, but she met his gaze in chilling silence. Mio steps in, noting the veteran has already burnt through his speaking clock. Then, Medius offers to sacrifice a portion of her own time so Yutori can continue his case. He is genuinely stunned by the gesture and asks her what she intends to discuss. Medius reveals she possesses a superpower, one that Yutori likely has zero knowledge of because it was Rosa who founded the Institute for Superpower Development. The old man asks if she was preparing to explain the mechanics of her gift, but Medius counters that she is under no obligation to disclose such secrets. Yutori smirks, claiming that actually she must. A leader of the association requires a power worthy of the command. Otherwise, the rank and file will simply ignore her directives and policies. In that case, Medius retorts, name the time and the place, so we can settle this matter. Without further delay, Yutori is paralyzed. He never imagined the girl would dare to challenge him so boldly before a global audience. Those words echoed across the entire planet. The world stood still for several heartbeats. At every smartphone, no, at every single screen in existence, they had just witnessed a formal challenge to a duel. While Yutori remains speechless, Medius presses him for a brief skirmish. Yutori found himself trapped in a massive tactical dilemma. Unexpectedly, he had been called out for a trial by combat. Despite his overwhelming seniority and status, the move caught him off guard, forcing him to analyze his odds. His narrative of labeling Medius as a mere child is now backfiring on him. If he accepts the challenge, critics will lambaste him for bullying a schoolgirl. It wouldn't even be seen as a fair fight. If he wins, the victory is hollow, but if he somehow fails, his political career would be incinerated instantly. Yet, declining the duel would be equally ruinous. He would be branded as a coward who fled from a frontrunner to avoid a little girl, a weakling, a fraud. That would shatter the image of absolute power he projects to the masses. In that split second, Yutori triggered his ability to decelerate time, to formulate a strategy, because before making his move, he had to solve one mystery. What exactly is Medius's superpower? Elsewhere, in a desolate wasteland, Kinston asks our hero if he's noticed anything unusual or shifted over the past few days. Elias shakes his head, confused. He has no clue what the old master is implying. Kinston mutters that he feels as though he's stuck in a loop, repeating the same actions over and over. Ugh, that's definitely the girl's trick. She's likely rewinding time. Every time things go south, haha. Elias just wants to know how much longer he has to meditate. But the old man is certain something is wrong with the flow of time. Back at the summit, Medius demands to know if Yutori plans to answer. He finishes his calculations and decides to decline, scolding her for being a reckless teenager trying to inject violence into a political forum. This is no time for schoolyard games, but Medius remains deadly serious. It was Yutori himself who argued that a leader must possess the raw power and prowess to hold the office. He even mocked Ms. Wendy for being inferior to Rosa. Not to mention that, during his previous term, he forced heroes to fight one another, to establish a brutal pecking order. So why stop now? They could pick a venue and a window before the second debate. Yutori curses. The brat hasn't cornered, and she has nothing to lose, while his entire legacy is at stake. Yutori begins to offer a calculated response, agreeing in principle. Then, the veteran's voice is cut off. Without warning, Mio informs him that Ms. Medius has decided to stop sharing her time with him. Yutori is beside himself with rage. The brat silenced him mid-sentence to make him look pathetic. Why is she so incredibly poised? What is her secret ability? The old man fumes internally and flares his power once more. He contemplates striking her down at his absolute maximum speed so no one even sees it happen. In that frozen moment, he stops and looks at her, bewildered. Medius meets his gaze, looking down on Yutori with pure disdain. He realized it. She knows. Could it be? That day, Medius held the final word of the first debate. We have endured a long history of ruinous conflicts that seemed to be inextricably linked, like a web of tangled threads. It was Yutori who sought a solution with his crushing force, but he lacked restraint and wounded the innocent along with the guilty. Then Rosa stepped in to heal those wounds. Unfortunately, in that healing, many of the threads became knotted once again, leading us back to the same disasters. We cannot cling to soft ideals, nor can we return to the era of brutality. We must not choose a side. We must find a balance to forge a future. That is why, if elected leader, I will authorize heroes to use lethal force against villains in the field, provided they pass a strict vetting process. Of course, not every criminal warrants an execution, so they will be evaluated with absolute precision before a sentence is passed. And as for the current threat, every operative of Alpha World will be eliminated without delay. With that, Medius's time expired. The first electoral debate came to a close. Who is truly fit to lead? I'm starting to suspect the girl can freeze time, or perhaps loop it, given the clues from the other heroes. And Kinston's intuition. I'm almost certain that's the trick up her sleeve. As the debate ended, Winnie trailed with a mere 8%. Yutori held 35%, and Medius, against all odds, surged into the lead with 57%. Several regional champions who once backed Wendy defected and threw their weight behind Medius. These included Minji from China and Hassan from South America. And again, I gotta say, nobody in South America is actually named Hassan. That's an Arabic name, but hey, the script says South America. And it's true, it literally says South America. I'm not making this up. Wendy's retort was to call an immediate press conference. She claims she never got a fair chance to challenge Medius because her allotted time was hijacked by Yutori. So she's speaking out now. She doesn't believe a high schooler has the life experience to act as judge, jury, and executioner. She views her as just as radical as Yutori. Honestly, Wendy needs a new hobby. She's wearing me out. Later, Wendy confronted the three regional heroes who abandoned her. She demands to know why they've sided with the student. Hassan admits it's a gut feeling. He truly doesn't have any logical explanation. Wendy dismisses him. She didn't expect much anyway. But Minji? His master would be ashamed of such a choice. Minji replies by quoting a lesson from his mentor. Our world is a tapestry of complexity. What seems righteous today may prove to be a mistake tomorrow. And the opposite is also true. I took the lives of many villains because at the time, I was certain it was the right path. When Rosa came, she opened my eyes to another way. But that doesn't make hers the only valid. Answer Minji. Nothing is set in stone. At every turn, you must simply do your best to avoid being wrong. That's all the reason he needs. And right now, Minji is certain that Medius is the leader the association needs. When he is left speechless, then Keppergar dismisses her. Their minds are made up, and he'd prefer to cut ties until the voting is over. Medius completely swept not just the debate, but the entire media landscape. Reporters were obsessed with her school years, her family background, and her incredible potential to topple Yutori, or the great potential she has to face Yutori. Nevertheless, nothing sparked a more intense frenzy than the mystery surrounding her gifts. Yutori remains hunkered down in his office, dissecting every frame of the broadcast, desperate to unmask the girl's hidden talent. He scrutinizes the footage on an endless loop. He is certain he glimpsed a glitch in reality at that moment. It has to be hidden in some microscopic detail. Finally, after grueling hours staring at the monitor, he deciphers the truth. That little brat is all the old veteran mutters. Deep within the villain's sanctuary, Nady and Kinky ask Anna if she's felt a disturbance over the last few days, as if time itself is repeating. Anna confirms that yes, it's bizarrely familiar, and she assumed she was the only one plagued by that feeling. In a separate chamber, we find Kiro once more. He still clutches Santiago's hat like a prized relic. He also senses that something unnatural is unfolding. Amidst the ruined Tsitisape, Tato is sprawled on the pavement, throwing a fit. It is the very same convict who broke out of Ruculus, though now he appears as a child, since his ability forces his life to run in a constant loop. The other rogues watch him, baffled. Then, Natura reminds them that they must hold their position until Anna sends the word. Adolf, meanwhile, is completely absorbed in his painting. Quite ironic for someone named Adolf to be an artist, wouldn't you say? A clever nod there, author. Tato implores natura to abandon their post. For some excitement, he's dying of boredom and is convinced Anna won't catch them slipping. They could take a quick jaunt to a nearby settlement. Natura eventually relents. After all, it's been ages since he truly communed with the wild. Intrigued, he asks the others if they care to join the excursion. Kinky is far too terrified to move, and Adolf realized by reading tales and hearing Biniyama's breakdowns that the first person to stray from the pack is always the first to meet their end. True enough, haha. He's clearly seen too many horror films. Natura turns his gaze toward Edward, beckoning him. He's on the verge of agreeing until the memory of Anna's face and her lethal threats flashes before him. He chooses silence instead. He finally declines, insisting they head out without him. Natura scoffs at his cowardice. 5 minutes later, drenched by rain in the heart of the woods, the two burst from the soil atop gargantuan flora. As they leap to the turf, they revel in their freedom. Following the prison break, Tato proposes scouting for a local village to lay to waste. In that heartbeat, both spin around, startled by a sudden radiance. A strike team of heroes was already lying in wait. It is Menji, Hassan, and Kepergar, led by the mysterious Medius. The criminals recognize them and wonder how on earth they were intercepted so fast. In another sector, Yutori's assistant inquires if he truly intends to summon the press. He confirms he does because he is ready to take that girl up on her challenge. His secretary thinks he's joking, but no, he is dead serious. It's the only path to crushing her in the polls. The special talent of that little girl is utterly repulsive and absurd. Truly, there is no way he can outmaneuver her in future debates, unless he removes her from the board now. Meanwhile, the skirmish erupts. The heroes cheer as they pin the villains back while Medius watches the chaos from a safe distance. Yutori then clarifies the secret power of that brat is the ability to rewind time. Exactly what I suspected. Yutori's assistant is in total shock. Can a mere child truly manipulate time? Yutori nods. Medius exploited her gift to loop the entire debate until she got the exact outcome she desired. And since she'll surely do it again, she's impossible to beat fairly. Luckily, she has one fatal flaw. He instructs her to examine the data he provided. The assistant initially sees no change between the shots. Then she points out that Medius's hair appears significantly longer. Yutori agrees. Why does this happen? Because that girl can reset the clock for the entire world, except for her own body. So, if he manages to draw blood during the duel, and she jumps back in time, she'll find no refuge. She will remain wounded in the past. That is why he's accepting. Now, the secretary sees the logic. But Medius could be incredibly dangerous. With that kind of temporal mastery, Yutori isn't worried. She shouldn't forget that his own power is also tied to time manipulation. More than that, he has decades of combat experience using it. Losing this fight is not an option. It seems the heavy price for these temporal gifts is always one's own life. Force. In the heat of the fray, Natura is faltering, struggling to stand. He summons his energy to lash out at Kepergar with a massive vine, but the hero shreds it to ribbons before it can strike. Kepergar remarks that nature manipulation is a poetic power for a mass murderer, though he concedes those plants have a formidable reach. Too bad his blade skills are on another level. Natura is left reeling as Kepergar delivers a flurry of cuts, carving through his greenery. Blood sprays across the clearing, yet he somehow keeps his footing. Kepergar expected resilience. After all, he's dealing with a third-floor basement threat. These inmates are the real deal. They only seemed weak before because they fought Elias, who is basically a cheat code. A small mallet suddenly looms over them. It's Hassan, diving in to crush the villain. He impacts with seismic force, fracturing the earth beneath them. Natura narrowly evades by diving underground, which visibly irritates the hero. Hassan's unique ability allows him to neutralize the powers of his prey once he lands. A solid hit on the crown of their head. He isn't called the headhunter hero for nothing. He urges his teammates to find a way to knock off the other villain's headgear. Without a clear shot, he can't land his sealing blow. Menji unleashes a frost surge that instantly encases Natura's legs in ice. The deep blue hue reveals his absolute mastery over the cold. Natura begins to panic and shouts to Tato, asking how much longer until he regains his adult form. He replies that he's nearly back to his prime. Natura continues his desperate stand against the heroes. As the moon creeps across the sky, Tato watches its progress with intense focus. Natura gives his final ounce of strength, and Tato sees the moon shift just enough. Finally, at this precise hour, he has reached the age of 23. It's a cumbersome power, but this is the absolute zenith of his potential. Now that he can properly engage, it's time to flip the script on these heroes. Medius suddenly bursts into laughter, leaving the villains bewildered. What's her problem? Has she lost her mind? Both factions wait in tense silence until Medius composed herself. When she finally speaks, she says, "Gentlemen, time is simply not on your side." She triggers her ability, and every event begins to reel backward like a film spool, returning to the exact second when the villains were wide open and unprepared. The heroes seize the moment, unleashing a devastating barrage. Natura and Tato are powerless to react. Kepergar strikes with surgical precision. Hassan descends once more with his mallet, and this time he lands perfectly on their heads, locking away their powers for the time being. And just like that, they fall to the regional elite and Medius. As long as she draws breath, the clock will always favor her. The following morning, Yutori is lost in thought when his assistant calls him with frantic news. A viral video has just hit the web and he needs to watch it immediately. The Starfish in Diapers cartoon is hijacked once again by an emergency signal. This time, Medius has taken center stage instead of Anna. She addresses the public and doesn't waste a single second. She announces that last night, she apprehended 2 of the rookie-less fugitives, specifically Natura and Tato, from the third-floor basement. She displays the evidence for all to see. I've updated the script to be more evocative and engaging while keeping the ID format intact. Would you like me to continue editing the next set of IDs for this series? And clarifies that their detention was achieved by the regional elite, Kepergar, Hassan, and Menji. She had first intended to execute them right then and there, but chose to remit them to the state so that the death penalty could be finalized once the election cycle concludes. She also wishes to provide an update regarding the challenge she issued to Yutori. She would like to defer the duel until they have neutralized the threat of the villains. This is no time for internal conflict, and she is confident that he will see the logic. Medius offers a final greeting and cuts the feed. Yutori gazes into the blank monitor. He certainly didn't foresee this maneuver. His chief of staff mentions that MS Medius has requested a private sit-down. What should their response be? Yutori drops his gaze and remains motionless for a long interval. Hours later, he finds himself meeting face-to-face with a girl, asking her, "What brings you to my door?" Little chronomancer? Medius isn't shocked that he figured it out. After all, anyone else gifted with time-based abilities would have sensed it. Tragically, her power doesn't apply to her own body and her age. Continues to march forward. Yutori admits it's still incredibly powerful, though there must be some sort of temporal ceiling to how far she can rewind. Perhaps just a few days or hours. Otherwise, she would have stopped the prison break entirely. And yet, she could have. Because the moment she heard the report, she could have turned back the clock to alert the high command of the coming disaster. Wait, is this Medius actually a villain? Medius replies that she certainly would have acted, but the news reached her too late. Due to a government cover-up, and her gift is limited to a 1-week regression. Good grief, that's a massive window. Yutori muses that in such a case, she still doesn't know the final election results. He also wonders why she's being so transparent with him. Did she glimpse a future where his cooperation is the only path to victory? Medius confesses she has fought many debates against him in other loops, and found it impossible to outwit him or dodge his probes. That's why she opted for a candid conversation. She thought it wise to seek counsel given his years of mastering time. This strikes a nerve with Yutori, who snaps back that there is zero chance of them ever being allies. Not now, and not in any lifetime. Medius calls it a pity. In that case, they will have to square off at the next debate. Before she exits, Yutori questions why her logo features a capybara. It seems like a symbol for someone with physical-type gifts. She answers quite simply. It's a charming creature, and she felt like wearing it. That day, the news of Medius capturing the fugitives grabbed the interest of 2 more regional champions, Ajay Rector of India and Alter Ego of Africa. They now officially pledged their support to the girls' cause. The second debate was called off, as all 3 contenders reached a consensus. When Anna saw the report that 2 of her pieces were taken, she was incensed but hesitated to retaliate because she had also deduced the girls' power. Meanwhile, those relentlessly chasing their own ends, and those seeking to force their worldviews, remained occupied, unbothered by the actions of Medius. The days ticked away until the third and final debate arrived. Mio takes the stage as host once more. She hopes the audience is ready for the dramatic conclusion of this election. For this event, each candidate will be granted ample time to speak, a full hour, and the speaking order will be reversed from last to first. They will also have the chance to use 3 10-minute counterarguments to challenge their rivals, and naturally, their turn ends when their clock hits 0. Mio motions to the stage behind her, prepare to introduce the stars of the night. The first candidate, Ms. Wendy. The second, Yutori. And the third contender, Medius. Both Yutori and Wendy, along with Mio and the entire world, are paralyzed with shock. She no longer looks like a schoolgirl. Medius reveals herself with a completely transformed physique. She is now a fully grown woman. Heavens, just how many times did she rewind? Unbelievable. Before they begin, Mio asks for confirmation that she is indeed the same Medius. She affirms this and launches into her address. Her first act is to address the public, ready to lay bare the nature of her gift. I can warp time by retreating into the past whenever I choose, but my biological clock continues to tick. As you can clearly see by my aging, I have looped back enough times to uncover the exact location of the villain's lair, and all the intelligence required to wipe them out. This piques Yutori's interest, and he listens intently. Medius then continues. If you appoint me the head of the Hero Association, I will employ this knowledge to launch a final strike. Wendy is staggered by what she's hearing. Medius is prepared to sacrifice the very years of her life, simply to avert a massacre of innocents and liquidate the enemy. That is the extent of her message. She used barely 2 minutes of her allotted hour. Following the girl's speech, it's Yutori's turn. He publicly declares that he is throwing all his weight behind Medius and is withdrawing from the race. She remains poised while Wendy is left reeling at the announcement. Flashback. Medius is surprised that Yutori summoned her to another meeting. The old man tells her to drop the act. She has surely lived through this future a dozen times already. Because of her loops, he feels he's tasted the same bitter coffee 1,000 times. Medius says she intends to expose what she's been doing during the debate for the world to see. Yutori gets blunt. He's weighed the options and decided that she is the most effective weapon to deal with the villains. He will step down and endorse her. And once he does, Wendy won't stand a chance. Medius figures the old man has strings attached, and he does. Her tenure as head of the association must end the moment Alpha World is destroyed. Yutori demands she refrain from running in any future elections. Medius agrees to the terms. She has no quarrel with that, which makes the old man suspicious. Why surrender so easily? She explains that she won't turn away his support, and she isn't exactly craving a lifetime of leadership anyway. In that case, Yutori offers a final warning about her power. Time will not always play favorites with you. No matter how much you bend it, time can never truly be tamed. It is a force that demands reverence, because it is as terrifying as it is impartial. You must never lose sight of that absolute truth. Wendy erupts, berating Yutori for his betrayal. If he was going to pull this stunt, he should have told her before the cameras rolled. He retorts that he lacked the time, so he decided to drop the bombshell in public. Besides, it isn't her turn to speak, so she should stop her shrieking. Yutori asks Mio to cut Wendy's mic so she stops badgering him, but Wendy has no intention of being silenced. She claims her right to 3 rebuttals to tear into him. Yutori couldn't care less. In fact, he hands her his remaining time and asks Mio if they can just mute his feed, so he doesn't have to listen to that woman in the rabbit ears. Haha, man, hearing that one he really did. I was thinking about toning that down, but no, I'm keeping it in because I'm done with Wendy. She's exhausting. When he snaps at him, calling him a power-hungry old fool and demanding he leave the stage. If he isn't competing, why is he still there? But Yutori simply asks, what is power-hungry about? Quitting the race and surrendering my time? Medius raises a hand, wondering if she can also step away. She has said her piece and would rather spend her time hunting the enemy, which sends Wendy into a rage. Mio, is it a total loss? This has devolved into something far from a debate. Somehow, the bickering went on so long that everyone's clock ran out. The final vote was a foregone conclusion. Medius emerged, triumphant, taking the reins of the Hero Association. Perhaps briefly, or perhaps for good. Once her position was official, the world government requested her presence at once. There, Medius disclosed every detail she had gathered regarding Anna and her band of outlaws. Marlowe, the world president, vowed to provide every ounce of available support. They also clued her in on the hero's secret training sessions with Kinston, a development that caught her off guard. As Medius traverses the corridor, a familiar voice halts her. It is Gialdo. He suspects the girl is weary of hearing the same lecture countless times, yet he feels driven to remind her that in this reality, true neutrality is a myth. He simply hopes she carries that wisdom forward. After her departure from the WGC, Medius rallied every hero she could find, and the majority pledged to follow her strategy. The real hurdle, however, was winning over Wendy. She was indifferent to how many times they had rehearsed this debate, because for her, it was a brand new encounter. Medius admits she abandoned the pursuit of persuasion long ago. She arrived simply to request her aid, acknowledging her status as a top-tier heroine, even if some of the new protocols clash with her morals. In the end, Wendy relents on one condition. She won't be forced to take a life. She will defend the innocent in her own fashion. At headquarters, Yutori salutes Medius for becoming the 4th commander in the association's history. Reading her expression, he correctly guesses she had a rough time dealing with a bunny-themed hero, which she admits. Wendy is unshakable when it comes to her ethics. Yutori is eager to hear her inaugural address and reminds her that if she ever falters, he is always available for counsel. A gesture Medius acknowledges with a grateful bow. Just a few hours later, Medius stood before the assembled ranks of the association, ready to execute her first official act by commissioning the 3rd generation of equity. The elite roster includes Kepergar, alias the Emir, Menji, alias the face shifter Alter, Ego, alias the test subject, Wendy, alias the bunny, and finally, the man appointed to lead them. Yutori, what on earth are you thinking? The veteran asks, even he is stunned by the choice. The team Medius assembled sparked a wave of bewilderment through the ranks. Wendy is visibly rattled by the announcement, while Keppergar maintains a stoic silence. Medius summons Yutori, asking for a private word after the ceremony, claiming she needs his guidance. Shortly after, he demands to know why she kept this under wraps. She could have briefed him, but Medius retorts that she wasn't hiding anything. Had he simply asked, she would have been perfectly transparent. Yutori intends to decline the leadership of Equity because of his friction with the others. He doubts they would ever follow his lead. Medius counters that by holding this title, he would virtually guarantee a win in the upcoming elections. The old man scoffs, saying he won't need any extra help for that, as Wendy is no real threat to his victory. Medius views it differently. Should Wendy distinguish herself in this mission, she could surge as a powerful rival. Yutori remains unconvinced it's a pipe dream. Then, Medius poses a chilling question. What if someone with my capabilities appears in the next race? Yutori falls silent, his confidence momentarily shaken. She offers to use her temporal gifts to ensure their success if he takes command. This proposition catches him completely off guard. By backing her now, he would essentially be cementing his return as the association's master. Yutori eventually concedes after a moment of reflection. After all, if she had already foreseen his refusal, she would have lobbied him before the public reveal. He simply expects her to honor their deal. Once the villains are dealt with, Medius suddenly remarks on a fascinating observation. Yutori asks for clarification. She notes that every hero she's consulted has asked if they survived this war, except for him. Yutori coolly replies that he cannot imagine a world where he falls. Talk about absolute certainty. She just needs to stay focused on ending this crisis so he can reclaim his throne at the association. With that final point, Medius clarified her objectives and ultimately secured the hero's blessing. The new era of Equity was born. The mission was dubbed Operation Total Annihilation, a direct answer to Anna's violent provocations. Once Medius traced the locations of those who had entertained Alpha World's offer, she deployed heroes preemptively, shaping a timeline where very few actually managed to defect to the enemy. Schneider was shocked by how few recruits actually showed up. Petera is fuming, wanting to know why he's ranked as a third-floor convict when he believes he belongs on the fourth. Sorara, third floor, ignores the whining in silence. Nucius, third floor, and Aquila, fourth floor, are equally tight-lipped. Virus, fourth floor, meanwhile, asks about the whereabouts of Kiro. He's nowhere to be found. Anna tells Petera that if he's so eager, he is free to fight and demonstrate enough power to earn a promotion. Should he pull off something truly spectacular, she might even grant him a special prize. Haha, message received. Addressing Virus, she explains that Kiro is currently training in isolation at a secret location. This news leaves the fresh batch of villains on edge. That very night, under a pitch-black sky, a hellish storm of fireballs erupts overhead, turning the clouds into an inferno. It is Minji, donning her signature red mask. Schneider alerts Anna to the aerial bombardment, but she's already witnessing it firsthand. A direct hit would be catastrophic. Anna reaches out and tears open a massive void portal, diverting the fire away from her base, which is already a ruin, so it seems a bit redundant. Blade in hand, Keppergar soars through the air atop one of Wendy's conjured carrots. He mutters a few words in Arabic before unleashing a sword art that manifests hundreds of lethal arcs. He carved through the dead city, slicing towering skyscrapers like paper, triggering a thunderous explosion that vibrates for miles. Yutori scolds Wendy for being too cautious. She should have added her meteors to Menji's barrage. She snaps back that had she done so, the resulting shockwave would have incinerated their own allies. Yutori dismisses her concern. He argues they should be tough enough to handle the heat. Ego begs them to stop bickering over trifles. They need to reach the specific coordinates Medius assigned to each of them. Yutori smiles, noting they've been waiting for this moment. With everyone in position, the games begin. Time to cut out this societal rot. Medius was surgical in choosing her tactical staff. Mio, special type, silencer, was named. Head of security, to establish sound-dampened zones, effectively plugging any information leaks. Chris' special type power, Bodyguard, is tasked with her personal protection to thwart any assassination attempts on Medius. Idiotilla, physical type, Mechanical Genius, was appointed head of communications to build and maintain the team's neural links. Through their strategic meetings, they hypothesized that Anna can only manifest portals in familiar locations. But Mio is skeptical. If that's the rule, how did she breach Rucula's prison? Ophelia suggests there might have been a mole among the wardens. Medius declares that once Anna is neutralized, they will launch a full psychometric audit to confirm that lead. For now, the battle is the priority. Medius had already traded 2 years of her lifespan to calibrate this operation, sacrificing time even for sleep and sustenance, all to ensure that not a single hero falls in the coming conflict. She have updated the script to be more dynamic and professional, ensuring every line is filled and the tone matches the high-stakes superhero narrative. Would you like me to continue with the next set of IDs? She winces from the mounting pressure in her skull. She desperately wishes her gift allowed her to retain every bit of knowledge without sacrificing the vital specifics. Crazy and Mio argue that her current talent is already legendary. In that fleeting second, Medius continues to spiral back through time, tirelessly refining the strategy alongside her team. Yutori senses the shift instantly. She is hunting for a flawless destiny, but he has already cautioned her. Time is never merciful to all. He cannot forbid her efforts, but she will never reach that casualty-free utopia she envisions. The strategy Medius crafted was built on cold logic to ensure the heroes engaged foes against whom they held a distinct edge. The regional protectors and local defenders will engage the criminals from the second floor detention block, while the heavy hitters from the third floor will be intercepted by the equity squad. Wendy looks bewildered upon seeing the opponent she's been assigned. When Nucius spots the heroine, she can only scoff at how scandalous that rabbit suit is. Nucius' special type ability, censorship. Oh boy. She is convinced that all indecency must be scrubbed from the public eye. She snaps photos of anyone she deems lewd, imprisoning them forever within her snapshots. Nucius is visibly repulsed by Wendy's attire. Wendy doesn't just find the villain annoying. She views her as her ultimate natural enemy. Wendy conjures a protective cloak shaped like a hair and asks the villain if that satisfies her modesty. Nucius retorts that it isn't enough. Too much skin is still showing. Wendy snaps, demanding to know what standard she uses to judge what counts as decent. Nucius shrieks that even she isn't sure. It mostly depends on her current temper. Beginning to manifest her aura, she declares that Wendy's entire existence needs a black bar. This woman is a total deviant. This insult was the final straw for the heroine, who proceeds to flatten the villain with a colossal carrot. Her wardrobe is her own business. She simply has a thing for rabbits. Wendy pings Medius to vent about the ridiculous foe she had to face. Medius explains that it was a calculated move. They assigned her the least lethal enemy, knowing Wendy's refusal to take a life. Even if the villain fled, it wouldn't ruin the mission. More crucially, they required Nucius to be taken alive, to liberate the innocents, shackled inside her photograph collection. That was her true objective. Wendy locks the villain inside her barrier and curses Medius's name. On another corner of the fray, Keppergar studies his adversary, a small girl perched atop a shattered skyscraper. Sorora mentions that he is in luck. She has longed for a face-to-face encounter. She can't believe she's actually dueling the legendary Grandmaster of the Blade, which brings to mind the Sword King from that other realm. I wonder when that recap is dropping. I haven't the slightest clue. Ha ha! She leaps from her perch, and as she touches down, she adds that today is a fine day for an end. Sorora recounts how she once begged a sword mistress for guidance only to be dismissed, like a common peasant. Now she hopes the great Keppergar, or whatever his name is, can lead her to uncover the soul of the blade, because despite taking uncountable lives, she still feels hollow. She believes she must kill until she reaches a higher state of being. Keppergar responds that he once walked that same dark path. He cut down even those who pleaded for mercy. chasing that same phantom enlightenment, only to find his answer in the most unexpected of places. It was then he truly understood. Sorora unleashes her full might. Secret art, demonic abomination. Kierkegaard draws his steel, with agonizing slowness, which she views as an opening to strike, only to find herself riddled with deep gashes as Kierkegaard finishes his thought. I learned that the blade is not a tool for personal gain, but a shield to safeguard the weak. In a different sector, Yutori shields his eyes against the glare to focus. He finally comes face to face with his target, Petera. He recognizes the man instantly, though he's let down to find just an old man with no stomach for a real fight. He was hoping for a challenge like Kierkegaard's. Yutori despises fools who mistake arrogance for power. Dialogue is a total waste of breath. With garbage like this, he's going to simply erase this pathetic stain on reality. Yutori doesn't do half measures. He opens with a shattering punch to the gut. Petera tries to slash back with his talons, but is evaded with effortless grace. The villain didn't expect such nimbleness from a man of his age. That must have been his temporal burst. Yutori looks puzzled, and Petera, gripping his blade, suggests that this might turn out to be an entertaining brawl after all. Yutori has no idea what the man is blathering about. He hasn't even touched his abilities yet. Before Petera can clarify, the old man shatters his jaw with a knee strike, declaring that he doesn't need a warp time just to dodge the clumsy swings of a lowlife. Petera is sent skidding back with a broken nose. He collapses, and Yutori reminds him that physical enhancements don't automatically make you a titan. Now he's going to demonstrate what real acceleration feels like. Petera raises a trembling hand, pleading for a truce, but Yutori liquidates his skull with a single strike, delivered at 4 times the speed of sound. Blood sprays in a gruesome arc, and the old man notes that the coward never stood a ghost of a chance. The third generation of equity is dismantling their high security targets with clinical efficiency. Wendy stands guard over the fallen Nucius until her name is called. Spinning around, she is nearly frightened to death by Yutori's intense gaze. He demands to know why the scum is still breathing. If she lacks the stomach for it, he'll happily finish the job. Wendy tells him to stay back and stop being a brute. The old man, looking truly deranged, decides he'll just vaporize the entire barrier, along with the filth hiding inside it. Wendy readies a mystic seal and points it at Yutori, daring him to make a move. Medius intervenes, urging the veteran to cool down. Nucius is still holding several civilians as leverage, and she must be taken alive for the extraction. Her execution can wait for later. Yutori asks if this insect will still be among the living in a week's time. Medius admits she can't see that far yet, because she is currently rewinding the world on an hour-by-hour basis. But even if a few of them manage to slip away, it won't derail the grand design. Yutori can't wrap his head around her methodology. Why waste energy on such minuscule jumps? What is her endgame? You need to focus on the masterpiece to finish the portrait before the deadline. If you pause at every moment to fix every tiny blemish, you'll never actually complete the work. Medius retorts that she doesn't care about the clock. She refuses to let a single hero die on her watch. Yutori reminds her once more that perfection is a lie. Sacrifices are the currency of war. She just needs to make sure that the win is secured at any price. She is the commander, so he'll follow. But he suggests she peer at least 7 days ahead. Right now, you decide the fate of this criminal. Medius takes the advice and looks forward. Hassan is dead on the ground, as is Kierkegaard. Wendy is paralyzed with horror. Elias watches the end. Kinston is laughing darkly, and hero's heart rate flatlines into a long beep. Reality blurs and rewinds like a spinning film. Spool, leaving Medius gasping. After a long beat, she finally speaks. Sparing the woman won't compromise the mission. She goes to the stockade until her sentence is carried out. Yutori nods. In that case, he'll let her breathe for now. And the war? Do we actually win this? Medius answers that many heroes will soon perish if they don't shift their tactics immediately, though they currently hold the advantage. Yutori shrugs, saying that's just part of the job. They'll take the hit. Medius adamantly disagrees. Would you like me to continue editing the remaining segments of this document? They must exhaust every possible option to keep them alive. This obsession irritates Yutori, though he remains indifferent, provided she preserves enough of her vitality to honor her pledge of aiding him in the upcoming political race. Wendy snaps at him, demanding an explanation regarding the elections. What is this secret deal? The veteran simply orders her back to her post. They have objectives at the next set of coordinates. Chris and Mio are convinced that, since the odds of victory are high, they can shift their focus to minimizing casualties. Medius admits it's a possibility. However, she is detected an unsettling anomaly. She witnessed every soldier from Alpha World follow the line of duty. Yet Stitch, Rapier, Alora, Anna, and Kiro were conspicuously absent from the carnage. Chris argues that such a scenario is impossible. Those 5 individuals represent more than half of the opposition's total strength. He speculates they might have retreated. Medius is uncertain, but she's relieved she followed Yutori's guidance. She must persist in using her gift to refine the strategy at any price. Thus the heroes obeyed their orders and picked off the hostiles. One by one, deep within the enemy stronghold, Anna enters, her expression laced with frustration, and asks her inner circle if they are prepared to mobilize. She addresses them as her little reapers and declares, I am certain that you too sense the bizarre ripples in the timeline. That Medius girl believes time is her ally, but she is mistaken. It belongs to us. Now, go forth and prove your worth. Aquila agrees, visibly thrilled. Virus recalls how Elias humiliated Kiro and now hungers for a confrontation to demonstrate true dominance. This man is completely detached from reality. Maladi remarks that it has been an age since her last duel, and hopes her skills haven't tarnished. Tatsu wonders if Keppergar's swordsmanship truly surpasses his own. Evidently, Keppergar is quite a legend among the outlaws. Anna departs for a mysterious destination, while the high-security inmates head out to the front lines. Glory to Alpha World. In one of the sectors, Hassan and his teammate have finished neutralizing their foes. She is Siete, a regional champion from Oceania. She seems on edge despite the apparent success. Are you certain you don't need backup for the next fight? He declines, urging her not to reveal her power. It's far too devastating for this minor skirmish. Akira will deal with the heavy hitters. The rest of them can relax. Suddenly, it seems another fool is approaching. Virus politely greets the heroes. It's a pleasure to cross paths with you. Hassan and Poki are paralyzed with fear. This has to be a sick joke. Virus, a physical-type powerhouse, is a mercenary who specialized in hunting down elite heroes, taking contracts from a dark web portal for criminals called Tragedy. Pokeet is baffled why a 4th-floor monster is in this zone. Hassan attempts to keep his composure. His rank is irrelevant. Medius wouldn't have deployed us against this titan without a counter-strategy. Besides, one precise strike with my gift on the crown of his skull, and Virus will be powerless. The villain looks intrigued until he makes the connection. Ah, you're that brat who can suppress abilities for a short duration. Regional heroes fetch a handsome price on their heads. You won't be my first kills today. Before the violence begins, Virus has a question. How would your power affect me, considering I have a double hair whirl? The hero is confused by the trivial query. Virus assumed that with 2 natural crowns, he might require 2 hits for the skill to take hold. Hassan tells him that's ridiculous. Striking just 1 is more than enough. But Virus points out that, technically, bald men have none at all. What's the protocol for them? Pokeet is just standing there, stunned. Hassan corrects him. Bald people still have one. In fact, I prefer fighting them, because the target is easier to see. Virus is fascinated. He's glad to have picked up a new fact. Then Hassan notes that having a double whirl is actually an early indicator of balding. He'll likely be smooth on top in a few years. Virus stares at him in a chilling silence. Suddenly, he declares that, when he ends him, it will be an agonizingly slow process. A worried Hassan asks why, and the villain explains that he shared a truth he didn't want to hear. Now he's plagued by the thought of losing his luscious lux. Hassan urges Pokeet to prepare for combat. She complies and activates her transformation. Both her ally and Virus look utterly repulsed. That is revolting. They both mutter because, as her change completes, she becomes a hypermuscular humanoid kangaroo, a sight the villain finds peculiar. And what on earth? Flashback. During the hero's training, Kinston elaborated that physical type abilities function differently from elemental or special types. Their practitioners never reach their peak by simply resting or halting their drills. They fail to realize that their internal container is too restricted. Generating too much energy causes it to bleed away uselessly. But that vessel can be refined and expanded to hold more, unlocking one's ultimate power. This is why he must train Elias to teach him the mastery of his essence. Those who truly command their physical energy can even. Back to the present. Virus unwinds a length of rope from his belt while Hassan and Pokit brace themselves. The villain strikes. With blinding speed, the heroes barely manage to dive out of the way. This small projectile obliterates everything in its trajectory as if it were a massive laser beam. Hassan and Pokit look back completely shell-shocked. If that shot had connected, they would be dead on the spot. Then we see the conclusion of Kinston's lesson. Those who master their physical essence can infuse objects with their power. Virus spins his lariat, creating a loop above his head, and hurls at the heroes, successfully snaring them. They hit the pavement, completely immobilized. The bounty hunter notes that no matter how they struggle, the rope won't yield. And since they were so rude as to suggest he's losing his hair, he intends to flay them before they die. But in that split second, the protagonist slams into Virus with his new Shatter Strike, crushing several of his ribs instantly. The hero's jaws hit the floor, for Elias has suddenly appeared. In his full executioner gear, Virus is sent tumbling from a force, and Kinston begins to clap. He's pleased the boy is a quick study. The old master examines the villain and decides he's the perfect target for a live demo. Elias must attempt to engage him with a blend of special techniques, exactly as he was instructed, and no finishing him instantly. He must execute at least 3 distinct moves. Virus clambers back up, absolutely fuming that they are treating him like a mere training dummy. Kinston chuckles, takes a seat, and tells the hero to track every single movement. Show me what you've learned, my talented student. The platform, known as Tragedy, utilizes the classic hero ranking system to set the rewards for their capture. Virus, as the top hunter in the business, earned his biggest payout by taking down an equity prospect. He eventually stepped back to live off his riches, only browsing the site for entertainment, until he spotted a contract that sparked his interest. It was for Elias, who was already part of the elite squad. However, the reward was listed as to be determined. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he reached out to the site's admins to ask why the price was hidden. The response was blunt. We have no combat data on him, so they couldn't establish a market value for his head. They challenged Virus to take the job, promising an astronomical sum, but he declined without a second thought. Far too much risk for a simple. Virus is wary now. He clarifies that he originally skipped the contract, believing it was a waste of effort, but he never anticipated Elias toppling Kiro. So he must determine, what is your market value? Virus opens fire. Instantly, the projectiles streak toward the hero, who shifts his hand and employs the identical maneuver as Kinston to parry them with fluid grace. Elias lunges forward and delivers a crushing strike that makes the outlaw cough up blood, yet he continues the onslaught. He lands a secondary blow with his fresh art, Dark Soul. Virus is suspended in midair, and Elias refuses to let him drop. He hammers him with a barrage of strikes called Dark Soul Frenzy. The truth finally dawns on him. This is the precise reason the platform moderators were unable to set a fixed bounty on the hero's head. A colossal scarlet flare erupts from Elias's palms, aimed squarely at the villain. Yet another novel technique, dubbed Dark Crusher. Blown back and torn apart, he gasps his final words. Elias, it's not just the price on your head, but your talent. It's impossible. The hero completes the assault, burying the villain into the earth with zero prospect of survival. Hassan and Pokit are shell-shocked. He's a titan. They had rumors he was honing his skills in private, but they didn't realize Kinston was the one teaching him. Hassan calls out to the veteran. He and his partner implore him to take them on as pupils. Kinston retorts, "Don't test my patience, get lost." Regardless, they are both relieved. They should have trusted Medius. She foresaw that help would arrive to rescue them. Kinston pauses briefly to reflect. On Medius, that little brat. A flashback. Kinston, much like Yutori, had managed to figure out the nature of Medius's superpower. He found her chronomancy intriguing, but also grated on his nerves. She might spoil my entertainment if she overuses her gift. Should I attend the third debate and eliminate her before she becomes a nuisance? The elder Kinston contemplated. In that moment, he recalled when Marlin entrusted him with guarding the hero. However, if an incident occurs, I couldn't ignore it. Kinston is intrigued by those concluding remarks. Was that a threat? No, Marlin replied. I was merely asking for a favor. The old man wondered what would drive the world president to abandon his pride. Marlin explains it's for his citizens. He'll sacrifice anything to shield them. This seems ideal to him. He isn't explicitly agreeing to the request of assisting them, but he'll keep it in mind. For that reason, Kinston chose to spare Medius's life. After all, he can hunt her down whenever he pleases, though it didn't take long for him to reconsider once he sensed so many ripples in the time stream. In that instant, he felt an anomaly while scanning the horizon, and it truly startled him. So that is the coming reality. Elias inquires what he's talking about. Kinston gazes at the hero, looking somewhat troubled. Evidently, the boy isn't potent enough to perceive it yet. Kinston commands him to stop wasting breath and concentrate on the drills, leaving the hero bewildered. The old man looks back at the sky, musing that he didn't expect events to unfold this way. Flashback ends. What could that crazy old man have sensed? No clue. Back in the present, he praises the hero for refining his ability management. Nothing surpasses actual combat for growth. But internally, he believes it's insufficient. It appears Elias still doesn't detect it. It would be ideal if he hones his intuition as quickly as possible. For now, they'll head off to find the next mark to keep training. When Medius alerts her team that Virus has been neutralized, everyone finds Elias's prowess breathtaking. Idiotilla muses that if the momentum holds, they can prevail without losing a single life. Medius is equally confident, but they must persist in manipulating time to ensure they progress carefully. And I have a feeling Medius is going to get caught out eventually because, with her skill, she's too overpowered. This way they'll never be defeated. The rest of the heroes, locked in battle, were also briefed that the protagonist had arrived. This puts Yutori at ease. Finally, a person who executes the task exactly as required. All that remains is to track down the wretch, Kiro, to wipe out the primary threat. The gold thief emerges from the shadows. I trust you haven't forgotten. The other outlaws, they shouldn't be dismissed so easily. For her, it's an honor to meet the former head of the association. Yutori halts and retorts that she's mistaken. She's looking at the future leader. Not just Yutori. Every member of Equity will have to confront lethal adversaries. Vicky brightly welcomes Menji. Joaquin, meanwhile, vows to cast her into the abyss along with her mentor. Menji replies that wouldn't be such a bad plan. Pity her time hasn't come yet. Wendy readies her mystical symbols. She's prepared to drag Edward back to his cell. He dares her to try. He won't be an easy catch. Kinna is terrified. She wants no part in any of this. She simply wants to survive. Wendy comforts her. No one is dying here today. Elsewhere, the villains identify number 4. Rapiel had mentioned him, and they look identical, like carbon copy twins. The hero responds, irritated, telling them to avoid that label. The name is Alter Ego. Further out, Tatsu confronts Keppergar. She notes she's waited a long time for this duel. Keppergar responds that talk is cheap. They'll let their blades do the talking. Then both lunge into the fray. In another location, the hero and Kinston encounter Kinky and Schneider once more, this time without their suppression collars. I ask for a moment before I begin, conversing with Elias. Kinky asks who he thinks he is. Then, both villains are paralyzed with dread. The old man glares at them venomously and says, "Don't make me say it twice. You worthless piles of filth." Kinston requests the hero try to extend the duel a bit longer this time, and Elias responds that he will follow all his guidelines, though he's confused why he must hold back instead of finishing the enemy fast. The old man recognizes that the boy is eager to test his new might and is certain he would triumph against anyone here, excluding Kinston, naturally. But he must remember that the full threat isn't here yet. Elias ponders this for a second and doesn't grasp the implication. Kinston expected as much, he notes, that once he reaches his peak power, he will also be able to sense it. He won't spoil the surprise, but he'll find out quite soon. Regardless, it's time for more drills. Kinston lunges at top speed and just slams Schneider into the pavement. He wants his pupil to fight one-on-one. Kinky cries out for his partner, but Kinston calms him. He doesn't intend to harm them, unless they force his hand. If they manage to best Elias, he'll let them walk away. Kinky wants to know his motive, why he's orchestrating this. Kinston simply wants to witness something unique. Before his time is up, the most savage duel between two souls. At the absolute pinnacle of strength. Call an old man's dying wish if you must. Now it's time for him to duel his student. Kinston reminds the hero to utilize as many maneuvers as possible without rushing for the kill, and he responds that he's got it. There's a reason Kinston insists on practicing with such relentless focus. If Elias doesn't master this, he'll never be able to prevail in this battle, this entire war. Anna stands stoic, expecting something. Behind her, Hiro appears, inquiring about the hero. Would you like me to continue with the next IDs or refine any specific part of this dialogue? He is itching for their next confrontation. Incredible. It appears this rival has leveled up significantly. This is almost certainly the handiwork of Medius. It is possible her chronomancy fails to hinder Kiro, explaining why he evolved, alongside her temporal shifts. Due to this, he has finally reached the peak of his potential. Alternatively, Anna may have triggered his growth through other means. I suspect he might have ascended to a new plane, given her remark about wanting to devour him now. Alora is also lurking in the vicinity, hauling a pile of defeated warriors. Keep in mind that this girl was detained on the 5th floor, beside Kiro and Kinston, so she is undoubtedly a powerhouse of a woman. Now, my fellow fans, I pose the question. Who will claim victory in this third and ultimate clash? Kiro or Elias? Who will be the one to shout, GG, easy at the end? Anna or Medius? Well, we shall uncover the truth in the next season, which is still pending. Regrettably, this update is a bit brief, because I figured the next installment isn't ready yet. I should just wrap this up and release what's done. So here you go, no griping allowed. Hee hee, catch you in the next recap. You guys are the best. Don't forget to hit like. This is the conclusion of the tale. Sadly, there are no further chapters for now. Peace out.